Oh my god, it's been a hot minute since we've made one of these, gentlemen. And
hmm
this is the first appearance of a certain someone on this channel. Mayo, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Niteng. Sorry, not Niteng. I am Unbridled Mayo. Niteng is a nickname. So I do similar kind of stuff. I do reviews on stuff, and currently working on a video where possibly the first of its kind, where I'm actually being positive about these YouTubist people like Mauler, Critical Drinker, etc. So you can imagine this is a galling experience. Um, First time doing this about Critical Drinker myself. But
Yeah,
yeah, that's pretty much me.
a positive video about somebody that sounds on theme for what we're doing today, Jacob.
Why do you gotta say it like that, huh? Why you gotta sit here and call me out like that? Huh?
Saying his name like that, it's like he's in trouble.
Well,
It, it, I'm not used to
yes.
Wyatt calling me by my full name.
So today we're going to be covering a video by a certain YouTuber called Birdman. And for those who aren't familiar with his channel, who would like to do the big explanation?
Me. I have my
All
hand raised.
right,
I'm
Jake,
unfamiliar, by the way. This is my first time I've seen one of his videos.
explain the Birdman to the audience and to Mayo. Jake.
So, the best faith, the good faith version is he typically deconstructs CinemaSins and why they're not particularly good at what they do, which is certainly true. CinemaSins is not good. And from what I understand is that most of his videos are like fine, and then he does just point out actual flaws and errors with this. It's just that when he tries to go after people that are maybe a level like just a little bit above CinemaSins in terms of their media comprehension is when he absolutely looks like a complete and total knob hand. So, and now he's doing this thing called exposing the grift, where he's going after people he considers are grifters, even though he probably doesn't know what the fuck a grifter even actually is.
Hmm.
Okay, and
Yeah.
he's gone after a few of, I guess I would call them our peers, considering we all sort of like a good chunk of us review media on an objective level, and we criticize, we poke at, we if we see a hole, we normally talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the he's not normally the best when it comes to arguing his points.
No.
With
Like
that
with his
said, when it
yeah.
comes to people like Mauler and Critical Drinker and Nerdraddick and stuff like that, most of the people who go after them tend to really don't have any arguments. It's just the fact that, oh, look at them. They're really successful. I'm jealous of this. Let's just take them down. As opposed to give any kind of real argument, because when they do, especially when they guest on EFAP in their own video and stuff, their arguments just tend to fall flat. And I think this is another one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was in response. Was it in response to Madvocate's video, Jake? Is where
A,
he pulled
a
out some
portion of
arguments.
yeah, a portion of his a portion of his video is basically saying how the he was using the Birdman and he was basically using the Birdman as an example of poor arguments in favor of the movie, not necessarily a direct attack against the Birdman. And all the things that Madvocate said were true, and then the Birdman just made this big long response and then says this guy and it's just and effectively the because it kind of tells the Birdman has a very fragile ego, because when people respond to him, he seems to take it incredibly personally rather than trying to like examine it and go like, maybe I could have argued it a bit better there, or maybe I don't agree with that criticism, but it's not done in bad faith or anything, so I'll just simply disagree. No, he just seems to take it a lot. He seems to take any criticism very personally.
I think part of it has to come from the fact that we don't argue in the same way that most people on the internet do. In the sense that when especially when talking about things like comic book adaptations, we're mainly just talking about the movie itself. We leave almost the adaptation argument completely, like, we leave it completely by the side. Or if we do talk about it, it's normally for like brief instances, like whenever we talked about The Last of Us, like over a year ago. Like we would talk about like why this scene worked in the game and why this scene also works in the show, but it is missing sort of that the same oomph that it had in the game. But for the most part, like especially when talking about comic book characters, we normally just talk about the movie because
Mm-hmm.
if we brought in comic book knowledge, we'd essentially be sort of breaking our own argument because of just how inconsistent comic books are.
And
Yeah.
there's also the side of it that there's a lot of people who see things like the MCU, The Last of Us, and things like that haven't necessarily seen the source material. Like, for example, with Marvel, you're not going to, the people who watch MCU aren't necessarily going to see every single comic. And also the fact that with something like The Last of Us, it's very console specific. I believe you can only play it on PlayStation, I think.
You can
Um,
now play it on computer, but that took years.
Yes.
but
It took a
even then,
long time.
anyone who has an Xbox, only like myself, wouldn't have had the chance to play it. Like the only reason I've seen the whole thing of Last of Us game is because I sat there and watched a 6, 7, whatever hour YouTube video. The point being, you can't necessarily use the argument if something's bad by necessarily just the source material, because a lot of people wouldn't have even seen it. So you have to take the movie, TV series, whatever, on its own merits and have that be the good story.
Now,
Yeah,
that's not to say that like you shouldn't take the source material into account in its entirety. Wyatt and I are big, massive haters of Man of Steel because Superman commits literal genocide and no one bothers to fucking address it, and it goes against everything Superman is supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
well, yeah,
It's not
and
even.
that it also goes against like what we were told with the film itself.
Hmm.
Jor-El is like you're supposed to be this bridge between two people, and then 20 minutes later, Clark is like Krypton had its chance.
Yeah, but the thing is like a lot of times when it comes to like not being faithful to the source material, well, sometimes it's much more of an emotional reaction, which is understandable than anything that's actually objective. But like people really loved Infinity War, and in terms of the Infinity Gauntlet story, it's like an incredibly shit adaptation of that.
Well, yeah, that's because Thanos is a better villain in Infinity War than he'll ever be in the comics.
Oh come on,
Mm-hmm.
what you don't like him being a simp for death and wanting
I
to in the entire Mayo basically in the Infinity Gauntlet story, Thanos is the reason why Thanos wipes out half the universe is because he wants Death Senpai to notice him.
Yeah, Death
Mm-hmm.
in the Marvel universe is a actual physical entity, and both Thanos and Deadpool are in love with her. The Deadpool thing that comes much later, but Thanos is just like if I will impress Death by killing half the universe,
Even
and
though
Mm-hmm.
Death is like, you what the fuck was that? That was horrible. Why'd you do that?
yeah, because Death is an actual character in these stories, so
Uh,
there and like I said, there can be plenty of times where we do like for moments talk about it as an adaptation, like when we like like the movie Constantine with Keanu Reeves. We talked about this a few days ago. We enjoyed it like as a movie, but it's a horrible adaptation of those
Yeah.
comics.
yeah, like that is not John Constantine. That's John Lonstentine.
Yeah, it's just a Keanu Reeves movie, or it's like I think I've seen this joke. It's John Wick, but instead of fighting gangsters, he's fighting demons, and it's like I can
Yes.
definitely see where they would get that formula, especially for Keanu Reeves. Like his movies were a lot of just that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, if we ever hear like an argument of somebody talking about a movie and somebody references the comics, we are normally very quick to just go, "We're not talking about the comics." Like we're very dismissive of that argument, for the most part.
The Birdman, however, is the exact opposite. Where if it's like the comic, or worse yet, going back to the Advocate example, with his No Way Home, Birdman's No Way Home CinemaSins video, he brings up comic Peter to try and justify movie Peter beating Doctor Strange in a fight.
Which is
Right.
something we just don't think to do.
No, because again, 616 Peter. If you look at it from power scaling perspective, he would fold MCU Peter. He would fold him in half, no problem.
Yeah.
Comic book Peter Parker is insane.
Yeah, because he's done an insane amount of things and has been able to take on like the Black Order people, the Thanos' personal bodyguards. He's able to take on most of the Avengers in a one-on-one fight while blindfolded. That's what Civil War showed us. That if Spider-Man stops holding back, he becomes a very dangerous man. But the problem is that's comic books.
Yeah,
like the Tom
different
Holland,
Peters, different histories, different everything, or not everything, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's like for
Yeah.
the only time like when we're talking about the MCU when it comes to that kind of stuff is normally when just comparing certain ability levels. Like I think oddly enough, I think Tom Holland's Spider-Man, for example, I think he might be the most restrained of the three movie Peters because the fight against Goblin in the apartment, it's like we technically know what Spider-Man's strength kind of is, especially because of Homecoming when he lifted all that concrete. We know he could hit him harder, but he just doesn't, for example. But and then when you think about when using this adaptation argument, the reason that also falls apart is because it works both ways. If we were to say Peter is insanely fast and he can speed blitz people like in the Black Order, that also goes to Strange, who can't he move like 50 times the speed of light, Jake?
No, it depends. You want to go into classic Doctor Strange or current Doctor Strange?
Let's see, like with the classic Doctor Strange.
Well, classic Doctor Strange is like throwing around conceptual entities and is capable of destroying infinite realities with no effort.
Yeah, so if that's the case, Peter would be dead in that fight if
Yeah,
Strange wanted
like
him
if you
to.
use comic book Peter, then you have to use comic book Strange. Even modern Doctor Strange is like on level of like Thor and Hulk, who can shatter multiverses at their strongest. Well, yeah, at their strongest. So
Which kind of goes along the points of now. The thing is, I'm not a comic book fan. I'm nothing against them. It doesn't hold my interest. I'm more interested in visual stuff like the MCU. Now, my argument wouldn't. If I were to kind of go by, oh wow, in a comic books, this happened, that happened, that happened, I wouldn't be able to even enjoy the MCU, even the Infinity War. However, in Infinity War, there is an argument that the powers aren't used correctly. Like, for example, Doctor Strange, he could have just sliced off Thanos' arm to get the Infinity Gauntlet, game over, or slice his head off, whatever. And he
with the
just
portal,
doesn't.
with the
Yeah.
portal, which we know that can cut off limbs because we see it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we were still dealing with beginner Strange from his solo movie, I could understand why he wouldn't
Yeah.
be like on his A game when it comes to using his abilities because
But
let's face it,
his source was supreme in Infinity.
yeah, even by Thor Ragnarok, remember, he's just casually teleporting Thor around the Sanctum Sanctorum.
Yeah, and the fact they can manipulate like water to become beer, and even top it up. Like essentially, he can make someone's freaking blood boil. It's the point. A lot of these things are so OP when you think about it, and it's not even used effectively. And even without thinking about the comic books, if I was thinking about the comic books, it would be game over in the first 5 minutes of a freaking movie because I would just snap the fingers and guy dies type of thing, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
in
it's a whole different ball game.
bring it back to Thor Ragnarok for like 2 seconds. Doctor Strange, without even physically being there, like made a portal underneath Loki and basically trapped him.
Yeah,
Like he could have trapped him indefinitely for all we know.
yeah, game over. You know.
Something that not even the
Yeah,
Avengers, like when they were a full team, when they just assembled, something they couldn't even do.
yeah.
least if with Thanos he could like reality stone his way out of it or something.
Right. So another thing, along with excuse me, another thing is the when we bring in things like what if, for example, those there's a weird argument as to whether or not those things are canon because they're what we consider to be an alternate universe. Technically not canon. It could be canon to its own thing, but as far as
What
like to
if
the
is
universe,
confirmed to be canon? It is
but
confirmed to be canon with the MCU. It
but
kind of has to be because we see Superior Strange in MOM. Oh,
but
sorry,
the
Sinister
problem
Strange.
but the problem being with that is with how alternate universes work, it could be canon for that strange, but not necessarily ours because events did happen differently.
Well, yeah, obviously, it's for that Strange. But what if the events of What If take place within the MCU, just in different universes?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing
Because
about What If is that it actually kind of ruined. It actually supports the argument over what's the point in having multiverse, because if someone dies, then they can just bring them back, whatever. And in What If, and anyone watching this, or if you include this in a video, sorry for spoilers, but they actually bring Black Widow back and put her into into one of the universes that she was killed. What's to
Oh yeah,
stop them
the
doing that in the actual MCU? You know what I mean?
like they
It's
they
like,
did
what's the
that in
point in
Deadpool
anything?
3. They
Yeah,
did that in Deadpool 3.
well
yeah,
yeah, if I remember correctly, yeah, the thing you're talking about in What If was after the finale,
yeah,
where because of the situation with Hank Pym, they threw a Black Widow who had basically survived basically an Ultron level apocalypse and just put her next to Captain Carter.
yeah. And what's to stop them doing that for Black Widow in the MCU, where people are pissed off that what's the point in killing her, like, right at the end? Just bring her back. Like, you know what I mean?
That's what
There's
they did with
with
Gamora.
multiverse, there's no point. So
I
Yeah,
mean,
we're
you can have a multiverse, just establish that travel through it is either incredibly difficult or impossible.
yeah, you have to establish the mechanics first, and then build a story around that.
Hmm.
the point that I was trying to make, like the groundwork I'm trying to lay out, is that when it comes to different content creators, we all have our own different forms of argumentation. There's some things that some people do like use in their arguments, and then people like us would essentially just go, "No, like we're not talking about that. We're like that's just not part of the argument. We're moving past it." Uh, he does not.
Yeah,
No.
there's also the arguments of, even if we think his argument is invalid, at the very least, it should be expected that his arguments, regardless of how wrong we think they are, should be good faith, and that he can support the arguments that he makes, as opposed to people like organized chaos, etc., that literally just want to do a takedown video and would just say anything that makes it sound like the other person's wrong, regardless of if it's true or not,
When
or how they feel.
when he's inclined to actually say something instead of sitting on his ass and going,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
But
that's not
anyway,
even us being bad faith. We've seen it multiple times.
yeah, Bob is just perpetually bad faith. But
yeah,
anyways, we should probably get this shindig on the road.
yeah,
Yes,
probably.
let's do this sketch.
Yep.
Tell a big enough lie and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. A fucking Nazi.
So already we're having some very dishonest poisoning of the well. We're having, I believe this is a Rommel quote, or is it a Goebbels quote?
I
I think it's a
believe
Rommel's.
when we originally were looking at this for content, I believe we did look it up, and yes, it's either Rommel or Goebbels that said that.
Yeah, but right here we're already kind of doing a little bit of a peppering of that Ebola into the well. It's like we're talking about critical drinker, and here's a quote from a Nazi. I mean,
Yeah,
you
immediately you're
know,
trying to connect something to try to
mhm.
establish to the audience that something is not being viewed with good intentions.
However, I will say this quote's actually very fitting. If you do tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it, and people have come to believe that the drinker is a racist grifter.
Oh yeah, that's
So,
what they think about with a lot of us. The
oh yeah,
and and when it comes to that quote, like when I see that quote, I'm more than anything kind of thinking about like social media. Like there's the
Hmm.
hmm
reason why I showed you that moment in Metal Gear Solid 2, Jake. The
God,
man,
no! Don't remind me. Don't no. I don't want it to be that both Metal Gear and The Simpsons predict the future with pinpoint accuracy.
the
No, when I see a quote like this, I think of Garrick from the Star Trek Deep Space Nine when Bashir tells him about the boy who cries wolf.
oh yeah,
The
The
moral of the
illusory
story
truth.
isn't about lying all the time. It's just telling the same lie twice.
right.
But anyway,
Effect is a phenomenon that was first detailed in a 1977 study. It's the inclination of people to believe false information after being exposed to that false information many times. Repeated exposure to lies caused the false information to feel familiar to the participants. In that study, they found out that the more familiar the information feels, the more likely that familiarity overpowers a person's rationality. In
disagree highly just for the fact that if the first time that someone is told said lie and they proof it, and actually go and look whatever the thing is up and then find out it's actually a lie, doesn't matter how many times they hear that lie again, they're still going to know it's a lie.
Unless you're a flat earther or a creationist.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, yeah,
Though
other
this
words,
I should have tried to read this study before this video, but I didn't really think about it.
this study, when did they say it happened? Like in the
1977, I believe.
so before the invention of the internet and social media, like the biggest problem, like when it comes to this effect, if you don't if you don't have a way to immediately sort of fact check this, I could understand how that lie could take some level of root in someone's brain to replace that type of information. But we in modern day have basically infinite knowledge at our fingertips. So we can
But
disprove these things almost immediately.
yeah,
And
but
to
we
be
also
fair, go on, sorry.
but also on the flip side, we have infinite knowledge. We also have infinite amount of lies as well. So you can while it is better in the sense of we have more access to this information, it's also worse in the sense of more people can lie more frequently and spread that same lie much faster and more efficiently.
It's also only really relevant on things like Twitter and people who don't fact check. Because, I mean, by the way, I used to be the kind of person who just literally kind of believes something because it's a headline. And I never really looked at the article and went any further than that. So, really, that's the only type of people this kind of applies to. Anyone with a sense of, actually, I'm just going to check that a second. Oh, that's a lie. All right, carry on. That doesn't apply to those type of.
Yeah, and again, I don't really trust Birdman to be taking the study at, like fully, like talking about the study like 100% like and representing it accurately. However, I'm not going to claim that he's lying about it because I haven't read it myself, which I probably should have.
Mhm.
And that's fair. My whole thing is definitely more on the trusting that people will check their sources when it comes to hearing a good amount of information. Like there's always like people that will, if we hear a thing, will normally believe it and not fact check it. But at the same time, like it's just it all comes down to like look through multiple sources, fact check, I'll do whatever you can to basically either invalidate or validate a piece of information.
Mhm.
the more you hear something, the more it feels right. Further studies showed that the illusory truth effect could even make people have false memories, and that people with names that were easier to pronounce were more readily believed by participants of the study. This is a powerful psychological tool that grifters employ on the
Hold on, do you want to?
Also, I'd argue if it's the same thing that's been said by many people, then people kind of think, oh, yeah, that must be true, as opposed to one person saying the same thing all the time.
Previous research has shown that information that is repeated is most likely to be rated as true than information that has not been heard before. The current experiment examines whether familiarity with false news stories would increase rates of truthfulness and plausibility for these events. Further, the experiment tested whether false stories that were familiar would result in the creation of a false memory of having heard the story outside the experiment. Participants were exposed to false news stories, each portrayed by the investigator as true news stories. After a 5-week delay, patients who had read the false experimental stories rated them as more truthful than and more plausible than the participants who had not been exposed to the stories. In addition, there was evidence of creation of false memories of the source. So, yeah, that's the abstract. I would like to read the actual full paper.
Mm-hmm.
What if I wonder how? Well, actually, no. The citations are right there, so he does cite it so he does actually cite it. Okay.
False memories, and that people with names that were easier to pronounce were more readily believed by participants of the study. This is a powerful psychological tool that grifters employ on their audience, and its effects are seen every single day. How many times have you heard vaccines cause autism or go woke, go broke? There is a reason these people repeat these.
Here we have it again. Here we have it again. The poisoning of the well. We're saying vaccines cause autism, and those retards. Oh, by the way, and go woke, go broke. You're trying to put these two things on the same level. One that actually does actual harm that would do actual harm to people in a phrase that it's like, I don't know. It's true on some level, though I find the phrase go broke to be cringe as shit. But that's just me.
I tend more like I don't actually use the saying, but when I am hearing people use it, I do have a tendency to look into it and be like, all right, so what do they mean by that? In the case of with all these examples, Shang-Chi, that in Eternals, I'm pretty sure they didn't make their money back on that. So
they didn't.
Yeah, so these were flops. Like it's hard. We have the evidence in the financial reports that these companies release.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a matter of just trying to say like, oh, because it's woke, it just didn't succeed. No, the problem with Shang-Chi was also like just when it was released, people weren't going to movie theaters. It's in the middle of COVID.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plus, with again, I think about the same time as the Eternals, any interview, regardless of what actor it was or what uh the context was, every single interview says, "Oh yeah, this is saving lives," or "There's so much diversity in this," and there wasn't actually any mention of what was going on in the movie or any kind of like, "Oh my god, I'm so excited! This is going to be so true to the source material, and I can't wait. This is going to be the pinnacle of my career. I'm so glad we did a good job, etc." It was just, "Oh yeah, it's got a Latina woman, it's got a black guy, or whatever else." That literally was the argument. One of the reasons the main reason why people's like, no. So yeah, go woke, go broke.
Over and over, even in the face of conflicting evidence, and that's because repeating false information makes it more likely to be believed. Here's a network graph of the phrase "go woke, go broke" on Twitter from August 2022 to February 2023. The blue represents left-leaning users, while the red represents right-leaning users. The irony of the shape formed by right-wingers isn't.
Again, we've discussed this before, like obviously not in this recording, but what is the actual metric here? Where's the graph? What the hell does each color actually like? How is this measured as opposed to just a blob on a screen?
Right wing bad.
Oh yeah, like this isn't even like over a map, for example, to show like where geographically this would all be placed. This is just this is just a bunch of colors on a canvas. We don't like, there's no way to read that data properly.
Yeah, as
Yeah,
far as we know, that's just like paint being splattered on a wall type of thing, which
yeah.
it looks like.
Lost on me. A literal dickhead. This brings me to the subject of this video, Will Jordan, aka The Critical Drinker. Tell me, how many times have you heard him say, "The message"? What's up, everyone? It's your friendly neighborhood Birdman here. Today, I'm going to question why people believe this
Could you
grifter
not have
and
like
show you
commissioned
precisely
someone
why
to give
you
you
shouldn't.
a better like avatar than just it's just a picture of Blanca.
Yeah, it's just
It's
Blanca.
like why not have like a stylized Blanca with like, you know, I don't know, like some like Birdman stuff. Maybe that's like what his profile picture is on his Facebook, which I'm sorry, not his Facebook, his YouTube, which is like fine, but like I don't know, maybe you should just have like instead of just an actual picture of Blanca, like this editing and presentation feels like it's from 2012.
Mm-hmm. Or at least
Also,
update it.
also immediately going for that sort of like I said, he said the thing I don't like, so I must call him a grifter.
Yeah, even
Mm-hmm.
though by the definition, Drinker isn't a grifter.
And the
Like he's
reason
not.
why he brings up the message in most of his videos is that every single video is about a separate piece of content. And if you're saying the message over and over again, it means that the message is freaking everywhere. It isn't just like a one and done thing. And that is the problem.
I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Honestly, he could have targeted. For the exposing the grift, you could have targeted Synthetic Man, who is an actual grifter.
He could have targeted Organized Chaos, who's one of the biggest grifters there is. There's plenty of people.
He actually went on Organized Chaos's stream and like agrees with him, and like they were acting all buddy buddy together.
Fine, then. Let's see. Jack Saint will be a good one.
Is he though? Is he an actual grifter, or is it just his Mueller video was trash? Like,
There's
has Jack
things that
Saint?
I've seen after the fact, and he's basically saying, "Oh yeah, just the same old thing we're hearing again, just like shut up thing."
Well, no. Well, the grifters that you're lying to people for like you're essentially like swindling them out of something. So like Anita
Right,
Sarkeesian is a grifter. Like she promised X amount of videos for her tropes versus women in gaming, got $160,000 for it, didn't deliver, and just like left it.
right. Yeah, I mean, with Drinker, it's like he's bringing a video out at the very least, once a week, like actual edited video. Plus, there's open bar. Plus, he's making appearances on things like Friday Night Sites and stuff like that. Plus, he's doing interviews like with what his name escapes me. Jesus, Gladiator guy, Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe.
Like he's doing the work. Like it's not like oh yeah, I'm gonna bring out so many videos about this in a month or whatever, and then doesn't do it. He's putting the work.
And
Well, no, it
not
wouldn't
to
even necessarily be
mention,
that. He would have to like when you buy his book, you get his book. When you
Hmm.
buy his merch, you get his merch.
Yeah. Well,
That,
with that said, then with what do you call it, the movie he's done, Rogue Elements. He's done the whole the raising money for it. He's put everything together. He's actually gone and actually done it. There's no part of the drinker that I would, even if you disagreed with every single word that he said, he is not a grifter. He's a grafter. There's a difference.
and then also as you mentioned the Russell Crowe interview, they're not talking about like how shit Hollywood is. They were talking about Master and Commander,
Yeah,
and like why that film was so important to both men and the story that was being told in that movie.
yeah.
And then also it was helping promote the movie like the first exorcism or whatever it was called,
He was
where
the Pope's exorcist.
yes, where
Exorcism.
essentially they actually like they talked about how this man was a real person and
Yeah,
how he would ride his little moped around. Like
yeah.
they didn't talk about like, oh, Hollywood's just so shit. Am I all right?
Yeah, he didn't ask any questions like, "How privileged do you feel to be a straight white male um, in this landscape?" Like, it was an actual interview. I mean, I know people were like kind of weirded out by that they exist, but it's possible to have an interview where you talk about the thing that you're trying to promote.
Almost like they have this thing called journalistic integrity.
Wow, I know.
Due to the kinds of people this video is sure to attract, I think I need to put my cards on the table. Firstly, I am not a political type. I rarely, if ever, bring up politics, and when I do, it's usually to make fun of them, left or right. For this behavior, I have been routinely called right-wing and left-wing by people who make politics their entire identity.
Could you show those tweets like better, like fully, so I can actually fucking read them?
Yeah, like make the thing that he was just reading out center the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we can't really see the context of those tweets because they're just not zoomed in.
Which, but by the way, like this, it's trying to say, actually, I'm not trying to play any political side of the fence. It's like, I don't know, man. With this video, you sound like you're trying to make more of an appeal to the leftoids.
Yeah, I'm not talking about politics here, but kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, actual apolitical, when they start hearing a political argument, just shut the conversation
Yeah,
down or try to just move past it.
it's like I'm not trying to be racist, but
Well,
you know what I mean.
it's not necessarily apolitical. It's more or less just like being critical of all forms of politics. Like when you make fun of both sides, you're not trying to appeal to one political side or the other.
Mhm.
Right, you're making fun of both, which is what good
Yes.
comedians are supposed to do.
Yeah, like Synthetic Man for like the fucking weird right wing shitheads, you know, that like making fun, like, yeah, like he's an example of the extreme on the other side where he thinks that black space marines are woke.
When that's very much not a thing.
Well, no, he called it a retcon in his Space Marine 2 video, even though he
What,
said
the
multiple times.
salamanders?
No. Well, first off, the salamanders are not ethnically black.
I
They're
know
just
they're like charred and
no,
stuff,
no,
but
no. He's talking about like actual like people that are like who are of African descent becoming space marines because he doesn't know how gene seed actually works. It doesn't change you. Like if a black person like becomes an ultramarine, you don't become blonde-haired, blue-eyed Roman man. You just look like how you did, but you know, more
Bigger.
augmented
yeah.
and bigger, right? Like, and he thought that was a retcon, even though he said multiple times he doesn't know anything. He's not knowledgeable about Warhammer lore, but he's confident in calling that a retcon.
Yeah, and that's why we normally call out like people that are being tourists when when they say stuff like this. There was that cover of that 40K book that prominently
Avenging
featured
Sun.
that prominently featured a black ultramarine, and people were kind of like, oh, a black space marine. It's like, yeah, they exist. It's not. It's like, again, ultramarine gene seed. You're not. They don't have that genetic thing where essentially, like with the salamanders or even the blood angels,
Well,
where
no, salamanders. It's from Nocturne's radiation because salamanders' successor chapters like Black Dragons, I don't think have that melochromatic issue.
I know blood angels do. When you get blood angels gene seed, you do become a lot paler.
Raven Guard, I think, is the best example because the longer you are Raven Guard, the whiter your skin becomes, the darker your hairs and the blacker your hair and eyes become until it's jet black. You become just ghost white as a Raven Guard, but stuff like that, to my understanding, is actually quite rare for like that kind of for the original legions, I should say, not because you know other chapters have their own weird
Yeah, like
genetics.
the King Caradons, their gene seed does eventually, like, you start to get like sharpened teeth and you paler skin and
BDIs.
yeah, you start
Because
to Your gene seed does change you, but ultramarine gene seed doesn't do that.
No, Ultramarine, like the Ultramarines have, I think, them and the Imperial Fist, I think, have the most stable gene seed.
Yes, the purest.
Yeah, the purest, because like even something like Luna Wolves, like sometimes you won't look like Horus, other times you'll look exactly like Horus. It's very, very strange.
The point being
Just
is that when Synthetic Man released that video, he was just showing how much of a tourist he was.
yeah, which in an otherwise like relatively fine video, like for a Synthetic Man video, the most of it was like fine-ish from what I watched. It's just that when he complains about that, it's like, oh, here's this Cadian woman barking orders, lol, girl boss. When it's like, no, she's not a girl boss. You don't know anything about this universe, so shut up.
Oh yeah, like you're making fun of that general not even general, that major when it's like because she was an Indian woman, and it's just like, yeah,
No,
people
she's
travel.
Cadian.
Yeah, it was going. Yeah, she is from Cadia.
Like
Which
what do you say? Oh, this black person. No. The what was his name? Chiron.
yeah, Chiron.
No, Chiron's from Kelth. He's not black.
My position is that political
Oh,
folk are
excuse me.
mirror.
Let
Sorry,
me
I just
first
have to
tell you, I have absolutely remained the same. I will always make fun of politics, political types, the left, the right, capitalism, socialism, team red, team blue, and everything else in between. We make fun of useless concepts here, and politics is at the top of the list. If you don't like your side being made fun of, you're not going to have a great time here.
I wouldn't even say politics is useless. It just gets fucking retarded.
Yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
problem is when it gets bogged down, and thus we are prevented from when the higher ups are basically squabbling while the lower class is essentially suffering.
Because like politics in and of itself is just this. If we're like humans, it's just this weird extension of how social animals organize themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like, granted, you wouldn't like. I mean, what was it? The Gumby chimpanzee war was raged over fucking females and women, like over a resource. So, and
Females
like,
and women.
yes, females and women.
Making sure.
Like,
They're apparently separate here.
like I mean like when a lion tries to overthrow another lion to take over his like pride. Sure, it's not being done for any like political reason, but that kind of behavior sort of like in an animal like a human who has a much higher cognitive functions that's kind of mastered their environment basically. We kind of turn it towards stuff like that.
What do you mean?
So
Scar was leading the communist revolution and the equal
you
rights for hyenas.
shut your slutty whore mouth, you fucking asshole! Don't you dare remind me of that. Don't you dare! Don't you bring this evil into this house, Ricky Bobby?
You're not media literally.
Jesus,
Hyena
what?
lives matter, by the way.
Media, oh, not a media literally.
Images of each other participating in the Spider-Man meme, where they blame each other for doing exactly what they themselves are doing, something the drinker is heavily guilty of. I think it's silly
No.
to adhere to political
Oh my god. For God, yeah.
Given your stance on sociology, how do you feel about other social sciences like psychology, anthropology, political science, and economics? Studying humans can be complicated, but it's worth all that effort and deserves scientific merit, right? It's him repeating the last part of his question. I think they have their utility, but they are not as robust and objective as, say, biology or geology. My position is this: if it isn't true in all areas, then it isn't true. Chemistry, for example, is true no matter what planet you're on. Sodium chloride is salt here and in the Andromeda galaxy. Economics and gender studies are completely different in adjacent cities. let alone other states or other countries. Hell, sociologists can't even come to a consensus on basic things. And this is why they cannot produce objective studies that are applicable in all instances. This is why it's less valuable than sciences, and why I don't care about it. To make matters worse, these fields lend fundamentalist ideologues to overstep their boundaries and make claims those fields either do not make or are not applicable in other instances. Sociology is often at odds with biology, and activists use it to make their fundamental beliefs to the extreme.
Well, first off, psychology and anthropology are like psychology is a lot of psychology is rooted in biology because of how your mind works and functions.
Well,
And
yeah,
anthropology is just the study of humans and their civilizations. Well, no, archaeology is about ancient civilizations. Anthropology is the study of human behavior specifically, I think, and
wouldn't
human
that be
society.
wouldn't that be psychology?
Uh, yeah. Anthropology is kind of a weird one. It is the study of humans, which, by the way, there's also this thing called paleoanthropology, which studies like ancient humans and their biology and stuff. So, I mean,
So, to what he's saying about like for example, economics. It's not necessarily that economics are completely different. It's just they use a different economic system. Like economics is just the measure of just various things like goods and trade and the different values of currencies. Like it has hard science related to it because it has to.
even if you want to get into like the biological aspect of it, there are animals that have their own quote unquote currency, like it may not necessarily be like any kind of items or whatever, but sometimes like penguins will give the female a rock, and if that rock is like big and shiny enough, they get to snoo.
They're also like as much as we love a lot of our hard science, there is just sometimes where it just doesn't work, and that is where essentially where our understanding is at a different point than what's actually there. Like for
Yeah.
example, like just because of what we know when it comes to like Einstein's theory of relativity is why we could never achieve faster than light travel. But for all we know, it turns out that because we're missing like a key ingredient, that it turns out if you slap a space engine on the ass, turns out it'll do it. Like it just
No, I don't think that's what's gonna happen because it is
the
physically impossible for objects with mass to move faster than light, and that's
the
just been proven with math.
the point being is that like from what we always understand when it comes to science is always limited to how we studied it at the time.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, but but further experiments with relativity have only confirmed the conclusion.
No, that's fair. Maybe that's the poor example. Like a better example would probably be Galileo and like the placement of Earth in the solar system. Like it was only based on uh, just different research that was done at the time, and not to mention all the things that were being done with the church.
Well, I mean, I
Like
believe it was either Kepler or Copernicus that proposed it first. It was just Galileo that did the more notable experiments.
yeah, the point being is that science is always changing based on
Yeah,
either
it's
the
it is
times or
it is a self-correcting process.
exactly. So it could things are always changing essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
What you
it's
said
because
things are always changing. A flat earther's gonna say, then that means the Earth's flat.
If one day when we're like when we finally get to when we're on our way to Mars and those colonists finally look out and it turns out it's been flat the whole goddamn time, people will lose their fucking minds.
We can't tell him Earth's flat. We can't tell him. We can't tell him.
Pim, we can't say anything.
Can't say anything. No,
Well, those
we have to
people
take
can
this to the grave.
also argue that we never really went to the moon because as soon as you go to the moon, we can see that it's a globe.
No, the moon landing was fake. It's just Stanley Kubrick was so anal about filming on location.
Yeah.
At some point in time, you're going to have to defend nonsense to maintain the integrity of being on that side. The only side I'm on is reason, logic, facts, science, and math. So believe me, when I criticize this,
Birdman, I respect the fuck out of you, even though we don't share the same political views. I don't really have political views other than bring happiness to as many people as possible, but I respect the sentiment.
I don't believe. No, you have political views. They may be like more moderate, but I'm sure you have an opinion on some policy. You have an opinion on like you would have to have some opinion on some policy, right? Like, I don't want to be that guy, but you do have political views. They may be more on the more moderate side, maybe, or at least maybe by the time when this comment was made. But
in order to be truly apolitical, you would have to cut yourself off from so much just discussion with human nature.
Plus, you would also have to have zero emotion as well, because human nature in itself, any time you present it with even a fact or a sentence or a statement or whatever, immediately the human nature part is you have an opinion on it, whether you realize it or not.
Exactly. Like, I try myself to be as apolitical as possible, but at the same time, there are just some beliefs that are just so fundamental to just either how I was raised or with how my current environment just is, that's physically impossible. And like, for example, like, I'm a very live and let live type person as long as everybody is an adult in that scenario, because they're able to think for themselves. I value the freedom of thought, essentially. That's why I think it was when Mahler and a few of the other EFAP guys were talking to Adam and Sitch. Mahler was bringing up, like, I'm more of a free speech extremist, which is something that I've always agreed with. I've always agreed with, because it's like people should always be able to say what they want, and at the same, because that's just how we get different viewpoints across. We shouldn't be limited by just simple words, essentially.
it's more than that. Without the ability to express an idea, your thoughts on an idea, no political change can actually occur.
Exactly. That's why we have things like free speech.
Yes.
it's very obviously right-wing chud. I'm doing so out of the spirit.
Okay, so first off, he's not cannibalistic. He is humanoid, but I don't think he lives underground. But I don't think he's an underground dweller either. So you only got 3 of the 4 things right, Birdman. Come on.
Is that what chud actually means?
Yeah, and yeah, well, I mean, like, there's a movie called Chud, and it's an acronym for cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller.
Oh,
I
so
didn't
the
know
creatures
that.
from The Descent.
Kinda, yeah.
I didn't know that either. I thought that was just one of those internet, like,
I just thought
words.
it's a thing that people say that like sick is like really good, or someone's a Chad who's a really
I
good
mean,
guy type of thing.
like, I don't know if, like, it's originated from the movie Chud, but Chud is a movie. That's why I'm always confused. I'm like, he's not cannibalistic. He is a humanoid, but he's not an underground dweller. So I don't know why you're lying about people. just to
Mm.
be facetious. Oh no, my cat's playing with my sweatshirt strings now.
You should wait. You actually keep the strings in your sweatshirt?
Yes.
You
Oh,
don't.
no, I get rid of those things almost immediately, because I know if I keep them, I'm going to fidget with them. And I need
So
to.
if it's part of a
I'm
hoodie,
recording.
then you get rid of him.
Yeah. So if I can just simply just pull one of the sides to the point that it just comes out, I'll do that. If it's like stitched in, then I'll just simply yank enough of it and then just clip it and then stretch it back out so the remainder just goes inside.
Hmm.
'Cause
You're weird.
also, I've never seen, I personally have never seen the point of taking a hoodie and then like pulling the strings.
When it's
Like
really cold.
When
I'll
it's
wear
when it's really cold, when you're really sad,
I'll
and when you
wear
want
a
to.
so if it's really cold and I need to protect my face, I'll either wear a balaclava or I'll just wear a scarf. Like we already have things to basically do the thing that it's trying to circumvent essentially. And also in the same time, uh since I already come from a colder environment, I also just kind of fucking deal with it. Like being from good old Kansas in the middle of winter, I've just walked home with like a t-shirt and shorts on and not really felt that cold. Probably different for you guys who live more up north. So the
Yeah, like
winters are
in
probably a
Boston,
little bit colder.
It's actually got to -11 Fahrenheit, which I know is an extreme, but even when it gets to like 10 degrees, 20 degrees, when it gets really cold and like snow on the ground, yes, I wear a scarf and hats and everything else. But even then, what the hoodie does is it also creates another level of wind resistance. So even if you're cold, at least you're not getting the amounts of wind hitting the back of your head.
That's possible, yeah. And then
Anyway,
again, so
yeah.
ever since I've started living in the desert, I don't wear that many hoodies anyway because it's not fucking cold enough to do so, and it doesn't rain
Well,
enough.
during the day, at night it can get like really cold.
Uh, kind of the problem. Like it was, like last night, it was still like 82 degrees, like in the middle of the night.
But you don't live in an actual desert. It's either if you lived in an actual desert, Wyatt, you either live in
Well, yeah.
Antarctica or you live in the Sahara. There's no other deserts on the planet.
Well,
Get
yeah.
wrecked, idiot.
Well, that and also, yeah, the reason why Phoenix itself is so fucking hot is because it's apparently in the middle of a valley. That's why we don't get that much rain and why it's so fucking hot all the time.
My
And
cat's just chewing on my strings.
integrity of unbiased media discourse, which is something I care about deeply. Less important, but still worth the mention, I'm not doing this out of jealousy or an attempt to clout chase. I've been calling out a much bigger YouTuber for nearly 7 years. For me, this is simply calling out another bad critic.
Don't you state in all the beginnings of your videos that you're a big fan of CinemaSins?
Yeah, yeah. He is
Hmm.
a fan of CinemaSins. Yes, this is true. This is something that he has said.
So, your whole thing is about ripping this guy to shreds, but you say you like him, and this is just like ripping apart another bad critic. So, I hope you have some examples, Mr. Birdman, as to how Drinker is not a good critic, because that's
Also, yeah,
because
as
that's
he was just sorry, go on.
well, I was going to say that it's like the also another key thing when it comes to just talking about Drinker is the points when he's actually trying to analyze something versus more when he's just trying to be like a sort of a character. That's why a lot of his reviews just start with him talking about just how blackout drunk he got the previous night.
Mhm. And
And
just a little, not anything really significant, but as I just saw you scroll through his videos just there, um, if I was first time just interested in seeing what else he has on his channel, all I'd really see is the thumbnails with the word "ew" in it, and I wouldn't even look at the titles, and just to see that, I'd be like, "Is that every single video?" And I just like say, "No, not going to subscribe to this guy. Go away."
mm-hmm. Yeah, I could
It's
definitely
weird.
see how some people would see this sort of like let's rewind just a moment.
Yeah,
I know it's supposed to be like everything wrong with, but yeah, I
yeah.
could see how someone who just sees all of this content and does see like yeah, it just seems to be the same subject over and over, so it could one appear repetitive, and yeah, if those who don't understand the acronym could just basically be going like ew cinemasins.
Yeah, because I had to like really zero in on the actual titles to get it. If I'm just glancing at it and I'm just like, oh, what's this guy about? So that I immediately click off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, and the thing is that everything wrong with acronym is it's meant to go ew, like that.
Yeah.
So
Also, there's an odd inconsistency with these titles. So we have the Megamind, Joker, Far From Home, but then Thor Ragnarok. Like it actually
Yeah.
just like it's
That's a
it's not
decent
his
freaking
usual
thumbnail.
style. Yeah.
It's because if you look at him, it might have to do with the age. Maybe he didn't start putting the EU in until about 4 years ago, potentially.
Oh
His
yeah,
be a
we're
ch-
looking back on some older no, cause oh wait,
Oh no,
that's
because it's
weird.
4 years, 4 years,
Oh
4 years. Then it goes to 6 years, and then back to 5 years and 6
wait,
years
no,
again.
the Winter Soldier one has the EU in it,
Was it? Yeah.
but maybe that one was made after the Ragnarok one. I'm not sure.
Mhm.
That'd be an odd way to just to approach not to approach these, but it'd be if you're talking about the MCU, why wouldn't you do it in sort of an order?
Yeah, weird.
Jealousy or an attempt to
Weird,
clout
weird.
chase. I've been calling out a much
Oh,
So-
wait, no. Like we've got videos that are newer, like 5, 6. Like we
Yeah.
got the 6 years one, but then the Moana one and the
Yeah.
Venom one,
Oh,
like where it is
oh
just
yeah.
everything wrong with CinemaSins. What is this? Is like
Where
I
he
know
tries
this
to pull
seems like an
Birdman.
odd
This is
tangent, but it's
this is
very
so
inconsistent.
very inconsistent thumbnail format. Yeah. But as to going back to what he's saying, I don't think you're. I mean, maybe you're jealous of Drinker's success, but I don't think you are. But I do think that you are clout chasing. You want some more clicks. You want some more recognition.
I mean,
Maybe you
why
want to
else are
break
we all
free.
here?
Yeah.
Why? Maybe you want to break free from being the Cinema Sins takedown guy, and you want to do something different. Well, here's an idea: do something different. Like I don't know, maybe make a praise of one of the movies. Now, granted, you did make a big, like a 30-minute video saying why the Phase 4 of the MCU is somehow, not bad when you argued that point poorly. But that's a different video for a different day. And he has made some other stuff like debunking flat earthers and as well as just stupid things that people have said, but I don't know. Maybe you just want to break free and you're going after like Drinker because he's a big enough name that it could get you some attention.
Well, yeah,
I'm not sure.
Well, because the big thing is like if you want to stop doing these things, then just stop doing these things. Yeah, you might take a bit of an audience hit, but the people who will stay are clearly more loyal and thus
Well,
are more interested in your thoughts rather than just your rebuttals against Jeremy.
which sometimes are actually really bad rebuttals. But although we know what happens when he went up against Madvocate, when he went up against someone whose media analytical skills are much better than CinemaSins, he doesn't do very well. He doesn't do very well at all.
Also, like I've been holding my tongue on saying this. This is very much another side tangent. That everything wrong with the Revenge of the Sith. That thumbnail is not even remotely related to Revenge of the Sith. That's the comic book adaptation of Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
Wait.
It's Vader holding 3PO's head, which he would have only had access to in Cloud City.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I've been staring at that, and I'm like, what does that have to do with Revenge of the Sith?
Oh, I was looking at the entire Star Wars prequel trilogy that had the Revenge of the Sith poster.
Yeah.
But then I saw, oh yeah.
Yeah, see, like
Okay.
that, it tricks your eye. Like you think that's gonna be about Revenge of the Sith because it's a Revenge of the Sith poster, but not the one that's actually about Revenge of the Sith.
Maybe it would be Revenge of the Jedi, and he's just being like, oh, remember the original title for Return of the Jedi?
Then you should
I
have said
thought
everything
it
wrong
was
with CinemaSins Return of Revenge of the Jedi.
I thought it was Return of the Jedi.
Its original name was supposed to be Revenge of the Jedi, but George came in at the last second, and he was just like, well, he basically rewrote the entire ending. I was like, no, it should be Return of the Jedi, because Return of the Jedi was originally supposed to end with Luke putting on Vader's helmet and going, no, I am Vader now.
Wow, that would have been an absolute fucking betrayal of everything.
Yeah, George is not a smart man.
That was
Bigger
George's idea.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it, George. God damn
YouTuber
it.
for nearly 7 years. For me, this is simply calling out another bad critic.
Bye,
That
Layla.
out of the way, it's difficult to know where to even start with this guy. He is absolutely rich with misinformation, outright lies, and baffling takes that don't stand up to even an ounce of scrutiny. In my last video, I played an excerpt from his infamous Across the Spider-Verse video.
Also, I can't shake the feeling that the script is doing everything in its power to play down Peter Parker, like it's afraid the audience will somehow start rooting for him over Miles if he's shown to be too capable and confident.
Which is actually fucking true. He's a mopey bastard all the way through it. It's all the thing is, across the Spider-Verse, whatever, is specifically going on Miles Morales. It's not interested in Spider-Man outside of being a side character who's propping up Miles Morales, who isn't Spider-Man.
I mean, if so, that's kind of where this is getting a bit confusing. Because if this is supposed to be talking about Into the Spider Verse, I would kind of disagree. He's not like, yeah, he's a mopey bastard for a little bit of it, but uh,
Yeah,
then
he's
once
still,
he
but the
really
thing is,
does
he's
settle into his mentoring thing, and also when like say he's taking the seat in the bus, like he's very happy to hear like Miles and Gwen bonding essentially.
yeah.
Mhm.
And more importantly, it's it it's not like it's not like it's first off, it's a different Peter, it's a different universe's Peter Parker, because the Miles's universe's Peter Parker was killed and he went out like Spider-Man. So right there, that's fine. And even though he's a mopey bastard, remember there's a scene where he's crying in the shower in the Spider-Man suit. He didn't stop being Spider-Man.
Mhm.
He never stopped being Spider-Man. He never like quit and threw away the suit. He let himself go, but he was still Spider-Man. And I think that is an important thing to remember.
Yeah, and it's probably
Mhm.
one of the bigger things that caused the him and MJ to get divorced was his like
Mm-hmm.
absolute refusal to stop.
Yeah, and maybe it's a good thing. No, that's
Mhm.
comic-tisms. That's comic-tisms. No.
No,
No.
we're not talking about Paul.
The
Yeah,
first
that's
movie
why Peter
portrayed
should
him
marry
as an
Morgan.
aging, burned out loser who only redeems himself at the end, while the second film morphs him into a bumbling, hapless father in a pink bathrobe who for some reason keeps taking his baby along on life threatening adventures despite having a perfectly capable mother at home to look after it. Is this some weird attempt to mock and belittle the Spider Man that most people know and love, who incidentally just happens to be the only straight white man in the entire movie? I don't know, man, it just kind of leaves a sour taste in my mouth, that's all.
The first
So it's
Yeah,
definitely an interesting
that's a fair
interpretation.
feeling.
Uh, I because I don't even necessarily fully agree with what Drinker is saying because he's like I said, he's not really a sad loser for most of Into the Spider Verse. I do think he is wholly irresponsible in Across the Spider Verse. He shouldn't have even been there. He's got a kid to raise. So
Yeah.
why is he running around with this infant child, and why does she have web shooters?
Is it web shooters or is it organic web?
It's web shooters. She's actively running around and crawling around on surfaces whenever Peter's not actively holding her. It's kind of bizarre, to be
Yeah, why does
honest.
she have? Why would you give your baby with spider powers web shooters? It'd be one thing if it was organic web and it was just something she was born with, which fair enough. But like, why would you give your child web shooters? Your baby web shooters? A
Yeah,
baby that doesn't, a baby whose cognitive abilities, like you couldn't even teach them how to use them effectively yet.
yeah, it's just rather bizarre. Because I would imagine the Peter that we know from Into the Spider Verse would not let himself be put into the situation that he's in and Across the Spider Verse. He
Yeah.
was so focused on not screwing up after like Miles gave him after they had that whole moment of it's a leap of faith that I just think that after he got back together with MJ, he would just basically be a stay-at-home dad. Was there a disagreement there, Maya, or like I just
No.
heard a noise? Okay, sorry.
No, I also think that might be my rabbits in the background. As I said before, anytime I'm just like chilling and stuff, he's just very quiet. Anytime I'm trying to do anything like this or record for a video or anything, he's deciding, okay, I'm just going to make the most amount of noise I possibly can.
Dad,
So
Dad,
that's
pay attention.
possibly what you heard, but I did mute myself for a minute there because I had to like bang at him just to try and make him stop.
Dad, pay attention. Dad, look at me. Dad.
Yeah.
Hi.
Mama. Hi.
I'm just waiting for when your rabbit is just like, hey, Mayo, and you just go, what? And it does a backflip and then runs away.
Look what I can do.
I think.
But no, there's no argument. So I know that at the end he was fine, but I've only seen it once, by the way, so that's probably my memory. But for the majority of it, I seem to remember he was basically mopey, and it's just another one of those. Just make the main character kind of like a jerk and want to die and stuff like that, like they did with Indiana Jones. And I think that's the main thing I remember from it because it's happened so many times before.
Yeah, I would gladly rewatch Into the Spider-Verse because it's a great movie. Because that's definitely not the interpretation I got.
Have they done the third one yet? Because it's meant to be a trilogy, right?
They
Yeah,
have not done it.
but
They haven't released it yet.
The most bizarre thing about like Across the Spider-Verse was, especially when it comes to the home release, is apparently they just weren't done making the thing until like a week before release. That's why there's also so many edits in the home release, because it's like, finally we have a chance to work on it some more, and it's like, you released the film, that's just it. Like, that's the film everybody saw, and now it's like sort of creating this weird effect where people keep thinking they just saw a different movie.
Yeah.
And it's not like minor changes where like, because some people have pointed out like, oh, Miles' hair looks different in this scene. No, entire dialogue has been cut.
First thing you'll note.
Yeah, like specifically the scene where Miles is pushing Miguel O'Hara off of him when it came to the scene on the train, and then the scene when he gets back to the universe that his spider originated from and not where he originated from. They changed some dialogue. It's rather bizarre, and I kind of hope they don't do that for the next movie, because otherwise it's just gonna look really sloppy again.
Notice if you've seen that movie is that he's just blatantly incorrect. Peter B. Parker is not the only straight white male in the film. In fact, there are many of them, quite a few of them variants of Peter Parker himself. More importantly,
First off,
there was a prominent support.
Okay, so for the Spider-Man, you honestly fucking think that Drinker knows who the fuck Ben Reilly is?
There's a possibility he could know.
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe but he made me like he certainly wouldn't know that Ben Reilly would be straight.
Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Drinker would not have known that, because that's something he probably would have asked Gary.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, but like, not everybody knows who Ben Reilly is. Not everyone watched Spectacular Spider-Man either.
Best,
like Gwen Stacy's dad. Fair enough.
Best animated Spider-Man thing, by the way, in terms of the TV shows. I love Spectacular Spider-Man, and I wish it got it's either its third or its fourth season, because unfortunately that stopped because of the Disney merger.
Yeah, and then we got Ultimate Spider-Man with Drake Bell.
I don't hate that show. I don't hate it, but it sits in a bizarre middle ground for me.
And a very gilfy Aunt May.
You said it, not me. I'm not gonna address that statement with a 10-foot pole.
You know, give it a few years, he's gonna be Uncle May.
Oh God.
Motivation for Spider-Gwen's entire arc in the film, Captain Stacy. The next issue you might see is the claim that Peter is being irresponsible by bringing his daughter on,
yes.
and I quote, life-threatening adventures despite having a perfectly capable mother at home. Again,
What the actual mother freaking Christ is wrong with that statement?
Yeah, I would
It,
imagine. Well, I would imagine the idea of raising a meta-human baby would be a chore in and of itself that would almost need like a full-time caregiver, like job essentially.
if that baby was proven to be invincible, nothing could hurt the baby, then maybe. But still, it's a freaking baby that you're taking into dangerous situations.
Yeah,
No,
and
I would
if
even
that's
say that they're responsible just based on principle. Like, oh, the baby can't be hurt, so what? Like Jonathan being a Kryptonian, being half Kryptonian, yeah, sure. Like bringing him into bringing him along superheroing may not like hurt him, especially if you're doing like normal bank heist and stuff. You really think that's a responsible thing to do because of the mental damage it could also
Oh
it
yeah,
could do?
I can
So
only
yeah,
imagine
no.
if you're about to kill someone or a villain's going to freaking die in a burning building or something like that. Even though the kid may not remember it in about 20 years, it's still going to be a quote unquote core memory that it's going to carry for the rest of his life.
And you also want me to believe that Mary Jane isn't going to look at Peter? You brought our baby on a fucking multiverse mission, stupid nonsense? What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
yeah, it's like Peter, just stay home. Like
Yeah.
I earn all the money. Like you just have time to just do your weird science experiments and hang out with our kid. That's
Or if
like
you
the
need to have
perfect life.
or if you need to have Peter B. Parker like go with them, then he could go, "Hold on, I got to drop May at a off somewhere." So like, give him to like, I don't know, Felicia or I don't know, fucking Wolverine or someone.
Well, yeah, that's if we're acknowledging that these Spider-Men possibly exist in a wider universe.
Well, that's why I said Felicia at first, just because like for like Black Cat or someone, or heck, maybe even Dr. Collins that has full control over the lizard.
Yeah, or just in all reality, like I'm sure MJ could watch Mayday for at the very least like a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like there's no way that even a kid with superpowers like an infant, like there's what harm could they possibly do if you're keeping a close eye on them?
yeah,
Not like
and
it's not like the infant could like throw you across the room.
I'd
more
also
importantly,
argue with and I'm sorry, I know Jake, you haven't seen this probably, but in Doctor Who, the James Corden character, taking his kid on a dangerous situation with the Doctor, surely, even though he's trying to prove that, oh yeah, I can take care of things or whatever, surely knowing that the Doctor's going to be near danger at the very least. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't take care of my kid this day because whatever situation is, there's a fire or whatever, and don't even have to say about the Doctor, but don't take your kid somewhere that there's freaking Cybermen, for example. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
come on.
if you've watched this movie, you'd know that Peter's presence in the film was entirely to be a familiar face for Miles and to help him accept his canon event, not go on a life-threatening adventure.
You're the reason I.
it's
But
still
look at
life
the
threatening.
look in the environment they're in.
Yeah, I mean
Like
it's pixelated as hell. Come on.
the point being
It
is that
it hasn't even got green screen.
even with like even though they're not in any real danger, this is like a ton of machinery. You should probably keep a close eye on your
Yeah.
kid.
Had her,
Yeah.
okay?
Like, it should just
I
be
thought-
kind of like it should be essentially like in character. Oh, Miles wants me to go with him to do Spider-Man things. Well, fuck, I should probably leave May with leave May somewhere, or or as a father, he should just kind of go. I can't go with you, Miles. I'm the only one that can look after May without like May.
Oh,
Yeah,
hang on. I'll be a hot minute. I'm just going to leave the baby somewhere I can trust that it's going to be safe. Then I'll join you.
Yeah.
the and not to mention uh Jake, since you haven't seen Across the Spider-Verse, eventually this leads to a massive chase on a train that is basically going faster than any bullet train we've ever seen in our world. And Peter's just kind of clinging on to it, while Mayday is just in, like, her little baby, like, Bamoose thing, where, like, and it's just like, this is a super lethal situation that Peter just would not be in.
Yeah, no, yeah, that sounds highly irresponsible.
That if I did a decent job raising her, that there was a chance she was gonna turn out like you. And that got me
Wait,
excited
why was it
because you
blank?
are a
Copyright.
Even though copyright,
Okay.
even though there's still the audio that's playing.
Yeah, no. It's the
wonderful person. And I like being around you.
Moreover, May Parker has superpowers, and her dad would
cares?
likely be the only one in the relationship physically capable of corralling the clearly energetic child. What's more, is
Then
he
he
brought-
shouldn't be going.
Yeah, it's just
My
one of those
God,
things where
what an image.
we're not going to fundamentally agree on with Birdman on, like, this, like, basically this basic responsibility aspect of being a parent, especially a parent with superpowers, and your child also has superpowers. Like, I bet
Yeah.
you if, for example, like, reaching across to the other franchises for a moment, say Jonathan came out of the womb, like, instantly with superpowers, Clark would probably dedicate himself to being a full-time parent, and there'd probably be an
Yeah.
instance where he would just not be Superman for a bit. He'd
Yeah.
probably
Yeah,
ask
he-
the League to probably pull a bit of overtime in Metropolis, but that's what he would do because he is a responsible person, because that's what his father, Jonathan Kent, would have taught him.
Oh no, his father is Jor-El and his name is Kal-El, and the Kryptonians
No, it's not.
had their chance.
He's Clark Kent.
I
Yeah.
feel this is one of the things that's wrong with videos and creators like this is that the reason it's so bad and cringe is that they're arguing against something that is basic human common sense.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, if we had superpowers and we had a superpowered kid, I would imagine all three of us would not even remotely think to just do what Peter B. Parker is doing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
At the very least, being a baby, you would have thought there's no control there. What if that baby has heat vision? Then it fucking levels the city. You know, you need to be able to control that first, and then get it to the point that you take the kid out. If you did it at all, you know, there's
Exactly.
Yeah.
so many things wrong with it.
her to probably the safest environment she
Also, this is just to make on a side tangent of just Across the Spider-Verse. To quickly explain, Jake, there's what's called these canon events, basically, throughout the timelines, and
I know of the
Yeah.
meme, yes.
yeah, it's like it has to happen or else the universe will destroy itself. So Miles
Okay.
is like, I'm going to stop my canon event. So he breaks free and he has to escape this weird pocket dimension of all these spider people. Do you think that Miles Morales could go up against all these spider people that are just in this picture and come out unscathed?
No,
Nope.
especially if they're all equally, especially even if they're all like equally as strong as him. I'm sure there are some that are even stronger.
Especially not that butch lesbian one in the foreground.
Oh God.
Well,
no.
he
God.
escapes all of them. Barely gets a scratch on him.
Oh, of course.
That's why, honestly, the Across the Spider-Verse does feel like a couple steps down from Into the Spider-Verse.
could possibly be. A hub with a million other superheroes. The less obvious observation
Okay.
is that Will
How is like? What do you mean? So he should. So the father should leave his kid with a bunch of strangers he doesn't know.
Also, that's one of those weird things of we're shown that this weird hub thing has like therapy centers and all that kind of stuff because of one Spider-Man talking to another Spider-Man. So it's like you couldn't tell me that there wouldn't be a daycare here at least.
Mm-hmm. And also, if he may put the kid in another Spider-Man's care, who's to say? Because it's an alternate reality and like every decision creates another multiverse, whatever. What's to say that another Spider-Man person, whatever, isn't a bad guy, like the villain? There
I
could
would
be a universe in that
Who's to
Spider-Man
say
is
that
the
they're
bad guy.
yeah? Who's to say that the way that they raise kids is completely different and absolutely actually harmful to
Yeah.
well, oh yeah, there
This
could
is-
be just you leave your child in the care of a Spider-Man who comes from a universe where it's okay to beat your kids.
Yeah.
yeah. At the end of the day, just don't bring your kids to do Spider-Man things unless they're like teenage
Yeah.
as a teenager and you're trying to teach them like
One of
a
them
lot
could
more
say
in
either
depth.
stop crying or I'll murder you, like, really badly. Just don't
Mhm.
know.
Yeah.
We don't know enough of the context behind that Spider-Man hub that we couldn't. Like, there's so many details that are just left unanswered that we couldn't possibly have the answers to this question.
Yeah.
Like a good majority of Spider-Men could be secretly villains. Who knows?
Is a race baiter. The Spider-Verse films
What?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'll rewind that for a moment.
could possibly be a hub with a million other superheroes. The less obvious observation is that Will is a race baiter. The Spider-Verse
No,
films, while
fucking
featuring a
well
black
isn't.
protagonist, do not contain the themes of race relations. The more astute of you will then ask, well, why even bring that up at all? And therein lies the problem. Will's goal with many of his film reviews is to galvanize his mostly male, mostly white, and mostly straight audience around the idea that they are being attacked for being those three things.
You don't know
No.
that.
No one could possibly know that other than him, because he's the only one that has access to his analytics.
Mhm.
For all we know, most of our analytics, like, combined, for all we know, we might have the gayest, blackest people watching us at this
No,
very
most
moment.
of my audience is men. I know. I'll just
Most
say
of mine is
male.
men as
Well, that's why
Yeah.
I ended that with men.
Ah,
See,
right. There could be a lot of gay men that watch.
well.
me
Also,
for
he's
some
friends with
reason.
Eric July.
yeah, and Mahler, who's a shadow person,
Yeah.
a man
Yeah,
of long.
And like
and
freaking
Rags, who's a dog.
Rex is a dog, and freaking Thingy, who's the medicine.
A plague doctor.
He's not. He's
That's
he-
the fella.
no. He's not. He's a plague doctor because he's Australian.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say he's the most importantly he's Australian, and also we do know he is black.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, he knows two Australian people.
Yeah.
Think.
Shit.
Yeah. Sorry, my words aren't great right now. Because he knows he's friends with Chad,
Yeah,
Who's also a
exactly.
Mormon.
and also he's friends with a big fat lesbian. His name's Az.
Do this often enough, and the audience will begin to believe it. Hence, that atrocious reading of Across the Spider-Verse. But it gets even better.
But
Here
he
is doing the
wasn't
same
meant.
thing.
But like his mention of the only time he mentioned like race was just because like you have Hollywood and they have this clear weird like push they're trying to do and like tearing down all of the traditional heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why he says things like the message. That's why, like, he's ignoring the whole fun. Like, if you want to attack Drinker, attack his argument. What does the message mean? Okay, it means we're going to pretty much override any sense of storytelling, character development, any of that kind of stuff, just so we could push things like diversity and all sorts of inclusivity bullshit when people like us just want a good story. We wouldn't.
Yeah.
Like, how much do you think it would fucking matter in Alien? Not talking about Aliens, the original Alien. How much do you think it would actually affect anything if at the end of the movie we just found out Ripley was gay? It wouldn't change a fucking thing.
No. Or she pulled out a picture of what could probably be her lesbian partner, fella person. Yeah, it's just weird. And if we really cared about race and everything, there would be a whole freaking culture war over freaking Nick Fury because originally he was fucking white.
And the Ultimates universe, Nick Fury is black though.
Yeah, that's because they made the correct decision of like, wait a minute, what if we made our Nick Fury look a lot like Samuel L. Jackson? And
Yeah,
everybody liked that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And by the
Yeah,
way,
like
Earth's Mightiest Heroes was very close to Samuel L. Jackson. That was
it
actually a fluke, I think.
so they made a black Nick Fury, but in season 1 they made him more akin to the original comic book Nick Fury, and then in season 2 they just went full Samuel L. Jackson.
Which
Mhm.
is fine. I used to enjoy his version of Nick Fury. Like,
Then Secret Invasion happened.
Yeah.
yeah, and now everything about Nick Fury, I'm kind of just like, I don't care anymore.
Like Nick Fury has incapacity to fucking cry, for example. You don't ever see him cry. Like, oh,
Remember in Winter Soldier, they were talking about like, oh yeah, like you need all these access codes. I cleared all your clearance and stuff, and it's like, you know, Mr. Secretary. And then he pulls off his eye patch and it's like, you need to keep both eyes open because Nick
yeah.
Fury would have that contingency plan to just fucking yeah. I have my own retinal scan for the eye that doesn't even work.
Yeah, and something like that comes from a guy who is freaking intelligent as hell. And in Secret Invasion, all of his power, all of his plans and everything, oh yeah, that was just a scroll. He's just taking advantage of that. Fuck them.
And then, not to mention, last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye, and
Yeah,
that got
fucking cat.
retconned to a cat.
No offense, Jake, but seriously, a freaking cat.
All the offense, Jake. Dogs are better.
You can be wrong, Wyatt. You can be wrong. That's fine.
Oh no, rabbits are going to be the dominant species in
Okay,
on
so
planet Earth in about a few hundred years.
Wyatt, which species finessed a bunch of naked monkeys to scoop their poop up, and which species was finessed by said naked monkeys?
Who was declared as man's best friend?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, sure.
And to be
No,
fair,
it doesn't.
chickens are
No,
pretty
it
much
does.
T-Rexes.
Oh man,
That-
if we could
that-
have T-Rexes as pets, that would have been fucking awesome.
They'd have
No,
to
it
be
would have
miniature.
been. Well, they wouldn't be T-Rexes anymore.
No, they'd be raptors. Fair, but seriously,
No, they wouldn't be. Okay, no, we're not gonna go. We're not gonna go into it. Not
Wasn't
gonna
the
go into it.
real weren't velociraptors in all reality like the size of chickens?
Turkeys.
no. Let's not talk about Birdman. Let's deal with the real.
Yeah. What? You cut out.
The real question, which is, what dinosaur would you have as a pet, and why is it the Dilophosaurus so you could touch its cool quills?
I mean crest.
No, I mean when it right.
Are you talking
before it
about the
shoots
frill? You're talking about
yeah,
the frill.
its cool frills when it
Well,
before
first
it
off,
shoots
the real
its
Dilophosaurus is
poisonous-
infinitely cooler. Like, fuck the Jurassic Park Dilophosaurus. The real one is better. It's 20 feet long and it can rip you in half.
Yeah, but
I just thought they go on.
did the real Dilophosaurus kill Dennis Nedry? I don't think so. Checkmate, atheist.
A real Dilophosaurus could kill Dennis Nedry.
Wouldn't be able
I
to fit
just
in the
thought
car.
It
they
didn't
could
matter.
change-
He'd probably be able to smash through the glass and drag him out.
They could do a version of EFAP where it's EFAT, but it's every frame of tangents.
Exactly.
Man.
Seems to be a bit of a debate going on about whether or not this movie is woke, mainly because of the demographics of certain characters. And to be fair, there is a bit of evidence to support this claim. If I was a cynical man, I'd say it's kind of interesting that the rich, corrupt scumbags targeted by the Riddler all happen to be straight, white, middle-aged men, but hey, I guess that's just a total coincidence.
Seriously, what the fuck does this movie have to do with race?
So it
First
doesn't.
off, you missed the entire
It
point.
doesn't say that.
You missed the entire point.
And also, like, even most people do bring up how just out of nowhere Catwoman does just kind of go into this weird like race tangent. It's a bit odd in this, for the most part, mostly just standard comic book movie.
And if anything, like, again, he's talking about the discussion around the Batman, and he's presenting the argument for it being woke.
Yeah,
And he's saying, and there
even
is a
he
decent
disagrees
yeah.
with it.
Yeah, he disagrees about it. He doesn't think it's woke, but like he's he very much just essentially lays out the argument, and he's trying
Yep.
to represent it accurately before he goes and explains why he doesn't think that's the case. Quite literally, one of the caveats is if I were a cynical man, implying that if he were cynical, he would make this argument, but he's not.
Mm-hmm.
He has
Missing
straight
the
white
entirety
men
of
in
the
his mouth
context.
so often you'd think he was an escort. If he applied even a little of that
Six figures. 86.9% were white, 5.9% were Asian American, and 5.6% were Hispanic. 5.5% were African American. Among the general population with earnings, 82.1% were white, 12.7% were Hispanic, 11% were African American, and 4.6% were Asian American. Of the top 10% of income earners, those nearly 15 million individuals with incomes exceeding $77,500, whites and Asians were once again overrepresented, with the percentage of African Americans and Hispanics trailing behind considerably.
Okay, but
Did I miss a word, or did that just suddenly fall off at the last that last bit there?
Hang on, let Asian Americans were the prevalent minority, consisting of 6.8 of top 10% income earners, nearly twice the percentage of Asian Americans among the. Not what? That doesn't make sense in my brain.
Jake, are we
Nearly-
misreading this? What's
hold
going
on.
on here?
Asian Americans were a prevalent minority,
Constituting.
constituting 6.8% of the top 10% income earners, nearly twice the percentage of Asian Americans among the. That means that Asians earn more, are within the top percentage of earners more than the percentage of Asians within a general population.
I think it's the way it's written as well, because it should say constituting 6.8% of the top 10%, and it doesn't have the word there. It's not very well written sentence. I do
But
agree with that.
it's just trying to say it's like, despite I think only being about 5% of the U.S. populations, Asians make up quite a lot of the top earning racial demographics. Non-whites, I should say, just because there's so many white people in America. Generally speaking, you're going to have more white people at the top of a lot of aspects of society. Just sheer numbers.
Also, if we want to just talk about like a pop culture thing, it's normally, if you just want to talk about some of the richest people on this planet, yeah, they're white. Jeff Bezos, Warren Buffett, Mark Zuckerberg, like it's like that's just, they just happen to be white. That's just it.
And the thing is, I don't see what the fuck this has to do with anything, because again, it's like the drinker is presenting the argument he's seen, and he's trying to present it accurately.
Also, isn't Elon Musk African? Like specifically South
He's South African, but he's still white.
Well, Obama's black, and he had the most freaking. You can't get a job that's higher than a freaking president in the country.
African?
gray matter, maybe he'd come to the conclusion that most rich people in our society tend to be white men. The Riddler was going after police officers and politicians, and again, in our society, they tend to be white. What Drinker is asking for here is diversity, but only amongst the villains of the film. Moreover, what he's conveniently leaving out.
Straw man. That is the most blatant fucking straw man I think like ever. Like that's a Kent Hovind style straw man if I ever saw one.
It's a Down syndrome level of straw man.
It's literally the entire point of that video is Drinker presenting the argument, is trying to have a discussion. Is the Batman woke? And he goes, well, here's the argument and here's the evidence that people have given for it. So no, that's a fucking straw man, if not a blatant lie.
Also, by the time I think he's about to address the ending of this movie, which most have all of you seen The Batman?
I watched it once.
I haven't, but I will be shortly because I want to see the Penguin.
I do want to watch The Penguin as well. I've heard it's a fantastic show.
Mhm.
This is kind of where the Riddler's plan does just kind of fall apart because his master plan being like flood Gotham for reasons.
Mhm.
I don't know. I might not be the best faith when it comes to talking about the Batman because I saw it when I was in like the front row, so I didn't have the best like angle to actually
Mhm.
watch the film.
Mhm.
Is Riddler also attempted to assassinate the mayor-elect, a black woman. If all of this wasn't baffling enough, he himself states this film.
Oh, which also goes against the
Or
Riddler's
there's
point, actually, because the whole point behind that mayor-elect was that it was going to prop up the lower classes and create more equality within Gotham because the person that was previously running was very much like I believe a mob instrument, or they were very much in favor for the corruption that's bans within Gotham.
or they were just trying to assassinate the mayor as opposed to the black mayor. And bear in
Well, they,
mind, and nothing to do with this video or anything, but had Trump, okay, let's just say it was Obama that's currently in power, and they just tried to assassinate him on that same day, etc., all the circumstances were the same. BLM would be fucking fuming over it because it's Trump. Oh no, no, no! A few days after, it's all good.
I don't see what relevance this has.
Meaning he was going on about the fact that, oh yeah, just they're trying to assassinate the black mayor, and I don't feel
Yeah,
that that has any relevance.
Birdman was very much just trying to attach race to it when that wasn't what was important about that scene.
Well, I mean, no, like the entire idea is that he's trying to address the drinker video, and then kind of go, well, you see, there was this black woman in it that was also part of the elite, so therefore argument is invalid. When it's like, no, not necessarily.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Isn't about race.
And to be fair, Kravitz and Jeffrey Wright both do a great job with the roles they're given, and apart from one poorly judged line from Catwoman right at the end, race never really comes into the picture. So I guess what I'm saying here is that while the movie takes a few little stabs at modern day social issues, it really never dominates the narrative.
Does he even hear himself?
What?
Hey, but you're trying to attribute a contradiction when there is none.
You're also very much cherry picking bits from a video, whereas like if you truly if you wanted to make something that was a bit more long form, Birdman, you would actually show more bits from the video to properly connect the tissue, because as far as we're concerned, this is not properly connected.
Yeah, because again, the video was about discussing whether or not the Batman was woke. So present the argument, like address the evidence, and then give your own take and counter evidence for it. If you disagree.
I'm gonna put a pin in that because I have a point to make, but keep going with the video.
Okay.
Listen to this incredible leap in logic for Godzilla vs. Kong.
Oh,
Look,
this is the new
Kong's
information that I
been abducted
found.
from his homeland and taken across the ocean to America in chains. I mean, there's on-the-nose writing, and then there's next-level stuff like this. I wonder who you're supposed to sympathize with here.
Yes,
Okay, so go ahead, Jake. You fucking put me in anticipation when you told me you found
Oh
something.
yeah, and thanks for that last night, by the way. I was awake the entire night thinking about it.
No, like, let it roll. Let it roll. The clip roll a little bit more. We got to get the full.
Before you do, I just want to make one note because I knew this would be the freaking the situation. Oh, hang on, pillar of garbage video and critical like. Okay, so in the description, there's no mention of the actual video that he's talking about, as in the Batman one. So if anyone basically, if you were lazy and just watching this video and just taking his word for it, there's nowhere in the description or anywhere of the linked video, so they can't actually go to it to make sure that what he's saying is actually correct. They would have to search for it.
That plays with my point. Now we got to let it roll a little bit.
Okay.
Brinker just called African slaves apes and tried to frame it as the
Fucking
screenwriters doing
didn't.
so. That, my children, is what we in the English-speaking world call projection. And like almost every observation this guy makes,
Okay.
it's hilarious.
No, roll it
Absolutely
more.
wrong.
Let it roll
They're
more.
not even taking Kong to America. They're going to Antarctica in this scene.
Pause.
So
Pause. This clip is from the Drinker's review of the Godzilla vs. Kong trailer, where they
Oh my
where
god.
they don't mention Antarctica in the trailer, if I'm remembering it correctly.
Oh my
So his
god.
assumption is
So-
that they're bringing Kong to America to fight Godzilla.
So, why of all things would you analyze? So here's the thing. That's why trailer analysis could sometimes just be fucking worthless. Because yeah, so the information the Drinker is presenting, one, is just fucking wrong. Secondly, why are you, Birdman, tackling this? The information was wrong because it was a fucking trailer. And also, like, this is even something I'll say, like, either probably against Drinker. That interpretation is just fucking weird regardless, because it is this odd interpretation of the original King Kong, that it's an allegory for bringing slaves across the ocean to perform entertainment to the masses. It's a very odd interpretation.
It is an odd interpretation. However, it could be that Drinker also thought that this is what the filmmakers were trying to go for, which, let's be fucking honest, modern Hollywood would probably try and invoke that imagery when it comes to a giant monkey because they themselves are horrendously racist.
And
yeah,
by the way,
horseshoe
let's
theory.
just say there is a version of this reality that this guy is actually good faith. The critical drinker actually does answer questions people pose to him on emails, on whatever. I mean, apart from Twitter, because there's too much there. But if you actually to directly email him and say, by the way, drinker, I just want to clarify something with you. You said this, and I took it as being that. Is that correct? He would reply saying no. I've done it before with him, and he answered within maybe a couple of days, but he does it. So, regardless, don't just have your interpretation, then just slate him for it, because that's probably not what he meant by what he said.
If he really answers that fast, maybe I actually should just flat out ask him to be
Yeah.
on.
I actually I sent him an email one day saying, by the way, I'm going to use some of your footage about like a Star Trek thing I was going to put together. Is it okay? Do you mind? I don't want to get copyright and I want to be respectful to you. He answered in about, yeah, I think it was a couple of days later to say, yeah, man, go for it. I don't care. Like, what? The critical drinker freaking replied to me. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. But yeah, he does.
Yeah, but again, he's using this clip from the trailer for Godzilla. Yeah, this is the Godzilla vs. Kong trailer review,
Right.
not the movie review. So, and it says so in the title that he's reviewing the trailer, as opposed to the whole Prey debacle where he had to like rename it because people thought he was talking about the actual movie. But no, this is a review of the trailer, and Birdman is talking about it like Drinker reviewed the movie.
Yeah, the context is entirely different, and
Yeah.
he's full of shit.
Yeah.
Like, in context, we thought by going by the trailer, Deadpool and Wolverine was going to be a fantastic movie, and I genuinely thought that.
I
Then
didn't.
look what happened.
I didn't.
I
didn't.
thought-
The second I saw the TVA, I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be like a massive."
Yeah,
step
but
down.
you would have assumed because of the history of Deadpool that you thought maybe it's just like it's his take out of them and stuff that he's just
No.
going to video call them or anything.
No.
But purely from a trailer, that's what one might possibly think. That's what I would have thought.
I mean, if we were to go with the faith of the previous movies, and if Ryan Reynolds had as much control as we were led to believe, we could have expected a whole movie where it's just him killing the TVA.
Yeah, I would have loved that, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but no,
but actually, but that's the thing. Going by the trailer and making comments on that is completely different from seeing the movies.
Yeah.
Especially with how little information trailers are designed to give you.
Yeah, and by the way, with trailers also putting false freaking scenes in them that isn't actually in the movie.
That's where we get fucking weird. Like, honestly, So, for example, does the Infinity War trailer does it come across as false advertising, considering that scene
Yes.
where they're all
I
charging
was
does not
expecting to
exist?
see the fucking Hulk.
So true, that aspect of that is false advertising. However, the Infinity War trailer actually does do some good things, like that shot with Cap holding back Thanos' hand, and they edited out all of the Infinity Stones that we didn't know that he either didn't have at the time, or basically to not spoil that he actually does get them all.
Yeah.
Which is fine because that's not necessarily a big change. I don't want to go to the fact that that's at the point of what point of the movie that is, but the point of putting the Hulk. And by the way, it was a big freaking scene in the trailer where it was a whole audio, not all the Avengers, but there's a whole group of them coming together, and it looked like it was in the third act and stuff. And you had the Hulk racing with all of the rest of the people, and you was expecting to see that. That is wrong.
Yeah, do you think it's the same as when there's lines that also just aren't in the film? The line being, "This puts a smile on my face."
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
think it might have been a couple of years ago now, but someone actually won a court case that there was a actor that was put in the trailer that actually wasn't in the movie, and they got pissed off by it.
Huh.
Like, yeah, I can't remember what it is. I'd have to look it up. But point is, don't put shit in the trailer that 100% won't be in the movie.
Or actually, this is a case of the poster. The poster of the Guyver has Mark Hamill billed as being the Guyver, but Mark Hamill is not the Guyver.
Yeah. And the most recent one with the movies, was you there, Jake, when we saw the Nick Cage movie? The
Oh, you
really,
talking? Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
Dream scenario.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah,
Dream
that
scenario.
was absolutely criminal the way they portrayed that in the trailer.
Well,
Yeah.
we recently, I'm so glad now we can talk about this. Jake and I recently
Yes.
watched a little film called Kindergarten Cop.
Yeah, yeah,
Which everyone remembers that film essentially as like this Arnold Schwarzenegger style comedy where he has to look after a bunch of kids. That movie's a fucking drama.
oh yeah,
It's
it's nothing like the Christmas one, Jingle All the
Dream.
Way.
Why
Yeah,
do people
no.
keep doing that? This is like the third time I've heard that confusion between Jingle All the Way and Kindergarten Cop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
point
like,
is, you would have thought that being in charge of a freaking kindergarten school, that it would be a nice little kind of heartwarming, very simple kind of movie. Fuck no, was it?
Yeah, we watched
well,
the
it was.
trailer for it after we watched the movie, and it's like this Arnold Schwarzenegger is a cop, and now he has to take care of kindergartners.
Yeah.
Kindergarten cop. And it's
Where
like,
like when you look in and see the film, and you're like, being a kindergarten teacher is giving his life a new meaning and giving it new purpose, because he essentially squandered everything that he loved just to catch this one crook.
and then
And
Yeah.
now
not to mention, it's possibly got his best performance as an actor.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, just him talking about his son was just like, remember that scene where like he's about to read that book, and like he kind of has to just like stop because he's gonna start going into territory he really shouldn't.
Yeah, and then like the moment when Dominic is trying to climb the radio tower, and he's like, I was trying to put up my lasers to keep the bad men away, and it's just like it's this dramatic moment of trying to comfort a kid who's essentially
Yeah.
never had any real stability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it even incorporates like a payoff where like he brings his ferret along, and you're like, oh, that's it, like, for character wise, you can infer it's like, oh, this ferret's the only like friend or thing in his life currently that can give him any kind of joy, so he's gonna bring the ferret with him, and then he uses the ferret to try and calm the kids down as a method of like, trying to, like help him with it. And then he said, and then they ask, does he bite? And he goes, no, he doesn't bite anybody. And then it comes back later in the climax, and the reason why Dominic has the ferret stuffed in his jacket is because she's trying to keep it dry from the sprinklers. And there's a reason as to why the ferret is with Dominic. Again, like you have like all these little tiny things all cohesively pay off. Both like it's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really enjoyed it. Like, it took a bit of a slow burner because I was just remembering like this Arnold comedy thing, and it's just like, oh, this is not the movie I remember like at all.
Right.
No, because like, Kindergarten Cop, everyone needs to watch it. It's really good.
There might be
Yeah.
a YARP on it. I almost guarantee it.
Don't watch Birdman. Go watch Kindergarten Cop.
Yes.
There is an alternate reality in which Arnold Schwarzenegger, instead of going into action movies, like actually decided to be a more serious character-driven actor, and I kind of want to peek into that reality for just a moment because there's also that possibility he won that, you know, like an Oscar, for example.
Mhm.
It's like,
Arnie is underrated as an actor. I would argue Arnie is a good actor.
Mm-hmm.
well, they just don't give him much to work with outside of his muscles.
Yeah.
Also, Kindergarten Cop is one of the only films to acknowledge that he's Austrian.
Yeah. It was actually really nice.
I would urge you to watch the EFAP on Jingle All the Way. It's something else.
Yeah, the EFAP movies, it's amazing.
It's a fantastic.
You had fucking Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah,
you know?
the whole thing, everyone is just going, oh, kind of thing. Get to the dropper.
Wow. Wow.
Well, it was when we watched Total Recall. That was Arnold at his most yes, because when he's in the recall center and he's like, "You blew my cover," he's going, "Get me out of here." To bring it more back to focus with the Birdman video, it is just this instance where Drinker was covering a trailer. Why would you put so much hyper focus on a trailer reaction?
Right.
The thing is, he's trying to present it as the Drinker's review of the actual movie. That's the thing.
And considering trailers are just a peek at the movie, you can't use the information that's been revealed in the movie against like someone who's reacting to the trailer because they're talking about limited information.
Mm-hmm. So, Birdman, did you not read the title that said that was about the trailer, or is there something else is going around here?
Do you actually have the name of the video that's him reacting to the trailer? Like what was it?
Yeah.
What was it called?
Hold on. It is called History. Godzilla vs. Kong trailer. Hilarious insanity.
Yeah, so he blatantly just misread what the information was being presented in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Not only did he get the scene wrong, he saw racial themes in a film where there are none because his brain immediately goes to black people when he sees an ape in chains. In my last video,
That's also just a very odd interpretation of anyone viewing Kong, regardless of what side of the political spectrum you're on. If you were to fucking, if somebody was to go up to me and go like, oh yeah, the original King Kong's about bringing black people to America, I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, there's a big fucking giant ape which is super unnatural, so they want to bring it to capitalize on it. Nothing to do with slavery.
Yeah, that's why it's King Kong, the eighth wonder of the world.
But more specifically, like the theme is trying to bring like the untapped, untamable aspect of nature and trying to like mold it to human standards, to realize that you can't control this thing and it goes on a rampage. And that is ultimately the tragedy of King Kong, is where you bring this animal, this this primal aspect, and in trying to tame it, you cause more damage, and thus you must kill it.
It was Beauty who killed the beast.
Yeah, and there, and of course also just the not so subtle imagery of this primal force climbing a symbol of humanity's greed, hubris, and never ending thirst for exceptionalism in the Empire State Building.
Yeah, which at the time was one
Very
of our
new.
most successful like construction projects of all time.
Yes.
I believe, didn't it hold the record for the tallest building for quite some time?
For a decent amount, yeah. And then I think the one in Dubai got
Yeah, the Burj
got
Khalifa.
bigger. Yeah.
When Tom Cruise isn't climbing it and putting Katie Holmes' name on the antenna.
Oh my god, he actually just
Wait,
wrote
you didn't
Katie
know that?
Holmes.
Oh
I didn't
yeah,
know. I mean, I knew he climbed the Burj Khalifa because he's Tom Cruise.
no. So to quickly tangent just because of just this funny story. Yeah, during the filming of Mission Impossible 4, when it was the time for him to climb the Burj Khalifa, he got to the absolute top of it, sat on the antenna, asked a helicopter to be 20 like basically 5 feet away from him because he's Tom Cruise and he doesn't expect a helicopter to just blow him off a fucking building, and he wrote "I love Katie Holmes" on the top of it.
Wonder if it's still there.
It probably is still there.
Yeah, who's gonna clean that off?
Who's gonna clean that off? And the thing is, it doesn't matter if Tom Cruise got blown off. He can fly. All right.
Jake, we need you to put your climbing gear on, and I need you to clean the antenna of off the Burj Khalifa while a sandstorm is raging, just to add a bit more difficulty.
That was quite a feat that you got to respect Tom Cruise for, because any normal-sized person would have took half the time.
During I think it was when he was advertising Dead Reckoning, it was Tom just on a biplane, and he was just sitting on either the top of it or like on one of the edges. Jake and I, when we were watching that, we were just like, "Tom, get down from like he's a cat on a shelf."
I am Xenu's chosen. He'll protect me.
Tom, get down! And then it does like a
My
fucking
eating
flip or
levels
something.
My eating levels are too high to die.
I recently measured my midichlorians. I can't die today.
I showed a tweet by Drinker that I thought made it painfully obvious what his positions on black people in the media were.
Sorry, I can't help but laugh at that, considering the tweet that we're looking at is if modern entertainment was a single image. We're seeing a clearly diverse cast, and if we just had to be as facetious as possible towards modern Hollywood, that kid's probably gonna be autistic as shit, and he's probably gonna be the thing that gets them into the Minecraft world. We've got the girl in the background that's probably gonna actually be the answer to all of this.
The
and you
diverse.
get Jason Momoa in that.
Yeah, you're trying to make this masculine hunk of muscle, this man that, like, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be gay if you let him just like annihilate your boy pussy, just looking like some homeless glam rock reject. And like,
yeah,
he could nut in you, and then like the no homo would be implied.
To be honest with you, I'm being completely genuine when I tell you this. I saw that tweet as it came out, and the first thing my eye was drawn to was, is that the Tesseract that kid's holding?
That is... So I was more distracted by Jason Momoa because mainly because of color contrast. We've got this green background, and then Jason Momoa is just wearing neon bright pink. It's like, all right, they've designed his costume to clearly stand out in this environment.
Yeah. And by the way, that actress that plays that black woman, that black woman that's playing that person in the movie, she's actually a decent actress. Saw in Orange is the New Black, and I liked her. I don't know her name, but she played someone in Orange is the New Black, and just one of the inmates. Sorry, she does a good job. She's actually brought me to tears a couple of times in that show. She's a really good actress. So yes, they got a black woman, but they got a good actress in there.
Importantly, And
It's the
I
writings
think,
are gonna have to be the thing they look at.
and I genuinely think the thing that people should that people should really more or less focus on is that why is this a live action Minecraft
You
movie?
Yeah.
stole the words right out of my mouth, you son
Why
of a
isn't
bitch.
it? Why isn't Steve a freaking black person and not Jack Black?
Why? Yeah, why is the Minecraft movie live action?
Why is that? Why are we having people from our world being sucked into the Minecraft world? Why can't it just be?
Yeah.
Why are we doing this stupid shit that would have been done like in 2008 when video game adaptations weren't taken that seriously?
That problem, I don't have the biggest problem with that. Even the Mario movie started with Mario and Luigi being in quote unquote our world.
Well,
True.
that said, the
But at
Lego
least it was
movie, it
animated.
was still Lego. It wasn't even massively. You didn't make him like 3D type of things. You made them still Lego. I'd have even accepted it as stop motion, which I think they did, didn't they?
For the Lego movie, it
Yeah.
was so here's how the Lego movie was made. They basically made it all in a computer, but animated it not only to be stop motion, but they made sure to actually every pose, every thing that they're doing could actually be done with an official Lego product.
Right.
For example, in Lego Batman, when all the characters are doing yoga out in the yard, when they're bending their legs, it's actually transforming their legs into a traffic cone, which
Yeah.
I think is actually kind of beautiful when it comes to just the resources being used for this project.
Which is fine, but it still looks like it's basically it's a movie made out of Lego, which is the point I'm trying to make. This movie here, if you just take this still by itself, those trees in the background look nothing like the Warcraft game. They just happen to be cubic.
You mean Minecraft? You said Warcraft.
Did I?
This would be an entirely different movie if this was
No, no, no.
Warcraft.
But my point is, this doesn't look like a Minecraft movie. If you wanted to make a Minecraft movie, get the people who made freaking Minecraft and make it look like it, not something that looks like it.
The second they get into the Minecraft world, Jason Momoa just stabs the kid and goes for the horde.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't even mind these live action people being in it if the actual things around them looked like the game.
Didn't account for was the insane mental gym.
I was following your logic until we got here. Now you're just nitpicking to find racism where the possibility is none.
There very possibly is no. Oh,
is
where
none.
The very. Oh, okay.
They could just be saying that the problem with modern entertainment is cheaply thrown together cash grabs that exist to capitalize on a trend. Plus, there's only one black person in that image. Like, yeah, she's in the foreground, but just barely.
That's not the biggest issue with it.
The absolute gall of you to complain about racism while making such a huge leap based on such a vague post just to make it entirely about race, it's pure hypocrisy. So
Yeah.
He hasn't made it about race, right?
Sorry, one more time.
Has the critical drinker actually made it about race? I haven't seen a
No.
video that is brought out about it. It's just that one still,
we're
right?
not even talking about the video. We're just talking about the tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking about the tweet. The tweet itself, it's not taken about race.
Yeah, so he's responding. We just saw the quote from the previous thing. He responds, "Lol." Do you know who that is? The person that tweeted that image with that caption? If you don't, I've quite literally played the audio of that person at 9 minutes and 2 seconds, where he unequivocally makes a movie that says nothing about race, all about race.
So first off, no, that was his Across the Spider-Verse thing. He didn't make it all about race. He actually liked Across the Spider-Verse. So
yeah. Do you want to try listening to the timestamp I provided and then go back to the one you provided and take all of that context in? Because it's very, very clear you have no idea who that person is, which is a good thing. Congratulations. And then to the absolute gall quote, he just says Lamau.
So first off, it's a very, you have no idea, which is a good thing to not know who a person is. I'm like, I don't think that's a good thing necessarily.
It's neutral.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that depending on the person, sometimes you should know who they are so you can avoid them.
So yeah, Birdman did just basically take this tweet and say, oh yeah, Drinker's just looking at it from an angle of race. If that was the case, he would have just done a picture of the black woman, and then that would have been the end of it.
Correct.
Gymnastics
No, Wyatt,
people would
it's secret
perform in order to
racism. He has to be
deny
secret
that his
racist.
post was racist in nature. So here's a tweet from a different person.
There you go.
What the fuck?
That's more racist than the fucking previous one.
I'm sorry.
More specifically, it's Nick Fuentes.
So
He's
for those who
comparing
don't
Drinker
know,
to the yeah, go ahead.
Nick Fuentes is an actual white supremacist.
Yeah, he advocates for actual white-only ethno-states.
So, way to go with comparison to two entirely different people to just be as bad faith as humanly possible. Because I absolutely hate someone like Nick Fuentes, but he's getting his point across by just saying, "Are you fucking kidding me?" and only showing the black lady.
Yes.
That's what you would do if you want
That's
to
how
be
you do
a
it.
fucking racist.
If you're gonna
Yeah.
do it right, that's how you're going to be racist.
Like, meanwhile, Drinker didn't do such a thing. He showed everyone, for the most part, that was in the
Yeah.
main cast.
And the actual, I would argue, regardless of what I just said, the biggest pull in that image would have been Jason Momoa in a freaking pink freaking jacket.
Which is like the demasculizing of a masculine man.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is casting fat black women to be quirky is just that's just a thing that's been happening for like decades.
Remove the fat and woman, just inserting a black person to be quirky. That's like why the biggest joke of that I love from Not Another Teen Movie is like, I'm just here to say damn, and that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's poking fun at that trope.
The token black person.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
To the point that even South Park made fun of that with his name was literally Token until they changed it.
Yeah, they called it Tolkien. Yeah, his name is Tolkien, not Token, and they did that as a joke as well. It worked pretty well.
And to the point that they even changed the previous subtitles in all of the all the previous episodes to now say Tolkien. Which I've thought is funny as shit.
That's
That's like going so far into your joke that you just said, "Fuck it." His name has always been that way.
That's just committing that.
And then you won't even talk about just funny jokes that South Park has made that could be vaguely race baiting. It's when Cartman's trying to form the band and he's just like, "We gotta get Token." Yeah, it's like you've got a bass guitar. Token, why aren't you playing? I don't know how to play bass. Token, how many times will you keep needing to say this? You're black, you know how to play bass. Just give me a riff. Do 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 do. Oh god damn it.
Exactly.
Unfamiliar, this person is Nick Fuentes, a proud white supremacist. Sounds contradictory, I know, what with being a Mexican and having a name like Fuentes while being a white supremacist, but no one ever said white supremacists were intelligent. The point is,
Yeah, Nick Fuentes is a fucking moron. What's your fucking point, dude?
Well, you see, one complained about the Minecraft movie that has a black woman in it. The other complained about the Minecraft movie that has a black woman in it. Therefore, they are the same.
No.
Doesn't this tweet seem to be placing emphasis on a specific character in the Minecraft movie?
Yeah.
I mean, now that I've told you this person is a white supremacist, it's obvious what his issue is, isn't it? So I'll ask again.
I don't even need to know that he's a white supremacist to know that. I just need to look at the tweet, "Are you fucking kidding me?" and a black woman to just know that this person is kind of a fucking racist.
And sometimes the black woman is wearing something super retarded or ridiculous. It's just a weird looking tracksuit.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you saw about 20 years ago in England.
Yeah. So
is this something you would wear, Mayo?
It's something I used to wear, and I'm not proud of it, but that's the start at the time.
Shame,
Pics or
shame
it
on
didn't
you.
happen.
Shame on you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you honestly think Will's problem with this image was?
A lot of things. How about the fact that it just looks like shit? Like,
Yeah,
like
really, what is
aesthetically.
this image?
Honestly, it looks like fucking AI, and you
Yeah.
just put those actors in it.
This is just like if I were to simply just go, all right, I need you to Photoshop a kid holding the Tesseract, Jason Momoa wearing pink, some Mormon lady wearing a dress, not Mormon, Amish lady wearing a dress in the background, and this sassy black woman. This is probably
That's
what
a
you would
woman. I
get.
thought she was a little girl.
That is a little girl, I think.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Draco would probably have more issue with Jason Momoa, knowing him.
Yeah, because that's more of the issue. Because like we can't just let we. One of the smartest decisions I ever realized with Hollywood, it's stupid, but at the same time kind of a genius point, is when they cast Jason Momoa as Aquaman. Because while we, comic book people, like myself and Jake, we already knew Aquaman was a badass. But the general
definitely.
public only knew him from the Super Friends. So,
Where he was a joke.
yeah.
And Family Guy.
Yeah, like all the various things that basically make Aquaman as a joke. So they needed to improve like his public image. So they cast Jason Momoa fresh off the set of Game of Thrones and cast him as basically the most muscular version of Aquaman outside of Justice League Unlimited.
Yeah.
Like that's and so you took that. And now you're like, and now we're just being like, we'll give him this frilly pink leather jacket. We'll have him grow his hair and give him blonde highlights.
We're
And
gonna
more
have him
than
cover up his muscles.
yeah, and more than likely, he's probably gonna shriek at a lot of things. He's probably gonna be like, like a mouse might run across him, and he'll probably go, ah! Which could be funny because there's because that's just
they'll edit.
That's just general comedy. Is you would take this masculine person and it's like, oh, he saw a mouse and got scared. That's just like comedy 101.
I just thought before you mentioned the mouse thing that they probably edit it out his Adam's apple so he could actually scream as high as a woman.
Do you really believe he's this upset about Jason Momoa's character here? Hold that
Yeah,
thought.
probably.
We're just
knowing Drinker, yes.
Conservatives do this thing where they'll sit in a room, they'll
You're
watch a girl and a guy.
referencing Destiny. The same guy, the same dude who was like, yeah, that one firefighter that protected his family from getting shot, like, who gave his life protecting his family from the shooter at that first Trump shooting. Yeah, no, fuck him. Supported Trump. He deserves to die.
That's not okay.
Yeah, Destiny is fucking insane. He's gone absolutely insane. Where it's like, even he's always been like hard into the left, but like he overgeneralizes conservatives, and this isn't. And I'm not a conservative myself, but most conservatives I know, they're just they're normies, just like how most like how most liberals I know are just like normal people.
Yeah.
They just have slightly differing opinions on things.
Yeah, remove the conservative and liberal part. Just people, because there's just this separation from the normal people that just go to work, they do their job, they go on their lunch breaks, then they go home, and then they hang out with their families, then they go to bed, rinse and fucking repeat till the weekend where they maybe go on a vacation to a lake or something. Those people aren't connected in the same way that people like us are, where we're constantly plugged in, where we're receiving the 24-hour news cycle almost every waking fucking moment, and thus we see the worst of humanity.
I wouldn't even necessarily go that. Like, I wouldn't even do that. I would just simply say, like, you just talk to like a normal conservative. Actually, you know what? No, play. I'll expand on that. Just play the Destiny clip more.
Okay.
I go into the other room and they'll hear her screaming for 30 minutes and then come back out like bloodied and bruised, and you'll be like, bro, did that guy just beat the shit out of her? And the conservatives will look you in the eye, dead in the eye, into the into the ovals of your soul. They will look into you and they will say, I didn't actually see it happen. Did you? How can you?
So first off, no, I don't buy for a single second any conservative, like any normal conservative, normal functioning human being that is a conservative would say that shit at all. I've known a lot of a lot of the people that a lot of my people in my family are more conservative. A lot of I live in sort of a more conservative area. I mean, there's a lot of Trump Vance signs just down where I live, right? I'm guarantee you. You hear 30 minutes of screaming, sounds of being hit. Someone's going in there, and
Yeah,
I
that door's
guarantee
getting
it's probably
kicked
going to be.
down.
It's going to
Or at
probably
least
be a
call
conservative
911.
with it. He's going to be conservative with either his gun or he's going to beat the shit out of somebody. Because thing is, a lot of conservatives have a lot of more of those traditional values where a man that hits a woman is going to get his fucking shit rocked.
Yeah, especially if we're
shit
talking
rocked
like
hard.
your more traditional conservative, where they're like, no, where it's like you hit someone that's weaker than you fucking bitch.
Yeah, it's like, again, right? Now, granted, I would argue that like any normal liberal person would do the same thing as well. But if we're just sticking with conservatives, this is the weird thing, because Destiny doesn't. I don't think he doesn't talk, for the most part, from my understanding of Destiny, he doesn't talk to normal conservatives.
No, he talks to insane people.
Yeah, like I know a guy. I actually used to go drinking. Well, until very recently, not because of him, because of something else. That a guy who literally every single time you saw him wears a Trump hat, and he is nothing like what people you would have thought had portrayed him as a freaking madman. It's actually like very nice. He says, "Oh, you're short, are you? Okay, fine, I'll get you this drink." Or like there was a discussion over freaking someone else's kid being being taught all this trans stuff. He was like freaking 10 years old, and it's like, dude, that is fucking right. And like he speaks like a normal freaking person.
Because most people
Like
do.
you
Yeah, like
can't just attribute the fact that the Republican Democrats are just that.
Yeah, most people who lean right are not the retards like Candace Owens or fucking oh, who was it? Fuck, I can't remember who it was.
Then you've got like people in the political spectrum that are kind of just who I would either consider like an actual grifter, or they're just bad faith in general. Somebody like Milo Yiannopoulos, whose whole thing is to rile you up. You say a swear word, and then he basically says, because you got angry, your argument is now completely invalid, which is
No, you can be angry about
fucking
it's
stupid.
It's like you can
strange
be
how when
angry. It's like you can be angry about an injustice to basically get you to correct. You know.
it's strange that when Milo Yiannopoulos rejected his gayness, he became irrelevant. But even then with Milo, like the big appeal of Milo, he was an openly gay, flamboyantly gay conservative. So, granted, like I used to like him in the past, but looking back now, I'm like, yeah,
No,
I'm just
I
gonna stay over
completely
here.
rejected a lot of his philosophy, because like, especially because I don't follow that more traditional like debate strategy where we have to just do this constant back and forth thing. No, like I'm in full on favor of like, if your opponent is being a fucking moron, you should call them a fucking moron.
Yeah. But then it was just funny that his tour around the college campuses was called the Dangerous Faggot Tour. That made me giggle.
Assume that? Do you even fucking know? Like, they're the most shameless bad faith people in the. They're shameless.
One of the tactics of grifters and
Okay.
We've taken over the fandom. If you don't like it, go away. Nobody wanted the Acolyte, nor the bad writing and world building, along with the legacy or new characters. If they simply wrote good characters and gave a shit about the world, we'd applaud and be happy with you. Christ,
Yes.
another SJW clickbait argument. Nobody gives a shit he's black. People want to know why he's not a clone. We're talking about Finn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they were cool characters. We dislike the new characters because they're badly written with inconsistent motivations, not because of how they look. Yeah, that's just generally like why we dislike
Yeah.
any of things going on.
Points.
Because they were amazing characters. Funny how decent writing and a good story doesn't cause fans of a franchise to bitch, eh? I mean, yeah, like even when it
Most
comes to
fans.
well, yeah, there's always going to be crazy people, but that's
Exactly.
just it. They're crazy. You ignore them.
Mm-hmm.
Like even when it comes to bad movies, like did we like when we see Mace Windu just being a boring, bland piece of shit, do we just go, oh my god, he's black? No, we just go, man, you got Samuel L. Jackson, you couldn't have him say motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I shall be right back. I'm going to get something to drink and maybe something to nibble on.
Okay.
Their parrots is to attempt to maintain an air of plausible deniability so that when they are criticized for their bigotry, they can hide behind deflections. In my previous video, I brought up one of them, the "but Ripley from Alien" defense. In short, these people try to use examples that match or are similar to the identity of a group that they regularly target to pretend they are not prejudiced against that group.
What?
Is he arguing against a different freaking video or quote? Because Drink has never been like this.
It's an odd thing that I've been noticing, that because people like us bring up like Ellen Ripley and Sarah Connor when it comes to the discussion of strong female characters, that
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like they keep saying like almost it's a tired argument, when the thing is, when we're bringing up these characters, one, it's because they made such a good cultural impact that they became the staple. They became the example for strong female characters. And it's other people that then try to demean them or shorthand them in such a way that they almost don't become relevant. It's why I got really frustrated when listening to YMS talk to EFAP during the Russell Brand stuff. And he basically dismissed the importance of Leia in the original trilogy, when
Mm-hmm.
Leia is a crucial fucking part of the original trilogy, not only in just the general story of the three main characters, but just against the war against the Empire.
Mm-hmm.
She also kills Jabba the Hutt. That bitch. Jabba saved the rebellion.
Mm-hmm. And I know
Only in that ending.
I know canon. It's my it's canon to me, damn it.
I got
And I
saved
know
by the
everyone
pipes, which makes more sense.
I know everyone keeps going to Ripley, but I actually, of anything, I'm annoyed that everyone keeps forgetting Star Trek, because there's Captain Janeway, Seven of Nine, there's B'Elanna Torres, there's even Jadzia Dax, who's a really strong female character who knows herself. There's Uhura, who's one of the very first black women people who were not only put on a bridge of the Star Trek, but was actually put in command at least once back in the 60s or whatever the fuck it was. So there's much more than Ripley. It's just the one that comes to mind immediately for some people. So go fuck.
And as a massive 40K fans, like Sisters of
Yeah,
Battle,
Sister Battle, yeah.
Saint
Sisters of
Celestine.
Silence, Saint Celestine, Inquisitor Greyfax, Amberly
Amberly
Vale,
Vale.
Taracha Utin, Lutara Sarin.
Buffy the fucking Vampire Slayer.
Yeah.
Mara
Even
Jade, Jaina Solo, Verger. I'm no longer gonna go down the Star Wars rabbit hole.
All right, then. Bodicea, for fuck's sake. River Song. By the way, both played by same person.
And we're only talking about like Western stuff. We're not gonna even get into anime.
Yeah, Nami, Robin, Boa Hancock, fucking.
Yachiro Unahana, Yoruichi Shihoin, Haribel, like pretty much like the
Chi-Chi,
majority of the
Bulma.
Bleach. Yeah.
Fucking Uraraka, Yairozu, fucking
Faye Valentine.
And by the way, if you want
boss.
to be fairly recent, and again, this is Western, but if if you've seen Atomic Blonde, that was a fantastic movie with Charlize Theron. And by the way, most movies with Charlize Theron, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, minus Fury Road.
Minus Alien as well.
But fucking that's not even. Let's not forget that we completely missed video game characters. The
Yeah.
boss, Samus Aran, Jill Valentine,
Yeah.
Ada Wong, like
Bayonetta.
Princess fucking Peach.
Yeah.
No, Princess Peach was a damsel in distress. She never did anything for herself. Let's completely
No,
ignore it.
in the movie, she definitely was strong
maybe-
female character, but she left it to Mario to go ahead with saving her.
Maybe in the original like game on the NES, yes, Peach was just this damsel in distress. She's just in another castle, but at the same time, in a lot of the more modern games, she has more of an impact. Not even more modern. Fucking Mario RPG on the fucking Super Nintendo. She was part of the main party.
Would you say that Knives and I can never remember the main girl's name, but would you consider them to be strong
Ramona.
female characters?
Ramona Flowers in both the movie and the original comic of Scott Pilgrim vs. the World are great examples of strong female characters.
Chun-Li.
One of the most beloved characters in Pokemon history is Cynthia from Diamond Pearl Platinum.
Mhm.
So much so that, unironically, when Legends Arceus came out and you're fighting this guy, his name was Volo, you hear little motifs of the piano over theme. You hear that little dun 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 dun, and it triggered people to have PTSD flashbacks of fighting Cynthia for the first time. And she's given a lot of importance in those games because she's like a history expert. She's like she can bear my children, and she's the best. And she is probably has like the most well-rounded team of any Pokemon champion out there.
And
Mhm.
I'm gonna throw the biggest bone I've ever thrown to fucking Disney, Jin fucking Urso.
You get Milan, Pocahontas.
Captain Amelia from Treasure Planet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you find
Yeah.
and you
thank
go to Ripley
yeah.
because it's one of his favorite franchises, but there's unlimited amount of air quotation marks strong female characters to go by. The problem is they're fucking good stories and good characters. The strong female characters bring out today is there because they're a strong female character and nothing else.
Yeah. What is the
Cat
fucking
Manx,
point
Jen
of
Taylor. I'm just pretty much so many Power Rangers women.
Yeah.
Commander fucking Shepard when as a woman?
But no, isn't Commander Shepard canonically male?
It gets really fucky considering yes, I think Canon Shepard is male, but then at the same time considering for most of the one of the most iconic covers is the Mass Effect 3 one where they did use female Shepard. And also a lot of people the community does for the most part agree that Jen Hale also just brings a stronger performance to the character of Shepard. The point being is that she is an example.
Monica Geller
Fair.
from Friends.
Monica was Chandler's wife, right?
Yeah. I'm definitely showing my age when I'm just not sure if I'll take your word on that one because I'm apparently a fetus and
Yes, you are. I think like Cat Manx from Power Rangers SPD is also a really good example.
Mhm.
Literally looks Kruger in the face and calls him a stubborn old dog.
Oh, look, Lara Croft,
which one?
the original,
There you go.
not the flat-chested one.
Wait, we can't forget Lava Girl.
Shut your fucking mouth. Go to the corner, Jake.
It's like Like, I did not. Mayo, send him to the principal's office and have him expelled.
Oh, and
Uh,
thinking of Star Trek, to Paul from Enterprise.
So it's interesting how you brought up Star Trek to quickly go back to one of your points. There's the episode where they bring Abraham Lincoln to the bridge of the Enterprise, and
Mm-hmm.
he acts like, so just in case of TOS, I won't repeat exactly what he said. He essentially kind of does call Uhura a bit of a slur, and he immediately says like, "Oh, I'm sorry." But Uhura
Yeah,
has no reaction to it because they've advanced so much that that kind of language has no effect on them.
yeah, called a N-word princess type of.
And there's so many examples just just far apart from Ripley and Sarah Connor. But the biggest appeal to normies would to be using an example from the 80s,
Mm-hmm.
because that's what a lot of that's the generation a lot of people grew up in, especially now considering like a lot of millennials are turning 30 and 40. uh
Mm-hmm.
like this that's the era they grew up in, so that's the examples they had for strong female characters. And we just constantly see people like Captain Marvel or Ray, as I mentioned previously. And
Freaking Echo.
yeah,
Christ.
Echo, yeah, but no one seems to ever mention, like, no one seems to argue against this point, like, even as like a whataboutism. No one seems to ever bring up Vi, Jinx, Caitlyn, like a lot of people from Arcane.
Yeah.
They were strong characters.
In political discourse, this is probably more well known as, but I have black friends. We know that doesn't actually work as a defense because we have actual history of slave owners falling in love with their slaves and that male sex.
Go fuck himself, because also on EFAP it's a regular thing that they have actually said that, oh yeah, but my friend is black, and they laugh out loud at that so freaking hard because it's not an argument. You can still be racist and have a freaking minority friend.
Well, yeah,
Also,
because racism has nuances. You could not hate black people, but you could hate Asians. You
I
know?
mean, also, like, it is just one of this, like, weird, overreaching type of way of thinking. Like, uh, some people accuse this of Bill Burr when they called him racist, but it's like, he's married to a black woman, right? And it's like,
Hmm.
no, it's just one of those things where he more places ownership over her because she's black. And it's like,
Fuck
even
them.
Nia herself has basically said, "What the fuck are you talking about? Go fuck yourself."
Hmm.
It, there are,
Like, but the thing is, I think there is still merit to the black friend argument. At least a little merit of it. It shows it's like even if like it shows at the very least you're way more open to having relationships of any kind with other people of different races than you.
To be fair, I used to work in the NHS, the National Health Service in
Oh, I'm
England.
sorry.
I know it was actually a horror, but there was one or two instances I specifically remember that I was on the front desk. There was an Indian guy that was asking for an appointment. I said no because we physically were over capacity, and he says, "Oh yeah, yeah, you're just racist. I'm not for coming to see you again." And I'm like, "No." And the thing is, I do have a lot of Indian or Saudi Arabian, Pakistani, whatever friends because that's who I grew up with. But I do kind of shy away from Pakistani or whatever because I also lived in that area and they did actually treat me like I would not constantly, but a good amount of times be mugged, be abused or harassed or whatever because I was white at the time. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, oh yeah, just because I'm actually trying to lose where I'm be here, but I have friends who are with them, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm not against those type of people because I've had the experience that pushes me away from.
I
Does
mean,
that make any sense?
no, I understand what you're saying, And to sort of just talk about the nuances of just living in the world we are in, stereotypes did come from some level of truth.
Yeah. And also, I'm sick to death of the fact that only white people can be racist. Fuck that.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
we just know that's not true. I mean,
I know we know
the
it's
nation,
not true, but
the nation
the
of the nation
perception
of
is.
the people who say that clearly don't know anything about the Nation of Islam and the fact that they believe white people are genetically inferior because they were created in a lab. Seriously, look up anything about what the Nation of Islam believes, specifically Yaqub.
Mhm.
It is the most. It is fucking hilarious. Dankula did a Mad Lads video, and he added a bunch of different like shit in there from like Halo and Warhammer and Star Trek and whatnot. Except the thing is, if you won't know like which part like which what he added, because when you look up the actual thing, you realize it's indistinguishable from that shit.
That's
Mhm.
fucked.
Yeah, it's fucked. Apparently one of them was like they originally lived on the moon as a highly advanced civilization, but Yaqub hated his dark skin, so he did all this weird shit, and then he created the violent race of white people, and then I think Asians were also created.
I'm moving on from that. I don't even.
Yeah.
That's a level of crazy. Like, I'm already like not the most accepting when it comes to like a lot of religious isms. That's one of those things I'm like, I'm just gonna tune out whatever the fuck that is, because that
Yeah.
sounds like somebody just had like all the fucking alcohol they could get their hands on, and then just decided, what if I tried heroin, crack, and weed all at the same time? And then that's
Well,
what they would say.
that's just your inferior mind. You're not woke enough.
Yeah, as a great man once said, what the hell is even that?
Yeah.
Daddy,
Still
chill.
love their female family members. But when you have sustained and consistent campaigns against certain groups of people, it's entirely reasonable to suggest
Okay,
you have a
but
dislike for
what
those groups. For Will, one of those groups
Hey,
he
hey,
used
Mayo,
to organize.
who by this point have we spent like a good number of streams kind of just like not necessarily shitting on, but we've been disputing their arguments for like a good few months now.
Well, their name's on the screen at the moment.
Yeah. So to reach for all people organized fucking chaos. Why would you do that? A man who has admitted multiple times that he is bad faith.
The guy who was upset Mahler didn't like talk ill of lesbian parents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he sought it out, because instead of just
He was
watching the 5-hour review,
He was
just
expecting to get him on it, and he never made the argument.
You could
Why
get
got
yeah
upset?
yeah.
because
But anyway, going back to
surprise.
going
Go
back to
ahead.
the Yaqub thing.
No,
No,
no.
no, I just want to read one bit from the lore. It has to, okay.
Is it going to get the channel demand? Well,
No,
is
no,
it
it's
going to
not.
get taken down?
No. So, according to the story, at the start of human history, a variety of types of black people inhabited the moon. When a black god scientist became frustrated that all those living on the moon did not speak one language, he blew up the moon.
But the moon's
Sounds
still
like
here.
a comic book. That doesn't sound like a Quran or anything. That's a fucking comic book.
No, well, no. The Nation of Islam don't worship it. Don't practice Islam.
is women. Let's examine one of the most egregious cases of Will's attempts at plausible deniability. On January 5th, 2020, Drinker uploaded a video about The Mandalorian. In it, he had this to say about Gina Carano.
But for the life of me, I'll never
Okay.
understand why they cast Gina Carano.
Why is
I
this
mean,
footage
she's
so
big
terrible?
and burly, and she obviously knows what she's doing when it comes to the fight scenes, but she's a fucking cage fighter, not an actor. Watching her trying to emote is almost as painful as watching Brie Larson trying to be funny. Oh well, it could have been worse. They could have cast Ronda Rousey.
Pretty obvious he dislikes this person.
Pause. I am going to have something to fucking say about this argument, because what has just been portrayed right here is a completely different thing about what's going to happen in a few seconds, because they're two completely different arguments.
Well,
Bear
yeah,
that in mind.
I didn't
Well, he was just saying that.
necessarily dislike Gina's performance in The Mandalorian. I mean,
I didn't dislike it, but what he's going at here is completely out of freaking. They're two completely different things. So I'll mention it once this part's over.
He also left out the part where like Drinker said that a lot of the dialogue in The Mandalorian was fucking awful. So it's
It
like,
was.
can you really blame Gina?
yeah, that's the thing. That's kind of why I think it's like it's interesting. Like I don't think she's necessarily a bad actress, but it's interesting how one of her other more notable roles, Angel Dust, she barely had any lines.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she was there to look intimidating and attractive.
Yeah, like Deadpool.
And something she achieves in spades.
Like, would
Our
not kick that
children,
out of bed.
our children would destroy nations.
Can you fix Dig?
Doesn't
No,
need
but she can
fixing.
fix. She can
So-
fix Nick.
No, enough simping. That'll get this removed alone, and then
No,
Oh,
never.
yeah.
suddenly
yeah.
we'll all get restraining orders. And it's like I'd fine.
Yeah. Pretty
Fine,
much.
Gina. It has her scent on it though.
I get the piece of paper and it's like, you know what? I actually feel like I deserved this.
It's like signed by Gina herself, and you're just like
Yeah.
sniffing the ink. You're like, that's Gina Carano ink.
Be like Sheldon Cooper being having all those restraining orders from famous people.
Yeah, put in right next to my
It's like
restraining order for Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah.
Or like he had the fucking Leonard Nimoy napkin. He said, "I can make a clone of Leonard Nimoy."
All I
I'm
need
just...
is a healthy ovum, and I can clone my own Leonard Nimoy. I
Hope,
hate
Jesus
to fucking
fuck.
remember
Penny.
fucking Big Bang Theory quotes.
Yeah.
Big Bang Theory was a mistake.
It's nerd blackface.
Yes.
And thinks she shouldn't be an actor. Fair enough. However, later
No,
that year,
that's not
Gina
what
got
he
That's
said.
not what he said.
He said that he said he was criticizing Gina Carano's acting ability. He never said that she shouldn't be an actress. Nor did he say he didn't like her. That's a fucking stretch. That's not supported by anything the Drinker said. You're stretching
not
things
even-
to try and make your disingenuous point.
Also, of all the points he's trying to make to argue against, like, okay, say if I wanted to argue against Drinker with, like, oh, she's a cage fighter, not an actor. One of his favorite actors of all time is Schwarzenegger. You could say, oh, he's a bodybuilder, not an actor. You could, like, you didn't even go that argument. It's weird when you can dissect both sides of an argument and argue better than some of these people.
Yeah.
into a string of spats on Twitter that had her facing accusations of racism and bigotry, and she was subsequently fired by Disney.
Which,
then,
you know,
a few months later,
she
Drinker makes a
didn't- she
video
wasn't
about
being
Gina
racist,
so
bigoted.
embarrassing,
Yeah.
you just have to hear it to believe it.
Gather round, dear viewer, as I tell you a tale.
I know you're probably going to have things to say about this part, but I really want this to be played through, and then I'm
Yeah,
going to make my argument.
Yeah, we'll preface this now because I feel rather uncomfortable when playing just big stretches of videos. Yeah, we'll let the point come across, and yeah, Drinker, I hope you're okay with us just basically saying nothing while we let your point come across.
It's the tale of a woman who stood tall in the face of jealousy, cowardice, hatred, and vengeance, and dared to utter a single word. No. It's the story of the girl who wouldn't back down. She fought and won many battles and earned herself great acclaim. But the young woman had her eyes set on a higher goal, and eventually she gave up her life of fighting, travelling instead to the great kingdom of Hollywood to seek fame and glory as an actor instead. And as it turns out, her long years of training and fighting served her well, and soon she was chosen for many roles on the silver screen. Her triumph was cemented when the king and queen chose her to play a soldier, fighting amongst the stars themselves. Her fame was growing fast, but sadly, so was her list of enemies.
This is a flip-flop so insane.
No, it fucking isn't. Because in the first clip, he clearly states that about her acting and whatever it was about the Mandalorian. there's no mention of the fact that in this part of her acting, it's just the fact that she's in wrestling and then she put her finger into acting and then got up and up and up and up in the public eye, and then she started to make enemies. There's nothing here that suggests that she's a bad fucking actress.
Yeah, he's not saying that he's not saying that she was good at acting or anything like that. There's no inherent contradiction here.
Yeah,
The one thing you know about Drinker, he appreciates the those that get on the struggle, get on the grind to achieve their dreams.
yeah, and the argument that he is going to go into is the fact that it's very extremely unfair the way Disney handled the whole situation of number one, firing her on a tweet, and two, the whole fact that they want to promote strong female characters, but once they actually have a strong female woman working for them, and even slightly goes against the narrative, they're axed. There's nothing in this part of this fucking video that goes anything towards her acting ability or the freaking story of the Mandalorian. Complete bollocks. It's not going against anything. Sorry, I know that's triggered me, and I had to say that.
No, I get it. It's two entirely separate points, and he's trying to combine them into one.
Yeah. Anyway.
It could put Birkenstock out of business. And this isn't even the only video he's made about her. Listen to this nonsense.
One of the problems with hiring strong independent women to work at your company instead of the usual assemblage of soft, entitled, like-minded corporate drones that have never had an original thought in their entire lives is that they don't always think, say, or do the things that you want them to. Case in point, Gina Carano, a former women's MMA fighter turned actor who was brought in to play Cara Dune on The Mandalorian, and at first, all seemed well. The show was a success and Carano's character soon became a fan favourite.
Has not mentioned her acting ability once yet.
Unfortunately, she
people
began
liked
to
Cara
ruffle
Dune.
feathers behind the scenes at Disney Lucasfilm by refusing to spout the same politically acceptable talking points as everyone else at the company, and even dared to express some conservative political views at times.
He spoke about this person like she was a dog, outright saying she can't even act, but as soon as
He did say that about the freaking Mandalorian, but it's nothing to do with this second fucking point, you absolute cockwomble.
He was in character criticizing her acting, and then in that video also goes say, well, also the dialogue's pretty shit. So I failed to see like she it's maybe not
what's the
entirely her
link?
fault.
What is the fucking link he's getting at?
she spouts nonsense and conspiracy theories and gets fired for her troubles, he's writing poems and puff pieces.
But for the life of
You know, just to quickly say, the opposite could also happen. Like,
Yeah.
say that Ghost of Tsushima game comes out and it's fantastic. Erica, what's her face, really does just give a fantastic performance. It's a really well written game. I would praise that. The actress is a bit of a cunt, but
Yeah.
but I would still praise. I would still be like, oh no, she seems to be a talented actress.
Yeah.
Sean Schemmel is an absolute twat waffle, and he doesn't like DBZ abridged, and he is just kind of generally a cunt. But goddamn, the man's a great actor.
Why does he not like DBZ abridged?
He doesn't like the way that Goku's portrayed, I guess.
It's a joke, considering if you were to shorthand the entire series, Piccolo practically raised his son for him. But that's if you remove nuance and just go off memes. Yeah, Goku's not that great of a parent, but then that's the thing. If you actually analyze the material and look into it, Goku's a fantastic father.
Yeah, but he doesn't really care for DBZ abridged, and he is just kind of generally kind of a bit of a twat in real life.
That seems to be a thing amongst actors, voice actors. A good chunk of them just need to be absolute fucking cunts. Tara Strong basically saying Kyle Rittenhouse was a murderer, and it's like, no.
What Jamie Markey and Monica Rial and all them did to Vic Mignogna, I mean, Monica Rial is a really good actress, but she is a fucking cunt. I have no respect for her as a person at all anymore.
The point just being is that somebody could do an absolute great performance and be a piece of shit. Somebody could do a bad performance but also be a really great person. That's like another example would be one of the things I find rather interesting about Deadpool and Wolverine is that despite that movie being an absolute piece of shit, the
Two actors
sheer
in it are really nice people.
yeah, Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds have a friendship that I haven't seen in quite some time when it comes to Hollywood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Regardless of the friendship, they are actually two really genuine people in Hollywood. Like, I'd even classify Keanu Reeves in the same ilk as those two guys. They're really, they're really nice.
Would you put Arnie in that same category too?
Yes-ish. I don't know enough about Arnie, but I know with his interactions with people, and he takes people out to dinner with him, just not necessarily just to treat them, but because he likes having conversations with them. He's very good at he will if you're like one of these people who like win a competition to go see him and stuff, he will put the effort in. Like um outside of that, I don't know enough about his personal life to really make any kind of comment, nor should I, by the way. But as far as I can see, there's nothing really bad to say about him unless you know.
Tom
Yeah.
Cruise is an absolute weirdo. He is an absolute nice person to the point it's a fucking meme. On Christmas, he will send you a goddamn cake.
Yeah.
If you
And
worked
by
on
the
one of
way,
his movies,
Yeah,
he's got a good worth ethic as well. Look at when I mean he might be nice, but if you're going to fuck around like when COVID happened and he had to go to his staff about wear fucking masks on site, his he's a force to be reckoned with. But yeah, he seems to be bad outside of Scientology.
yeah, like I said, he's a bit of a to put it nicely, he's a bit of a loon, but he is a very nice person. One of like a little neat moment when filming Mission Impossible Rogue Nation. During the chase scene, shortly after he did the whole holding his breath thing, uh, uh, Simon Pegg, uh, when they were getting into the car, without even thinking about it, Tom Cruise just turned on the heated seats for him. He's like, "Yeah, we're buddies. I know you'd want that."
Yeah.
Mate, I'll never understand why they cast Gina Carano. I mean, she's big and burly, and she obviously knows what she's doing when it comes to the fight scenes, but she's a fucking cage fighter, not an actor. Watching her trying to emote is almost as painful as watching Brie Larson trying to be funny.
This man is shameless.
because
If it isn't
again, those are not the same things.
Those two things have nothing to do with each other. There's no link. They're two completely different elements. One is acting ability, in which someone can be bad, but then the other thing being treated unfairly because something that is not work related and being fired for it anyway has nothing to do with a fucking acting ability.
Yeah. Anyways, you two continue. I'll be right back.
obvious by now he has a clear political agenda, and this colors his work. Before he knew
No, it
she
doesn't.
shared political opinions that align with his grift, she was a girl boss, only here to promote Kathleen Kennedy's woke agenda, and shouldn't have even
she
been
wasn't.
cast.
Not
But
what
now,
he said.
No, she fucking wasn't. All he said was she seems to not be able to act well enough for the Mandalorian or whatever, and she got fired unfairly. That's the only things he said.
Nope, girl boss.
she's a
Outside the-
shield he can use to deflect criticism about his obvious disdain for strong female characters. You know, look over here and pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Has spoken! Who are you?
Speaking of agendas, the Barbie movie and his subsequent analysis evaporated any hope I had left for this man's integrity. Listen to how he sums up the marketing of the film and then his reading of the actual film's release.
Now, before I dive into this review properly, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work and genius PR campaign of the Warner Brothers marketing department. You guys really pulled off a miracle with this one, successfully duping all of us, including me, into believing that Barbie was going to be just another colourful, light-hearted, easygoing family comedy with some cheeky, self-aware humour, ironic meta gags, and probably capped off with a blandly inoffensive female empowerment message about girls learning the value of their own potential. What none of us expected was 114 minutes of spiteful, bitter, mean-spirited, borderline unhinged hatred of men and everything even vaguely associated with them. Barbie is like the deformed, mutated rage child of Captain Marvel, Ghostbusters 2016 and She-Hulk. It is pure brain cancer in movie form, and I was genuinely shocked by the sheer, undisguised contempt this film has towards 50% of the human population.
Besides the
So, before we get even remotely into what he said, what Birdman's going to say in response to this, yeah, the marketing behind Barbie was nothing short of fucking genius.
Yeah. And it appealed to the whole kids of the day who basically had Barbie dolls and had their own stories with them, etc. It had nothing to do with freaking woman good, man bad, or anything like that. It was just a nice, wholesome trailer, as far as I was concerned. I didn't think there's anything wrong with it, and also the fact that it was aimed at a specific target audience, which is what you want, not something that was just trying to please everyone. And
It
even if
also,
it did have a strong female character, it's fucking Barbie. Of course, she's going to be the star of the show.
yeah, and the marketing was so strong that that's the reason it created a fucking meme that people would see Oppenheimer and
Yeah,
then Barbie. Like,
yeah,
two
which
movies
created
in
Barbenheimer.
yeah, with two movies with entirely separate tones, and thought we were gonna get like, yeah, this is very lighthearted. Like, I can, like, when you really do just cut out the like what it means to be a woman speech and a lot of the stuff related to the like the patriarchy bits, like this movie does just go up a few points because it's just a generic like comedy,
Yeah,
especially the
No, Wyatt, it's not just a generic comedy. It's about a man realizing he doesn't need a woman to be validated, that he can be enough by himself, and as such expresses that development through song.
well,
He
not
is Ken
only
and he is enough. He's just Ken and he's doing stuff.
I mean, not only is he enough, he's Kenuff.
yeah.
Mhm.
It shows something that's just rather funny is the one thing people remember about this movie even after the fact, besides the America for like woman speech, is just everything in relation to Ken.
hmm
And like I said, if this had just remained the comedy that we were being advertised, there were some bits that did make me chuckle. Like Barbie running around all the Mattel area was pretty funny because it was just this wacky chase sequence where they're all for some reason moving at like 2 miles an hour, and then that moment where Margot Robbie and Will Ferrell, like, you know, like almost like a fucking Scooby-Doo skit, run into each other, supposed to just go, ah! Margot Robbie runs away and so does Will Ferrell, and then like a second later it's just like, wait a minute, and then turns around again. Like, that got a chuckle out of me because that's, again, it's like comedy 101 if you want to write like a simple joke.
hmm
Like 1 + 1 = 2. And then like every also sir, shouldn't we value the sales of the Mojo Dojo Casa House because they seem to be making us a lot of money? Don't you understand? I'm not here for money. I'm here to inspire a bunch of young women in as not a creepy way as possible. Now keep skating.
hmm
Uh, it, and it is kind of another instance of false advertising because this is just not the movie we got.
Correct.
Also, probably the funniest thing is that which Barbie song got nominated for an Oscar and which one got performed at an Oscar. Freudian
Yeah.
slip. Freudian slip.
I still think it shouldn't have been I'm Just Ken. It really should have been Jack Black on the piano playing Peaches, and then
Yeah.
Ryan Gosling comes out, is like, wait, that's not the song we're gonna sing, and then they start playing I'm Just Ken.
Yeah, it gives me endless joy the fact that Ryan Gosling got all the attention and Margot Robbie didn't. It's so fucking nervous.
I feel bad for Margot Robbie though, just a little bit.
Yeah, I do. As on the basic level of this was technically it's supposed to be her movie and stuff, but the whole thing of the woman good man bad message, sorry, the message that was in it, completely backfired on screen.
Well, when it was time to key the to let the women join in the song, the microphone they handed them wasn't even the one that was on. The one that was actually on was the one that was attached to his face. So when he handed them the microphone, we couldn't hear the women singing.
Did you see? I don't know if you watch Friday Night Heights very often, but when this was all going on, everyone in Friday Night Heights had basically a Ken version of their name. So it's like Ken Roddick or Heels for say Ken versus Babyface or the Critical Ken. You know that kind of thing. It's just hilarious.
Because you know what, we are Kenough.
Yeah, we are enough.
That is just funny. The male character is the most popular thing to come out of the Barbie movie.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah, well, it's funny when I'll just be driving around, I'm heading to work, and it's like, you know what? I'm gonna unironically listen to "I'm Just Ken."
Well, "I'm Just Ken" is unironically a great song. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Fact that this is one of the most hyperbolic, nonsensical summations of this movie. How could he have possibly come to that conclusion for the film's marketing? It was plainly obvious that Margot's Barbie was the main character and that she would face an existential crisis.
So first off, that's not what Drinker was saying at all.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever think about dying?
On top of that,
Yeah, that's just that was just kind of a funny moment. Yeah, because as Barbie is starting to lose her connection because of America Ferrera being all depressed and stuff. Yeah, it's just they're having this fun party, and it's like, you guys ever think about dying? Which is also just relatable to us, because we'll just be hanging out. It's like, you guys ever think about the existential heat death of the universe and how we're only tiny specks of not even dust, we're smaller than dust, we're like nanoparticles in the infinite circle that is space and the circle
We're made
of
of
life.
stars. We're made of star stuff.
Yeah.
You've only got another 50 years left.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And like, yeah, that would interrupt this funny little dance party. That joke was, I bet you if the America Ferrera speech was in the marketing, people like would not have seen it as much as they did.
True.
they show Barbie's feet going flat, suggesting that the film would be clearly feminist in nature, as feminists have been arguing against.
No, because Barbie just naturally has arched feet.
Yeah.
And thus it'd be freaking everyone out if they suddenly had flat feet. And it's also, like, I was just saying that one of the people just goes like, ugh. Like, as I was like, yeah, that's just happening, and somebody's just like it's almost vomit inducing.
I will be back in a second, but I can still hear you some phones, so it's all
Okay.
good.
Decades. The marketing material also shows Barbie entering the real world and experiencing sexual assault, and I can only conclude that
It's okay. This is gonna be a hot button topic for just like 2 seconds. Is slapping someone's ass sexual assault?
It can be.
Like, it could also just be viewed as just normal assault. You have touched someone's person without their permission.
Well, I mean, it depends on it kind of also depends on the intent. Like, slapping someone's ass is often viewed and often done in a sexual manner.
Yeah, that's fair. It's one of those things I'm thinking about. It's like, are we possibly just pushing it a little too far by labeling what most people would view as like a rude gesture, but like Like he didn't do something like super egregious like grape.
Like I mean I think like in this instance you could classify it as sexual assault just because the way it's done and why it's being done, and that's fine to
That's
call
fair.
it that.
It's the defining of the line is more what I'm
Well,
thinking about.
yeah, and I understand people are going like, well, what's racist, what's sexist, what is
So the slap in the
struggling.
ass, I would actually say is subjective and it's also circumstantial because you can have a situation that, oh yeah, that's just the way you are with each other and it's fine. But if it's someone that you just met and it's in an opposite situation, that would be sexual assault. So it's really, there's too many factors to say, is it blanket objectively or whatever? It depends on certain things. But in general, I wouldn't just go down the streets and just start slapping women's ass.
Yeah, and also in terms of like this being the quote unquote real world, no one would have done that. It's California. They'd see a woman and it's like because they don't want to have be me too'd or any of that kind of stuff, they'll just be like, all right, no, we're just gonna stay like maintain a social distance of 200 feet from the nearest woman.
Mm-hmm.
Drinker's media literacy is questionable at best. To belabor this point, he's been caught changing the titles of his videos after a media property releases to hide his terrible perception of marketing material. And if all that...
Which, by the way, even with YouTube gurus, that's how we do things. It's that if it's regardless of the reason of that, if a freaking video isn't performing as much as good as you think it would do, you change the title so you can get more views. Just don't do it to the point that it's like proper like negative clickbait and it's got nothing to do with what's on there. But people do that. It's not an uncommon thing.
Also,
Yeah, and yeah.
Drinker was just wrong. House of the Dragon turned out to be a really good show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
wasn't enough to prove that Mr. Jordan has the integrity of a sandcastle? Here's something that was brought to my attention. On one of Drinker's live streams, he attributed a false quote to Isabella Mercedes.
I mean, if Drinker has the integrity of a sandcastle, you have the integrity of ash blowing in the wind into a black hole during the heat death of the universe.
In space,
said about the failure
clear.
of Madame Web.
Some of the stars of the film have got theories about why that is, and one of them is right here. Isabella Merced, is that the word? Merced?
Sure.
By the way, what he's about to say, as he just said, is something that another person thinks. It isn't his own thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She said it failed for one simple reason. For the same reason that the Marvels or Bird of Prey failed, because the male audience still hides a deep contempt for everything that is starring strong, independent women.
Oh, God. The truth is the truth, I guess.
Sure. I mean, that's definitely the reason Birds of Prey failed and the Marvels. It wasn't because they were bad films that no one wanted. For sure.
Isabella was, of course, inundated with hate from parrots that took these quotes at face value because why would grifters lie to them?
That's not his control. That's what they decided to do.
At what point do you just have to accept that, like, even as the creator or just somebody who watches this, at what point do you just have to accept that people are adults and thus can make their own damn decisions?
Yeah, and Ben Shapiro had this as well. There's a big argument against him that he incited violence at one point, and then he publicly said, at no point did I actually tell someone to go and freaking set fire to something or go rant or whatever and just go punch a person. If that was done in my name, I'm extremely ashamed of that. But I was not the one who told them to do it. They did it of their own volition.
And also, let's not forget that Mahler, Drinker, and a lot of other people basically constantly say, don't do this.
Mm-hmm.
They say it all the time, and if people go against that, that's their own damn fault.
Yeah, there's a difference between being an influencer and someone who makes you do something.
Yeah, we, like, this is just something that could be said amongst the three of us. We're not responsible for our audience.
No.
No. Well, we're not responsible for our audience if they go do something of their own volition. However, if you're a, I don't know, synthetic man, and you tell your audience to go dislike bomb a video, then you should be
Yeah,
held accountable
if you
you're actively telling
directly
people.
fucking say something, yes, but if we're just, if people started harassing Birdman because of this, recording, I completely disavowed. Like, no.
Yeah.
Like, I take no responsibility that in the actions of other people. People are adults, they can make their own damn decisions.
Yeah, like, is the author of Catcher in the Rye responsible for the death of John Lennon?
No.
Is Martin Scorsese responsible for the attempted assassination on Ronald Reagan because of Taxi Driver?
No. Are gun companies responsible for mass shootings? No. At one point, do we because Joel killed the Fireflies, is every death his fault? No.
Yes. Every death after the game is literally Joel's fault.
At what point do you
No.
just have to accept that other people are capable of making their own decisions and their own independent thought because we are not in direct control of them?
But you have to understand, grifter, therefore, thing do.
No.
Also, not every life after Joe makes decisions to keep Ellie alive is his fault.
I feel like we were just talking about, like, sandwiches and the types of sandwiches that we don't like, and then suddenly Jake burns down a deli. Be like,
Yeah.
I didn't tell you to do that. Why did you do that?
Because you said you didn't like tomato on your horseradish and cheese bagel.
That's
To be
not
fair, if I
equal
said
the
to
other.
someone, "There's a spider in that building," I'd fully expect them to burn that building down.
Why?
That's good.
Why? Spiders are cool.
Spiders are proof that there is no God.
Well,
No,
spiders
actually,
are cool.
wasps prove that there is God.
But wasps
Like,
are
at least
cool.
bees, they only do it in defense and they die after. Wasps are just arseholes.
Wait, which kind of wasp? Because the tarantula hawk will paralyze a tarantula, lay an egg inside of it,
I'm gonna
and then
hit
as
play
the
now.
tarantula.
Then had to come out and deny these clearly false allegations, but by then
Also, clearly false. There is no proof when looking at, like, whatever Drinker was looking at that was obvious that was fake.
Yeah.
I think the
'cause,
biggest giveaway could possibly be that Birds of Prey was mentioned because, like, it's directly referencing the competition, and for the most part, that's a big no-no when it comes to PR-related stuff.
Also, if you're going to throw around words like obvious, that means that you're saying that it's objectively obvious that his argument is wrong or that he thinks that way. And it's a subjective thing that you're saying that.
When you say obvious, while that tweet was indeed false, because I think it was like a Brazilian Facebook page that started saying it. No one could really trace down the original source of when the quote was said. So it's effectively like saying, well, we can't find the original source. So really the most logical answer to it is that, yeah, no, this was probably just made up, which is certainly fair. However, it sounds like something someone in Hollywood would say.
Yeah, it basically comes down to pattern recognition, which is something that we're very capable of doing as just humans. It's kind of one of our key skills.
I'm trying to think of like a false one that I felt a false thing that I fell for that was. What was it? Was it
I fell for something kind of recently. The Harry Potter TV show that they're making. The person said that is the lead writer said they never read the books, and that's a good thing. When the article itself actually brings up that while this person has never read the books and that's the approach they would like to take, ultimately it's J.K. Rowling's decision.
Well, I'm just I'm trying to think. It was, I think it was gaming related. It might have been gaming related. Where I can't remember. It was like a thing that I had managed to fall for, and it just turned out to be just completely wrong. But it sounded like something a game studio would do.
No, Concord really did cost $400 million. That's let's put one on the tally for a Concord joke that totally doesn't just date this immediately.
Dude, Concord jokes were dated the second it was released.
Yeah.
The damage was already done. To date, there has been no update, no retraction, no public apology on Twitter from Will Jordan for spreading this quote, and that's because he has a vested interest in seeing the culture war proliferate in media discourse, as this is profitable for him, even if he didn't know the quote.
Okay, so here's, like, because we're also familiar with their work, one, it's not Drinker's responsibility to find the source of a tweet that was just given to him. It's really just not part of his job. If he's just said a thing and he reasonably trusts somebody, yeah, just, like, he can say it. That's his prerogative. If he's proven wrong, I do not doubt that he would put a retraction. That's if he can be fucking asked, but that's mainly just because he's a busy man. And if on the air somebody said that this was a fake quote and he doesn't retract it just because he doesn't care, I do not doubt that for a second anyone that was on the panel, especially Mahler, would not drag him over the coals for something like this.
Oh,
because that's what all of these people appreciate, is their authenticity.
At the very least, the only reason this would even be an argument is if it was an edited video in which you'd have the time and the whatever resources and stuff to make sure it is fine, because that's something essentially that is putting in stone. As a live stream, usually, I mean, it's probably prepared with the quote, but live streams are just they're basically streams of consciousness. You can't predict what's going to be said.
I would imagine that I would trust all three of us that if something similar to this happened, we would all have the balls to call each other out on this.
Yeah.
It's just
you also have to take into consideration this quote it revolves around Madam Web. No one gave a shit about Madam Web.
No one gives a shit about Madam Web.
No. The thing is right, like, while there was an article that did do like a deep dive trying to find it, because it's Madam Web, and the only notable thing about it is it's just how much of a monumental flop it was. Pretty sure most people didn't really care enough to look into it, so probably wasn't that much of a backlash, or that much of a noticeable backlash for Drinker to kind of go, wait, that was wrong? Oh, sorry.
And again, when it comes to that obvious fakeness, it's like, I guess the only like hint would be mentioning of Birds of Prey.
But even then, I could still believe someone mentioning Birds of Prey.
Yeah.
Was fake. This shows the lack of research and effort he puts into his work. No discernment, no ability to perform.
I would also argue that YouTube isn't necessarily a freaking encyclopedia. It's not an official document, and it's also up to the viewer to like look things up themselves, what we said earlier. And there's also a thing called plausible deniability and suspension of disbelief. It's quite believable that quote would exist. So fine, if someone down the line says that, oh yeah, that's a bad quote and that doesn't exist, and that's fine. But for the live stream, it can't just keep doing that. It's like what happened with I'm not going to mention the name of the YouTuber because there's a whole freaking can of worms, but with the whole terriers, with the arguments, there was a lot of stuff that creator went back and spoke to lawyers about and stuff and says, oh, by the way, that isn't true. But at the time of just watching a show, it's a stream of consciousness. You can't like just fact check stuff at that time. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, like bold of anyone to assume, like when it comes to these styles of content, that it's their job to hunt this down while they're talking about it.
Yeah, and
See,
this is probably
when
part of a freaking 5 hour live stream, whatever. It's not going to take the whole thing down for one freaking quote. And it's
when it
probably not going to edit it out either.
when it comes to the difference in these types of shows, the difference between an open bar, a Friday Night Tights, versus something like an EFAP, Mahler goes to an insane amount of research to build his points when it comes to breaking this kind of stuff down.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Adam and Sitch uh when it comes to other content creators trying to take each other down. Or just general quotes when referencing historical figures. There was a stream in Adam and Sitch where somebody was misusing a Martin Luther King quote, and Sitch not only brought up the exact like presentation that this was brought up in, like it was an entirely different subject. Like, because the person I believe was trying to say like, oh, even Martin Luther King lost faith in his dream at one point, and when Sitch found out, it's like, no, he was talking about like Martin Luther King when he said that quote was talking about Vietnam.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just depends on the show you're trying to make. You could do a show that is like open bar, where essentially it's just a bunch of friends talking and then they just stop what they're doing to confirm every single source. You
Mm-hmm.
could do that. It would just depend on the amount of effort that everyone in the show is willing to commit to it.
And if people did do that, then the viewership would just go down and down because who wants to just wait for someone to look something up?
Yeah, meanwhile, it's normally like it's completely done. It's a completely optional thing when somebody does do something like that, such as when EFAP was talking to YMS. They heard a point that was contradictory, and Fringy deafened himself so he could go back and hear the point again.
Mm-hmm.
That's the type of
Yep.
effort that they're willing to go through because they're just willing to do that.
And
That's just
Spring
what
has
they
done
consider
that
their
more than
job.
once. He's done it a few times.
Exactly. Because that's the thing. That's their show, and that's what the goal they set upon whenever they have these types of discussions. Open bar is 5 to 6 people just bullshitting.
Yeah, just having the chat talking bollocks. And by the way, even on Open Bar, when they went through the Last of Us, Mauler did actually call out the drinker when he was saying, "Oh, she's a crap actress. She's not right for the job." Bella Ramsey, by the way. It shouldn't be honest, etc., etc. And like, she can't even cry. And then Mauler, because I remember it fully, the fact that it was on EFAP and they paused on it. I think they spent about 20 minutes on the fact that Bella Ramsey can actually cry well on camera. And he brought that back to Drinker, showed him the clip on screen, and completely like called him out. And it was actually not angry about it, but he was being pretty forceful about it. So it isn't just also the case that they're all just agreeing with each other. There's actually integrity there.
Yeah. And
Or when they got into the debate about the Fallout show.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and that's another great thing that shows about these types of podcasts and streams is that they are willing to change their minds. After the
Yeah.
Fallout debate, Drinker rewatched all of Fallout and he was like, Mahler's totally fucking right. This show is a piece of shit.
Yeah,
'Cause
it's not like The View where they're just chatting bollocks and just agreeing with each other about every single thing. They actually have their own opinion. That's why at the start of one of these things, when they're talking about each subject, they go around the wire and they say, "What do you think?" And there's usually, at the very least, a couple of different takes on stuff.
Exactly.
But did you ever think that Drinker's been watching movies for 30 years?
Oh,
He doesn't
Jesus
look
Christ.
30.
He's
He-
in
He
his-
looks
I think
younger than me, and
No,
I'm
he is-
40.
He is quite an older gentleman, especially since you can start to see he's getting gray hairs.
I think
So-
he's in his late
Yeah.
30s. I want to say.
Like, I got grey hairs, and but I did. I got a beard. But yeah, he looks younger than what he is. If you were to tell me that he's like 50, then I'd say go fuck yourself. But
I don't
I
know,
wouldn't
man.
have said he's-
Eminem is 50, and he looks about drinker's age.
but his
I'm
his
just
skin and everything, he honestly doesn't look a day over 40 in my book.
I'll just be happy that when I start getting gray hairs, no one will be able to tell because
Why?
I've
Because
got
you dye them?
No,
Or shave it off.
Each individual hair is like, no clip. No, it's because I've got blonde hair, so naturally just blends in.
Right.
Form an investigation, hastily attributes an obviously fake quote in a concerted effort to confirm his biases. Why would you take anything he
Wait.
says seriously at this point? How can you trust he's done the homework? This is not.
It's not his job to do the homework.
If he was
Yeah.
on if he was on a natural TV show that has a load of researchers and everything, and they prep it before the show goes on, even live shows, you expect that. But this is a freaking podcast, for fuck's sake.
Also, yeah, Jake, I see it, even faded.
Not the first time he's been caught manipulating a narrative. The YouTuber Pillar of Garbage exposed Drinker for
Who lied
lying
about
about
Drinker
scenes in
multiple
Glass
times
Onion
in the
because
video.
Drinker has a political gripe with
Yeah.
Ryan Johnson.
Okay,
There's an
so,
EFAP
Political
on that as well.
He doesn't have a political gripe with Ryan Johnson. He just thinks his movies are shit.
so, before he makes that next point, this was quite some time ago because I thought this recording would be happening a lot earlier. I re-listened to that EFAP. Pillar of Garbage
Same.
just makes shit up.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
so many
he does.
so many times, and he's also just not that great at arguing because because he has basically the no you button.
Especially that freaking part where there was at the start of the movie, there's one person coming round the tree, and then they added it, and he says Drinker lied about that. You can clearly see they were added later.
Yep.
The director of Glass Onion and The Last Jedi, a film he and his ilk have pilloried for the past 7 years because of perceived wokeness.
Okay, so first off, before we go on the rant, I just want to say they really haven't they stopped really talking about The Last Jedi for the most part, except bringing it up when it's necessary.
Yeah,
Like,
they
it's
don't do
normally-
videos on it.
It's normally only brought up when other people bring it up.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna get angry at the franchise that I loved for more than 2 decades that was subsequently destroyed and pillaged of all of its great ideas and fantastic characters that have helped me get through quite a lot of rough spots in my life.
Used
And I will
abused
simply-
like a Chinese whore.
And I will simply say this. I don't particularly care if someone says The Last Jedi is woke. There's evidence to be seen, of course, but it's just not a good movie. It takes everything that Star Wars stood for and essentially throws it to the ground and covers it in shit, mud, and piss.
And then sets it on fire.
And all of this, for the most part, because you can see the motivations of the writers and all that kind of stuff while you're just watching the project, you can see that all of this was done in service to prop up a character that is worse than a rag soaked in gasoline thrown on your face and then lit. Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, and Leia Organa were sacrificed to prop up Rey, who they couldn't figure out her lineage, let alone her character, with 3 fucking movies. Think about what can be done with just a single movie.
Well, yeah, Kindergarten Cop.
At the very least, even if they did 3 crap movies, you never even got the one thing, even if it was just like a 30-second thing, the one thing all Star Wars fans without fail, I believe, would want Luke, Han, and Leia in the same fucking place. Even if you wanted to get a good shot for the freaking trailer, you wanted those 3 together, you never got it.
They were borderline inseparable when the Galactic Civil War was over. Like, regardless of the issues that we're having, Luke restarting the Jedi Order, Leia for getting more into politics to the point of she became Chief of Staff in the New Republic, which is basically the Chancellor during that time. Han, of course, just being married to Leia because it's husband and wife stuff, and raising their kids. They were always inseparable. So whenever there was a new threat to the galaxy, the Emperor returning, which by the way is shit, regardless of the continuity, Thrawn, the Yuuzhan Vong, Jason Solo, those 3 were inseparable. When the issues came, they tackled it as a family.
Got that Vin Diesel shit going on.
Because that's what Star Wars is at the end of the day. A story of good and evil, redemption, and the love of a father for his son.
Even without that, Star Wars is those 3, not a few side characters, but it's all them. It's all them.
And even when you get to when you show things like the prequels were not good movies. We had a lot of characterization for Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Yoda, Mace Windu, and Anakin fucking Skywalker. And
well, yeah, we knew who Anakin was, what he wanted, what his character was, more than Rey.
Exactly. We knew that when he was only 9 years old. We didn't get any of that with Rey.
Well,
we barely got any of that with Finn, and Poe, unfortunately, is literally just the writer's hand keeping him in the story because he was supposed to fucking die.
And then Oscar Isaac just asked, like, hey, is it alright if I don't die? I've died in, like, a lot of my other movies. Can I just not die here? And he should have said,
and
no.
While that could have been a thing, you rewrite a good chunk of the story so that him surviving makes sense.
Or at the very least, like, you show, like, when they're crashing, like, you show, like, I don't know, an ejector seat or something going
on. That's what happened with Poe. Not Poe, with Finn. He ejected.
Yeah.
That's what that shot of him in the Jakku Desert is. It's him getting out of the ejector seat. And
yeah, you could.
So that's the sort of the woke elements, also including like The Last Jedi's clear dig at capitalism or any of that kind of stuff. At Cancer Bite, which just derails the whole fucking story and isn't even needed considering where everyone ends up. It's Rian Johnson, when he finally got access to a lot more money, when he made things like Looper and then The Last Jedi, shows that he cannot write.
Well, of course he can't write. He wrote Glass Onion. Glass Onion is one of the worst films I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, so that's all I have to say when it comes to this weird dig when it says to Drinker and his ilk, and the whole like, oh, they just won't shut up about The Last Jedi. They've said their piece. They only bring it up when it's mentioned. And they have taken the lessons learned from this horrible movie, and it basically woke up a lot of people to their critical thinking skills. That's what we owe The Last Jedi to.
The Last Jedi is what people point to and goes, when did Star Wars start to go downhill? Well, you could point to The Force Awakens. But when
Yeah,
did people
this-
like when was it like made apparent that Star Wars was essentially had like a terminal disease? It was The Last Jedi.
Yeah, for Star Wars it was Last Jedi. For everything else it was 2016.
Why was
Hmm.
Ghostbusters 2016 made?
Because
'Cause
it was a
reasons.
notable IP, thus they could have made money for it.
Yeah, but like no one just looked at the final product. And you know what? You want to know what they could have done? The studio could have just said, "Fuck it. We'll take the loss. We're not going to be a laughing stock."
That's what they did with Batgirl.
Yeah.
And
Though
Batgirl
do
wasn't even
hear-
supposedly a bad movie.
Yeah, I do want to see Batgirl.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure.
really
like
hope someone
in
saves the files.
In all fairness, though, they didn't pump a shit ton of marketing in for Batgirl. I don't think.
the film is either. So this is sort of like the possible unfortunate truth. The film is either somewhere in some Warner Brothers server hidden away deep within the vault, or unfortunately everything was burned.
It's in Impel Down.
Yeah, it might unfortunately all just be gone.
Yeah.
So we'll just never see that movie.
Well, I mean, we managed to get the Fantastic Four Roger Corman film, and that was literally made to never be released.
Yeah, it was literally a rights movie.
So maybe one day we'll get to see Batgirl.
I'm hoping that just eventually, when all the dust settles, yeah, we'll get that movie. The movie will be released at the very least to streaming.
Yeah.
There's a clip.
The example Drinky gives for Ryan Johnson's blatant rewriting is the scene where Blanc and, as we later see, Helen spot Duke's voyeurism.
Batista's watching his girlfriend supposedly having an affair with Miles, only to be observed by
Yeah,
Blanc.
and they
Now
come
look at
out
the
of
later
there
version of
at the same time. Or
Yeah.
just after exactly the same time.
Yeah, the
Here,
footage,
he comes out, and it's way after, and she still doesn't appear.
yeah, the footage is blatantly lying to you.
this exact same scene. Noticed how Helen's been added in here when she totally should have been visible before.
Except, no, that isn't true. There's a reason the drinker plays these clips on mute. Let me put the sound back on for you.
As what was being said in the EFAB, because he's talking. Would you rather the scene be played with full sound while he's talking? That would confuse the shit out of people.
That was the first time we see this. There's a close shot of Duke, then we hear the twig snap, and then we pull back to a shot revealing Blanc.
And then she
Here's
would
the scene
be
as
there
we're shown
already.
it later on.
See, at the same fucking time.
Yeah, if that's how the scene truly should have gone, we should have seen Blanc. We should have seen both of them. Like, the film is just blatantly dishonest when it comes to the events.
It's the same Secret Invasion.
Like, you can't even play the normal card of, like, it's a whodunit where you're allowed to be a tiny bit dishonest as long as you're feeding enough breadcrumbs to the audience. Like, when we watched, what was that? That John Travolta, Samuel L. Jackson movie. Max showed it to us.
Is that the one where in the jungle?
Yeah,
No, that was. Shit.
I can't remember it.
But
oh my god, that's gonna annoy me. I'll look it up.
Yeah, while he's
keep
looking that
talking.
up, the point is that film does give you enough of breadcrumbs to keep the mystery going, despite the fact that what we're being told in the flashbacks is a complete fabrication.
Basic,
thank you. Yeah, in Basic, it's a complete fabrication as to what actually happened in the jungle, except for, like, 2 key events.
I was going to reference the fact that EFAP was going on about Secret Invasion and the part in Infinity War where Nick Fury starts to get dusted. That they change it in basically they change. There's two different versions. Infinity War, where he's going to do the last thing he possibly can to help out with humanity. He tries to call Carol Danvers, and it's like a heroic thing. In the Secret Invasion, exactly the same scene plays out, but the music's is different, and they actually get a different scene from Samuel Jackson as well, where he's like, "Mother," and then he does it like he's really sad, and then everyone beats him up after he gets after the 5-year thing. It's a lie.
Meanwhile, the clip from Infinity War, wasn't saying it sad. He was like, "Oh mother," like, he was saying
Yeah,
with
yeah, yeah.
frustration.
Like, "Oh God, I'm out of this fight right now. I'm down. I gotta." Basically, that's it, and he just accepts it. He's like, "Oh God, I could have done more, but whatever."
Which
In Secret Invasion, he's like, "Motherfucker," as in, "I'm so sad. I'm going to be depressed for the rest of my life when it is the fact that I'm back in the world again."
it's one of those, which also, like, in and of itself, that scene's kind of just a bit of a plot hole, because he's had that pager for so long. Why didn't he use it against the Chitauri?
Not just the Chitauri,
Ultron.
not just
Ultron, yeah.
There was Malekith from Thor: The Dark World that was merging multiple realities together. What else?
Doctor Strange,
Uh,
Dormammu.
yeah.
I could see. Yeah, I mean, I could. Yeah, I could see why he wouldn't use it on Dormammu, or why. I can see why him not using it with Dormammu is an issue.
Yeah, the whole planet the whole dimension was at risk.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. When the Avengers broke up, I think would have been a good time to bring her in.
Yeah. You need someone to bring in some kind of stability type of thing, because you never had
Yeah.
Thor, you never had the Hulk.
Oh yeah, I could believe Fury would just be like, okay, these two are fighting. We need someone that's basically gonna need to sit them both down.
I'm
so they
going
can
to
get
lose
this.
my entire team if this happens, so I need to bring someone in to basically tell them to shut the fuck up and do their job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that would have been an interesting addition to Civil War, because that's something I always thought when it came to that movie is, what does Nick Fury think of all this?
Mm-hmm.
Because Nick Fury used to be a very interesting character that I wanted a lot more of.
It's also interesting that in, which one was it? Far From Home, there was no signs of depression there, and no one else was depressed over the fact that they were blipped. So why specifically him?
I mean, that's the weird thing when you remember in Far From Home, that's not even Nick Fury. That's a Skrull.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a Skrull. It's God. I wish they would have.
No,
Yeah.
see, that's the thing. Nick Fury isn't even depressed in the post-credit scene of Far From Home, because when the main Skrull, Talos, when him and whoever shift back into being Skrulls, and they call him Nick Fury, is like, I don't know what to tell these people. Nick Fury just hangs up on him, and he's just hanging out on a space station, drinking a beverage and hanging out on a holographic beach. Where's the depression, Nick?
Yeah, and he didn't he get married to a Skrull?
No, that was to show that he is a black man, and he needs to confront his racism.
But he wasn't married. I thought didn't he like make out with the Skrull or something?
Yeah, he had a Skrull
married.
wife.
That's okay. The narrative the show was trying to push, was he needed to look past his prejudice.
Yeah, and he snugged her in Skrull form.
What do you mean look past this? Well, I mean, granted, he was almost killed by Skrulls in Captain Marvel, because Captain Marvel forgot that the Skrulls were nothing but hostile and acted like horrendously one-dimensionally evil.
Until they're totally the good guys.
Yeah. Like yeah, it's like they got inside your head, didn't they? Hey, I'm evil Australian man.
I'm never going to unsee Emilia Clarke with Drax's arm. No.
Oh no, 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 no,
Yeah, let's not
no,
get into the
no,
fact that
no,
with every
no.
bad Marvel thing, they always seem to create the most powerfulest character without even really thinking about it. Because now, yeah, Amelia Clark is more powerful than any Avenger, any Guardian of the Galaxy. Like, she has all their powers combined.
We're probably never gonna see her again, too.
Yeah, she's gonna just disappear.
Like, I think it took them until Captain America, Brave New World, I think is what it's gonna be called, right?
Yep.
And I
Yep,
believe
yep.
in that movie, they're finally going to address the fact that there is a Celestial sticking out of the fucking planet that isn't just a background joke in She-Hulk.
Oh no, you have it backwards. It's gonna be Thunderbolts because they're gonna go to it.
Really?
Oh.
That was the rumor of what the script was going to be because of some leaks. Is they're gonna go to the Celestial? That's what's gonna be Genosha, and that's how we're gonna get adamantium.
Wait, the Celestials gonna be the Genosha, the mutant island?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the leaks were saying. For all we know,
The
because
MCU was a mistake.
Because of enough time has passed, they might have just completely thrown that out.
I would actually argue that the MC or MCU, whatever you call it, wasn't a mistake. It was the fact that it should have stopped at Endgame and called it the Infinity Saga and just left it there.
Or
and then
I'm
if you're
fine with it
gonna-
continuing. Just take like a 5-year hiatus.
yeah,
and
that's what I was
branch it
about
out.
to say. Give it some time and then start another saga in the same universe from technically scratch, and then build another story from there, as opposed to do a lot of the D plus series that have nothing to do with each other and don't have any kind of through line.
And all that just do nothing but paint our main heroes as
Yeah.
horrible people.
They're just basically pushing forward another load of Rey Skywalkers. Is essentially what.
They'll never remember your sacrifice. I already forgot the fucking quote.
Yeah.
They'll never know what you sacrificed. They'll never know what you sacrificed for them.
Mhm.
You need to rethink your entire existence.
We start with this slightly wider shot, revealing Blanc and Helen. Then Helen leaves, causing that sound, and Duke turns round. This point is the moment we saw earlier on, and there's a very obvious, very obtrusive sound cue, the sole purpose of which is to communicate precisely this. Look, you can enjoy the way moments like this toy with the audience perspective, complementing the film's themes.
It's
these
literally a
ideas
different
of
scene.
Yeah.
how we
It is
see and
literally
how
a
we
different
falsely
scene.
composite and rationalize these perceptions away from the truth, away from what's really plainly shown to us, or you can dislike it. But what you can't do is lie about how...
I just want to hear like what Pillar of Garbage said. You can either appreciate it for this super deep, awesome thematic thingamabobber, or you can just dislike it like a plebeian. Hey guys, did you know that Miles is supposed to be retarded in this movie? He's supposed to be so unfathomably stupid that he lets the world famous detective onto his private island where he's going to kill people.
If he's that stupid, how does he even dress himself?
He's so stupid, so unimaginably dumb that
If
he
he's-
like that.
If
that
he's so stupid, how does he have the Mona Lisa?
Didn't he? No, you can't buy the Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa is considered priceless.
Well, yes, I understand that. There's no way the Louvre would just give it to him, but the thing is, the movie is saying that is the Mona Lisa.
No. Well, actually, the thing is that there was going to be confirmation that the Mona Lisa was a fake in the movie, but that scene got cut out, and I think so because I think Rian Johnson wants you to believe it is the real Mona Lisa now, which I'm like, oh, so like,
yeah, he
like
so in his movie, he just destroyed one of the most priceless paintings that we have on this planet.
Yes.
A
It's
painting
fine.
that is only famous because it was stolen.
It's fine. We're probably going to get some kind of activist throw some soup at it, so it's probably the way.
Ugh.
It's a good thing a lot of those paintings are like behind like glass or something.
By this point, I'm just starting to wish that they actually just put guards at them to just even stop, even if they're behind the glass, just stop those fucking people.
Yeah, like do actual activist work. Like, hey, let's start pushing for nuclear power. How about that?
Or
Just saying,
donating to certain charities, or pushing for legislation.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that.
The film constructs moments like these on a mechanical level, and that's what the drinker does here to cap off his video, to build into this last point.
Why would Drinker do that? Is he incompetent, or is he a blatant liar? These are the only two choices you
neither.
have, and
Paying
both of them are
attention
damning
is
for
what
his
it's doing.
Yeah, or is the thing that you're referencing just blatantly dishonest?
I have a feeling also there's an editor put that scene in there, and he's probably referencing something else when he said that.
There's and again the thing is, Pail of Garbage lies about the movie and Drinker constantly throughout that. Well, maybe not. Well, he lies about Drinker, and he just gets things wrong about the movie too. And he like repeats arguments that are dumb, like saying Miles is this is the biggest one about this movie. Miles is supposed to be so unfathomably stupid that he put himself in this situation, despite the fact he's smart enough to have effectively gotten away with murder.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if he's that stupid, how does he dress himself? How does he know what to eat for breakfast?
And not only that what's her face had a twin sister, identical twin sister, and that she left a journal about, and that she left behind, and that reading that journal allowed the twin sister to perfectly mimic all of the mannerisms that what's her face had. And it's just, it makes it's so dumb. It is so stupid. It is so stupid. Like, why would you not hide that formula somewhere else? Why would that not be like in a fucking vault, like buried deep underground?
Also, remember, the lady, the twin sister that was killed, she was too, she was too, I'm trying to remember what the exact quote was. She was too clever to see Miles as a threat.
Which, oh my god, yes, that's right. She was too clever to see Miles as a threat.
Meanwhile, if like you're blatantly gonna do all of this kind of stuff, and Miles just comes to your apartment, you call the fucking cops.
Mm-hmm.
It's he's too clever to be a threat. And when you say, it's like, well, I'm sorry, she's too clever to see him as a threat. Well, then she's not very clever, is she?
No, she's fucking stupid. But that's just a common theme in this movie, is that everyone's just too fucking stupid. And that's why everybody like, if the one clip that is to survive Knives Out, like Glass Onion, it's just dumb.
Yeah. Knives Out is awful. I'm sorry. Well, actually, I haven't seen Knives Out. I've seen Glass Onion. Glass Onion is awful, though I do hear Knives Out is pretty
Knives
bad
Out's
too.
not particularly good. I enjoyed it when I saw it, but I wasn't thinking about it for more than 5 minutes. Then I did think about it for more than 5 minutes. I'm like, oh my god, this is stupid.
Like the lady that literally cannot get away with lying, because every time she lies, she throws up.
But she'll hold in her vomit for like long enough to get a confession. A bold confession that no one would ever in their right mind actually say, yeah, I killed her, but maybe
and yet,
I didn't.
He doesn't seem to care, because I guess his followers...
Filthy, you'll need to go into the actual call.
Yeah, well, you're saying that when this isn't streamed. There we go.
There you go.
Hey, Filthy.
Hey.
So, this is your first time appearing on our channel, so go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello. I'm Filthy Casual. I talk about movies, TV, anime, sometimes Korean and Japanese live action shows, because those are actually good. And I've done a couple streams with Mayo and everybody else, I think. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not you haven't been on one of my things yet, but
No,
Oh,
but
we
it's been
should-
on the organized chaos one while we use.
oh
on
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
We should
Yeah.
rectify that with a Dragon's Den someday.
I don't know what to choose. I don't have a video in line.
That's why you have me. So
Well, you got to pick
what's-
something cringe, man.
What's your experience with Birdman, Casual?
None. Other than I did see a part of this video, but I haven't actually gotten to watch the full thing yet.
Yeah, so to just give you some of the cliff notes, Birdman thinks that Drinker hates Rian Johnson because The Last Jedi was supposedly woke. He used Pillar of Garbage's video for evidence as to why Drinker is dishonest about Glass Onion, and also saying that Gina Carano is a bad actress, and yet standing up for herself is the exact same fucking statement.
Oh yeah, you know what? I actually did see this video, but I saw it through Adam and Sitch. They do more kind of political and culture war shit.
Yeah.
So I haven't actually just sat down and watched the video myself, but I do remember thinking that like every single point that he makes is either just really stupid or dishonest, and it's kind of hard for me to tell which.
It's also the fact that it's making arguments about something different to what's actually being shown on screen. So God knows what it's actually talking about half the time.
So I would say it leans more into the dishonest part, because I don't know if you caught the beginning of this, but he's trying to say, think phrases like vaccines cause autism and go woke, go broke, and then very clearly trying to like put in people's minds that these two are somewhat equivalent to try and, get them a bit more heated and angry.
Poisoning the well.
Poisoning the well, yes. He poisoned the well, and then the beginning of the video, what he quoted, it was either Gobbles or Rommel. I can't remember which.
Jesus.
So yeah, very much trying to
Very poisoning the well.
Yeah.
Oh, also he compared Drinker to Nick Fuentes, saying
Yes.
like, "Oh yeah, the
Yeah, that was
Minecraft
the stuff
movies."
that I was like, that was the part that it makes me think that he's just a fucking idiot. Because Fuentes is like, I don't know how much you guys pay attention to that kind of thing.
I know enough.
Fuentes is like a very niche audience, and he just kind of seems like he's out there to me. Like personally, I'm not a fan. He does a lot of the thing where he almost like a Mott and Bailey type deal, where he tries to present things in a way that is vague and can be agreeable, but then if you make him explain his views, they don't seem great.
Well, no,
but-
he's an actual white nationalist.
Yeah, that's kind of how he seems to me, but he tries to present himself as like vaguely right wing or something. I'm just not a fan, so.
I mean,
And then there
yeah.
was Birdman playing the fucking one of Destiny's many rants about conservatives, and it's so hilarious that you're referencing the guy that's like, yeah, that firefighter that died protecting his family from the shooter at that first Trump shooting. Oh yeah, fuck him. He voted for Trump.
Yeah, Destiny, man. He's another one who I thought came across as reasonable, and then he just kind of revealed his power level with the whole.
Yeah. Because the thing you find is that I don't know if Destiny has had many conversations with just normal conservatives.
Yeah, Destiny, I've always seen him in debates mainly, and
Yeah.
he's been really hit and miss. Like, I think he's actually a pretty skilled debater, but he also just sort of seems to argue.
Yeah.
So
That's why when you put him up against someone like Adam and Sitch, there's that infamous clip where he essentially calls all Trump supporters retards.
yeah,
Because,
yeah, that was actually what kind of turned me off to Destiny, and then the Trump stuff that followed was just like, okay. And then all the shit with his wife, I can't tell if he's like going crazy, or if the shit with his wife is driving him crazy. Well, ex-wife is driving him crazy, or what?
the stuff with his ex-wife just like, because I learned that from It's a Gundam. That made me die of laughter, because it's like you earn millions of dollars, but because you're such a cuck that that a homeless man in like either South America or some other country is able to just finesse your wife away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much into this you want to get, but that whole thing where he was like on Lex Friedman promoting like polyamory and open relationships and stuff. On one hand, I do feel bad for him because his wife just rolled out. But on the other, it's like when you advocate publicly for that lifestyle and you're influencing who the hell knows how many young people into that like that crazy shit, it's kind of hard to feel bad.
Yeah, it very much turns into a you get what you deserve when you do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like it's like, hey, let's have an open relationship. Ha ha ha, it'd be fun. And it's like they don't understand that, oh, maybe my spouse or partner will find someone that's better than me. Never occurs to them.
Well, I mean, not only that, that doesn't even get into the whole just the psychology of that. Like every time you have a fight with your wife, you have to wonder if she's going to hate fuck some other dude. Like what are you inviting? Like I'm sure everybody's heard the phrase "box in the hen house."
Yeah,
You just open the hen house to all the foxes. Like I just don't get it.
by refusing.
You know, I always interpreted that. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, refusing to be like 100% committal and monogamous with your partner, you open the door for bad things to happen when there is even a moment of weakness between you two.
Which is why if you're gonna have that shit, you should just start from the beginning as it being that.
Yeah, that way at the very least it's out in the open and it's an establishment of honesty and trust.
Now back to what I was going to say. For some reason, I always thought fox in the hen house meant you have one fox in the hen house, and the thing is that you have all the hens pecking the fox to death and ripping it apart.
I think that might be your animaltisms.
Well, yeah, because chickens are because chickens are monsters. Like they're monsters.
Huh. Because I always interpreted it as you're inviting in something that wants to eat your shit and you're just letting it into the house. Like kind of like a vampire.
Yeah. I mean that is probably the saying, but every time you fox in a hen house and I go, oh, so the fox dies in this analogy then.
Well, it's because coyotes kill chickens.
Well, except a coyote is much bigger than a fox.
Well, yeah, that's why people out in the more rural areas who do raise chickens would have to worry more about coyotes than foxes.
Meanwhile, I'm one of the weirdos that thinks coyotes are cool.
Well, foxes are also sneaky, so
just Googled it.
I feel like that applies to the Destiny situation more, so that's what I'm going to believe.
Just Googled it, and it says the idiom "fox in a hen house" means to put someone in a position of trust who's unsuitable to, or to put someone in a position where they police themselves. It can also refer to a sly, treacherous, or deceitful person who is secretly acting against the interests of the community or the organization it belongs to.
Okay.
What does a cool raccoon with a cane have to do with this?
It says putting Pootster in charge of a labor department is like putting a fox in charge of.
Well, speaking of raccoons, Wyatt, did you know raccoons don't have a true thumb?
I mean, I know they've got like cool hats, and they're backed up by the smart turtle and really muscular hippo.
What? And what's next? They're gonna want to fuck a really hot fox.
And to the video.
I plead the fifth.
You fucking furry.
Don't seem to care.
I feel like I'm not making a good
publicly
first impression
demonstrates
here.
that he can't keep up with
You're,
basic
oh no,
logic all the
actually no, you're the most normal right now. So
I came on and we started talking about cucks and furries, so
no, it's fine. It's fine. That's actually
forbid
normal.
in this type of environment we go off on a tangent.
I mean, you want me to start going off on my animaltisms? I can.
No.
No, we don't have all
Look
day.
at this tweet from Star Wars Holocron. They are very obviously making
Television shows often need more than one season to grow and develop. Take a look at Breaking
No.
Bad, one of the greatest shows ever, but it
Not
took its
necessarily.
time to really grip you and needed more than one season to do that. Same for the
Wrong.
Clone Wars. Season 1 had a number of rough patches, but with time, it grew to one of the most compelling Star Wars stories of all time. A shame the Acolyte wasn't given the same opportunity. So this statement is wrong on multiple levels.
Game of Thrones, One Piece, Last of Us, and probably about 1 billion more.
Even to the examples that are in this tweet, Breaking Bad's first season was amazing.
One Piece would apply because One Piece doesn't really have seasons since it's just continuously ongoing.
If
Well,
we're talking
even
about the live action,
even if you're going
okay.
on live action, it's still an amazing piece of. I say, what do you even call it these days? Is it television or is it just content?
Television.
I would still call it television, even though, like, technically, yeah, it's not on cable TV or any of that kind of stuff.
It's in a TV. It's in a TV format though.
Yeah.
So yeah, like Breaking Bad was good from like minute 5.
Oh, and Tulsa King is freaking amazing. And
I mean,
yeah.
have any of you guys watched The Penguin?
I've been meaning to watch it, and by this point, it sounds like Mayo and I are going to end up rewatching the Batman and then watching Penguin.
So I actually haven't seen the Batman, so I'm gonna have to watch that and then watch Penguin anyway.
Yeah.
So The Penguin, the first 10 minutes, I think if at that point you'll know, like, you're gonna like the show or not, and it's not even
do you
anything
need to
crazy.
See the movie?
I would say no, but it definitely references events in the movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's self-contained enough that you probably can just like put the pieces together without watching it.
Oh, does it? I heard like part of the show does entail some of the consequences of what Riddler did.
It does. It does.
Okay.
But it says so outright, so I don't know, because I did see the movie, so I don't know how much you would lose from not seeing it.
Okay. But the point being is that, like, this guy, this Star Wars holocron who said out this tweet, basically saying, like, oh, if we just gave the Acolyte like 6 more seasons, it probably would have been fantastic. It's just like,
no, the Acolyte was shit from the first scene, from the get-go, from the fight with Trinity.
I don't know if you guys know this or not, but historically, shows have often invested $1 billion into 4 seasons to figure out whether or not they were actually good.
Oh my god! Oh my, you're referencing Rings of Power.
Well, Rings of Power and Acolyte was 250 million or some crazy shit. So
yeah, like the $180 million budget was apparently like either a lie or a fabrication.
It was like 230 something.
Yeah, 230 million.
Yeah, because they had to file their taxes.
So why would TV shows need to invest in a subpar motel franchise? I'll be here all week, thank you.
No, I don't know. I don't know what you were.
The Four Seasons Hotel.
Ha!
I didn't know that the Four Seasons was a hotel.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big chain here.
I'll see myself out.
Listen, all I know about is the Super 8 motel and Comfort Inn, okay? That's all I know.
The point that sometimes a show's first season isn't always where it finally ends up, with a couple examples including The Clone Wars and Breaking Bad.
Also, Clone Wars was shit too, just for the most part throughout.
It's had moments where people considered it a good show. Those moments are still bad, but people enjoyed them.
But it's not one of the most compelling Star Wars stories of all time.
Sorry. So about the Birdman, because I don't know that much about him. He got big covering CinemaSins, right?
Yes, that's like one of his main content is covering CinemaSins videos and being just as bad at refuting some of his points as Jeremy is at saying them.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Because this argument is like, it makes me think that he's really, really young and doesn't remember when TV was like actually televised and shows got a pilot, and if the pilot didn't catch on, that's it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so-
I don't know. He might be around our age.
And a
Like in
certain show was notorious for showing its pilot as the very last fucking episode.
Well, if
What?
he's around our age, then I think that supports my argument that he's just retarded.
And for those who don't know what I'm referencing Firefly.
Oh my god, that's right. Firefly was aired out of order.
Yeah, the pilot was the last episode they showed, and it's like, why would you do that?
Well,
For
Firefly
the
was also
entire
horribly
series
marketed.
or just the first season?
Well,
The entire series, because there is only one season.
There's only one
Oh,
season,
okay.
yeah.
I didn't know that. I knew there
Yeah.
was the series and there was the movie, but I didn't know there was only one season.
Yep,
Yeah,
all out of
I think
order.
Firefly. Yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine. It was all out of order. It was in the Friday night death slot, and
Right.
and Fox barely marketed the damn thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was gonna say Firefly came out I think around the same time as Arrested Development, and both of those shows were just a little bit too smart for their own good. I think because
So
they both.
Firefly was sorry.
I would say they both picked up audiences after, like once people were able to kind of digest the whole thing.
It was around when Buffy was abound because in Buffy's last season, Nathan Killian was in it, and I asked someone that I knew, oh, I don't really like that actor because of the character he played. Says, oh no, he's on Firefly, and that was like freaking decades and decades ago.
Yeah, I think
Sure,
it
that
was
happened.
early. I think both were early 2000s.
Yeah,
Buffy was like 98, 99, I think.
I have no opinions on
97.
Buffy.
Me either.
Buffy has a lot of rough spots, but by George, is it a good show?
oh yeah,
I have heard its first season is rough.
it
is
is.
very-
It doesn't really come into its own until the second one, but even then, rewatching it is still better than a lot of stuff today.
Oh yeah,
Dude,
that can be
season
said
two,
a lot about
from
a
what
lot
I
of
remember,
shows.
from what I remember, season two just had me fucking in it. Like the
Yeah,
ending of
I think that
season
was mainly
two
because of
was a tear-
Angelus.
Well, yeah,
That was a proper good hook.
Oh yeah, fucking that stuff with Angel. Oh.
Let's go ahead and say it sounds like you guys support the Birdman here.
What?
No,
Just
but
the-
shows like that had a lot of rewatchability to it.
Well, I
Are
was
you
also
telling me that the Birdman is a Buffy fan? Because if he is, he does not belong in the fandom. We kicked him out.
I don't know, he
Well-
might be a fan of it, but he might not have watched it.
I'm going to be a fan of something. Well, no, what?
He might be
There
a
are
fan
people-
of Buffy, but he may not have been paying attention as he was on.
Okay,
He might just like, oh yeah, the Sarah Michelle Gellar, hot, and that was it. Has vampires in it.
I mean, that's kind of what he does with most of these comic book movies by this point. He made a whole video that was basically like, oh, but the costumes are accurate.
Yeah, he'd have probably been the Chris Stuckman of the 90s.
Oh my god. Oh, so when he was talking about like his introduction to comics, apparently his very first introduction to comics was Amazing Fantasy 15. Like the first appearance of Spider-Man in Amazing Fantasy 15, not a Spider-Man trade that has all of the stories in like chronological order, not some like Spider-Man story like, you know, that he may have like read when he was a kid. No, Amazing Fantasy 15. He found a copy of Amazing Fantasy 15, and that was his first Spider-Man story, which just had my bullshit detector going off.
Yeah, because your first Superman comic, of course, Jake, was Action Comics number whatever. I think it was Action Comics.
It was Action Comics number 1, you fake fan.
And my first Batman comic was Detective Comics number 1.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it was to show that the fact that like no one starts at the exact beginning unless you were there or somebody specifically handed you that comic. Like my first Batman comic was actually The Long Halloween.
My first Superman comic was actually Superman for All Seasons.
My first was Death of Superman. That was a very interesting introduction.
Wow, I really like this. I really like this awesome character. He's so hopeful. He's amazing.
And he's dead.
Yep, he's dead.
I was gonna say, did you think it was a one shot?
He's dead.
That would have been funny. It's like,
the
it's like, oh man, this Superman series is really short.
Oh my god, Wyatt, what was that freaking TV show? No, sorry, Netflix animated thing that we just saw that the main character died off at the first episode?
Oh, the Scott Pilgrim versus the
Yeah.
World animated show? Yeah,
Oh,
that piece of
don't.
shit.
Maybe-
Okay, so okay, I really can't really call it necessarily the entirety of it a piece of shit, but like killing Scott in the first episode, it's like no, stop.
Quote unquote.
That's a bold
killing him.
strategy.
Oh,
Yeah.
very bold. It's about Ramona, don't you know?
Yeah, it's all about Ramona.
Because even though they got all of the original cast from the live action movie to reprise their roles in the animated show. Yeah.
Anyway, off topic.
Yeah.
Listen, all right. Get on topic.
Stay
What
on
is this fucking
target.
What is what
Stay
what
on
is this
target.
This is amateur hour. Come on, guys.
When Will saw this, I mean, how do you fail at understanding the point this hard? This is one of two.
Okay, but they are comparing Acolyte to Breaking Bad.
Which, to the most part, like to anyone would, any normal person would just go, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
What have you been smoking?
They are comparing Acolyte to Breaking Bad. I don't. That is a thing that is happening.
I mean,
It's
it's
fine.
literally right there.
Yeah.
Like on the screen. Also, you know, there's something to be said for these networks being like, okay, it's not, well, networks, now streaming services, being like, okay, it's not getting the ratings that we want, but we can tell it's competent and we believe in it. Like, that's a choice that studios make all the time.
Yes.
I mean, and then not that they're always right, but I mean, look at fucking Rebel Moon.
Look at
But also look at Seinfeld, right? Like, I don't know if you guys know or not, but Seinfeld was like on the chopping block every episode for like 2 or 3 seasons. And Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David had to beg NBC, like, look, just like give us a little bit more time. People will buy in, and then it became the biggest show of the 90s.
Look at Star Trek, the original series, didn't even become popular until after it finished.
Even with shows we don't necessarily like including Clone Wars, a lot of people do agree that some of their best work came when they were on the verge of cancellation.
Yeah.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It was on the chopping block after season 1. Danny DeVito literally saved that show.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
How many times has Power Rangers been under cancellation? I think it was like 3 or 4 times.
Well, to the point they made a season that was all about it ending.
Yeah. So let's see. In Space. So 3 for like 3 times, Power Rangers was supposed to end, and then it didn't, and then it actually ended. And that fucking reboot that was going to be run by the bitch who ran the Witcher series has been canceled before it started. Thank you.
There is some justice in the world. Velma is finally canceled.
Halo.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, Halo is finally gone.
Unfortunately, Zack Snyder still gets work.
Season 4 of The Witcher still hasn't happened. Where they eventually will need to replace Henry Cavill with Liam Hemsworth.
Poor Liam. I feel
Never
bad.
thought I'd ever hear myself say this, but I hope Doctor Who gets cancelled.
Isn't that like a British staple though?
It is, but the current incarnation is just no.
I think it's just it's been doing so poorly for so long that canceling it would probably be the right move.
Do you think they'll cancel it, or do you think
the current work of Russell C Davies is absolute garbage? Is essentially when David Tennant was on it, who was the long-awaited, the one that everyone was waiting to see again, essentially bowed down to freaking the women in there. They said male presenting Time Lord could never understand the meaning of letting something go, which. Let's not get into that.
No, I've heard it's awful. I just meant, do you think they'll actually completely stop it, or just do the thing where they're like, okay, it's canceled, or we're on hiatus? Like they take a break for a bit, kind of try to get people to forget about the bad stuff.
Yeah, I would like him to take a break for another 10 to 20 years and then start again, because the way they're going, they're just going to run it into the ground, especially since they started it with Disney.
How does it feel that event that, like, while you were living in Britain land, that your taxes were paying for eventually such a
Yep.
god awful show?
The day they decided to actually scrap the TV license was the best thing they could have fucking done.
I was
Is
gonna
that-
do a really bad British accent and ask if you have a license for that, but I won't.
You have a license for that.
You're like, why is it that any American that tries to imitate a British accent ends up sounding Australian?
Well, that's
I'll tell
because
you
our
what.
that's
You
because
all look the same to us.
I'll tell you what. This is a British accent here. Yeah, it's a
Well-
British accent. Yeah.
I was gonna say, because when we go into Australian, we can't help but sound like Crocodile Dundee or any of the
Steve Irwin.
Australians that appeared on The Simpsons.
But
Oh.
yeah,
All right, I
It's a-
see you've played Knifey Spoony before.
it's always the generic British accent, the generic English. It's
The
never any
posh
kind
one?
of. It's never like Liverpool, like the Scouse, or from freaking Lincoln or
Ernie,
anything like that.
What
I was-
you doing out here?
I was going to say, like, I can't do Cockney now because 40K has unfortunately tainted that. So if I was to try to do like a Dick Van Dyke sort of thing, I'd eventually slowly but surely progress into Gazgul.
Good enemies is hard to find.
I'd love an American to try and do a Geordie accent. That'd be the funniest thing I'd ever seen.
Hey, bruv, you got a problem with me, huh?
No,
You want to go fight
no,
on the side of the road, bruv, huh?
no, that's
Isn't that Central
No,
London?
I'm
That's
king of the,
Geordie
I'm
at
king
all.
of the, I'm king of the chavs, yeah.
Geordie is Newcastle.
I don't know who Jordy is.
Wait, you don't know the best member
it-
of the Next
Council in
Generation?
Star Trek.
When the only Jordy I know is the one from Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yeah.
This
I'll
is
be
one of-
honest. Sorry, as an American, I can only either hear like British, posh, or like Cockney. There's no in between, and there's no regions. It's just those two. So I think
used
that's
to-
why.
I used to be able to imitate the Yorkshire accent, but it's mainly because I watched so many Sean Bean performances.
If you ever watch someone called Ross Noble, he's a comedian who's probably got the most Geordie accent you'll probably ever hear in your life. That'd be a good point.
That's the guy who constantly gets into back and forth with hecklers, right?
Oh, are you talking about the guy with the big teeth?
That's all British people. What you on about?
Like the Batman Beyond meme. Do you have any idea how little that brings it down?
I'm gonna talk on. I'm gonna get a freaking picture.
All right. So,
All right.
but before we get back to the actual video, my whole point before we derailed again was this isn't something that's just you can't just quantify it with, well, some shows need more than one season. There's all kinds of variables and, studio shit that no one knows about and personalities. How well was the show made? This show was incompetent on every level. The Acolyte in particular. Like, it wasn't just, like it didn't catch on, but it was good. It was just bad.
Yes, it was incredibly bad. And sometimes, and I don't even necessarily agree with the notion. I don't agree with the notion that sometimes a show needs more than one season. No, I think that one season should be ample time to at least gain some level of an audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to be charitable, that sometimes is doing a lot of legwork.
Mhm.
Mayo just posted the picture. Yeah, I was thinking of someone. I'm sorry. Someone entirely different.
So I think the one you're thinking of that does hecklers, which is essentially a really posh guy who wears a suit all the time, is Jimmy Carr.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's who I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's the complete opposite to him.
So I don't know if I'll put the guy's face on screen, but why does the second picture you just posted? Why does his face look like he's like it's been photoshopped slightly to look like it's been shrunk a little?
Yeah. It's like a video game face.
It looks like me trying to make a character.
Two things. He either understands the point being made but is attempting to misrepresent the point to, again, galvanize an already volatile audience against a contentious product, thereby sending his parrots to harass this account, which actually
Again, like, one, Drinker doesn't fucking do that. Secondly, adults are allowed to make their own damn decisions.
So first off, that first one is not an insult. It's, you know what Breaking Bad didn't do? Insult its audience. Most shows only get one season to prove themselves, and most don't get a small fortune in budget. Face it, The Acolyte was bad and it deserved to be canceled. That's not harassment.
It's just giving an opinion.
happened, or he doesn't understand the purpose of an analogy. Stupid people do this all the time. You'll say,
Like
well,
you.
fish swim and Olympic sprinters run, with the underlying logic being how they locomote, and the stupidest person you know will say, did you just compare a fish to an Olympian? And this is exactly why analogies are on IQ tests. But I'm willing to be charitable to Will and suggest it's the former, that he knows the point that's being made but is misrepresenting it to fit the narrative he's trying to push.
Sorry, he says I'm willing to be charitable with the words on screen meaning what they fucking mean. Like, it's bizarre. I kind of wonder if he didn't edit his own video.
Well, that's what I said earlier. Like, there's clearly stuff that's been put on there. He'd stop talking, something completely different would come up, and then he'd carry on to make a different point.
No, I think he does edit his own videos. Because the thing is, if he didn't edit his own videos, I'm pretty sure he'd pay someone to actually edit them a lot better and make them more visually appealing. But literally, like his little profile, his little avatar is just a picture of Blanca. Instead of Blanca, but maybe with some unique accents to it, maybe some additional frames where he's pointing to something, maybe with different facial expressions. No, it's just a still image of Blanca. That's it.
I was gonna say, as we have images that we either stole from the internet or were made by AI.
But the thing is, we're using those as profile pictures.
No, that's fair. It's not official channel art. And
yeah,
I've been staring at a space marine with a cat head for 4+ hours.
Well, get on your knees and worship the God Emperor, heretic.
I thought that was going in a completely separate direction, to be honest.
At least you're not a jar mayo.
Are you disappointed, you slut?
A little bit.
Anyway.
I mean, the alternative is to suggest he's low IQ, and I would never do that. His Twitter alone is an embarrassment of narrative pushes from platform boosting known.
That's not him. We fucking retweeted that.
All Ubisoft had to do was have a Japanese main character for a game that takes place in feudal Japan, but they couldn't even help but shoehorn in a DEI black guy and repeatedly market him as a real-life samurai based on zero historical evidence. Now a whole nation is pissed off, lol.
So
it did exist, but it's not like a big samurai to what freaking Assassin's Creed is making him out to be.
Well, yeah, I believe Yasuke was a samurai, but only after Nobunaga died, I think.
I've heard a bunch of different shit about that. Some people were saying he was essentially the entertainment because he was the black guy in Japan and was just kind of some position that I'm forgetting the name of right now where he's the sword holder for somebody, but not an actual samurai.
But even then, it's they got a whole freaking country of Asian people and they couldn't pick one of them. They had to go to the black guy. And as Max has said as well, it's the first and only Assassin's Creed that actually you play as the historical character. In all of the rest of them, you basically interacting with the historical people. Just weird.
It is strange. we had the game in Egypt, the game in Greece, the game in Italy, the game in
Yeah.
you played as
19th one.
Native American. You played it. You played in China in one of I think it was one of the DS games. But as soon as it is rare, we've been wanting an Assassin's Creed game, at least a mainline one. There might be some spinoff that is in Japan, but a mainline game where you play as someone in Japan who are known for having a very popular kind of assassin that's been, the ninja, and yet, we're gonna play as a black dude or a historical guy. It's like, okay, why can't you just let me play as Nobunaga Oda then? Maybe he was an assassin.
Well, also, like, could you imagine the people who are defending this shit if they had found some white guy who happened to be in Japan then and put him in? They'd be having a fucking conniption about whitewashing and blah blah blah, and they'd be right to do so. Like,
yeah.
I'd love to do an Assassin's Creed where there's a character that interacts with Genghis Khan.
So, just to I found the tweet. When this Kangman Lee, this person that he's showing on screen, once this video came out, he responded with in his pathetic attempt to expose the critical drinker, this YouTuber says that Drinker's platform boosts known anti-black racists like Kangman Lee. Thanks for your endorsement, Birdman. When shit-lib crybabies like you call everyone racist, it's become a compliment. And he responds...
Based Kangman.
And Birdman responds, "You're welcome, ho."
Again, Birdman has a very fragile ego. His ego's very fragile.
How do you work on the internet if you do?
I don't know, but like, again, the whole Madvocate situation, like, I was very nebulous towards him. And I saw his response, like, to Madvocate saying, "Okay, Birdman, that's a really bad point." And then he just says, it's like, you can't apply rules to magic. It is the supernatural. It's like, we're looking for the magic to have rules, like having rules that are coherent with the universe.
Canon doesn't matter. It's just fiction.
That is unironically one of his arguments he's used. It's just fiction.
In when he was responding to CinemaSins talking about Alien, he made some half-decent points, but then again, when you're arguing against Jeremy, simply clapping your hands is a better argument than what he says half the time. And one of the things he did say at some point, he did just go, "It's fiction." Like, he just said it's by itself, or he said this is fiction, there are no rules. And it's like,
yes, there are rules.
Not an argument at all.
Well, no, it doesn't. It's not even necessarily not an argument. It's factually incorrect. Fiction has rules. The rules of the universe that the writer establishes. They don't have to be the rules. Yeah, they has to. Any story, for a story, like I would say that the general rule of thumb is that a story should have rules of some kind.
I mean, to me, that argument even being initiated is just kind of debate brain bullshit. No one actually believes that, because every person who's watched a dumbass movie at some point has said, "Well, that doesn't make any sense."
Yeah.
Which, if you enjoy fiction and that's actually your argument, you could never do. So it's just bullshit to defend stuff that you like and don't want to admit, like, yeah, it's got issues.
Even if someone was to say this is fiction, there are no rules, unless they're describing like an absurdist, like Looney Tunes style comedy, where like our main character can essentially just say no to any potential damage they've taken, or can essentially rewrite the rules of the world on a whim. That's the only time it applies.
You shut your whore mouth.
She-Hulk is within an established media and thus has tons of rules.
I didn't watch the show. I just wanted to shit on it.
It's not good. It's not good at all. Which as someone who likes the comic book She-Hulk pisses me off.
Yeah, that seems to be the consensus from essentially
Yeah.
the comic book crowd.
Yeah, people loved She-Hulk, and for the most part, people really love She-Hulk, and then the MCU takes She-Hulk and just turns her into such a sanctimonious cunt.
She basically becomes a Hulk version of Deadpool and breaks the fourth wall.
No. She-Hulk no, Deadpool is the Deadpool version of She-Hulk. She-Hulk was breaking the fourth wall first.
Mm-hmm.
And then, not to mention, stole Matt Murdock's free will, and had the option to reverse the snap, make sure Tony didn't die, just any of that stuff. She essentially just went, "No, I want to get laid."
Mm-hmm.
Matt Murdock had absolutely no say in the matter.
So
She-Hulk
anyway,
is so. Which, by the way, remember Wyatt. Birdman actually likes the She-Hulk show, especially that fucking reality warping bullshit, because it's like the comics, Lamau. Even though, don't you insult the She-Hulk comics like that.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-black racists like Kang Min Lee to even shit-talking Peta because he perceives them to be...
Sorry, I'm just pausing it to say that I've got about 30 minutes left.
yeah, we're
Okay.
we're almost there. We're in the home stretch.
So first off, it doesn't. So first off, you're trying to say PETA is nonpartisan. Well, maybe. Well, you could say they're nonpartisan in terms of politics. PETA is an abhorrent organization.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the tweet that he's referencing. Hold on.
His Twitter alone is an embarrassment of narrative pushes, from platform-boosting known anti-black racists like Kang Min Lee to even shit-talking...
Okay, so PETA is just going like, "Oh yeah, if you wouldn't eat a T-Rex, don't eat a chicken." And Drinker, as like the normal person, was like, somebody would absolutely eat a fucking T-Rex.
Oh yeah, I definitely would. I just want to see how it tastes.
I mean, I would assume it probably would taste maybe a bit more gamey version of. It would probably taste like maybe like taste more like quail, probably, than chicken.
To just talk like very, very briefly, as I'm replaying Metal Gear Solid 3 to prevent myself from playing Baldur's Gate 3, one of the little conversations you can have on your codec is with a lady called Paramedic. She explains a lot of the local flora, fauna, and the animals in the region. And you know what Snake's biggest response to a lot of these things are? How do they taste?
It's like.
And Paramedic's just like, you're an animal.
PETA, because he perceives them to be left-wing, I guess? I don't know.
No,
That last one was
it's not
just
because
amusing
they're
to me.
left wing.
So I bring you back to this tweet.
It's because PETA are fucking insane. They are absolute bonkers. They euthanize like, what was it, like 80-90% of the animals they take in?
Mm-hmm.
I think PETA have actually been caught stealing animals from people as well.
Yes.
Like, PETA is a joke organization. It has nothing to do with their politics.
How have they not been shut down?
I don't know why. But like PETA is a fucking joke. That's why South Park portrayed them as a bunch of fucking forest dwelling like bestialic people that like, remember the fucking bird? The bird human is like, kill me.
Mm-hmm.
What do you honestly think he's saying here? So far, we've demonstrated he will lie or manipulate a narrative, use a member of a group that he regularly targets as a form of plausible deniability, that he clearly has issues with minority groups, and that he perceives women...
He gave Everything Everywhere All at Once a recommendation, which is like nothing but Asians.
I can't remember. Did he like the first Black Panther?
No, I don't think so.
He did.
But he liked Across the Spider-Verse, so the movie that bird fucker is like referencing.
Also, I don't know if you guys talked about this or not for the Glass Onion thing. The shot that Drinker was talking about, it's the same shot, right? Like where in the background you can see them once, but in the second time the first time you can't, and the second time you can, even though the angle is the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
did talk about that.
Yeah. I don't understand how people defend that shit. Like, airbrushing out people or whatever is not clever writing. It's not clever anything.
'Cause
It's just
people are
bullshit.
stupid.
Yeah, it's lying to you.
And being in these roles to be a political push. Which of the humans in
No.
this image fits all that criteria?
No, it's not,
No.
because there's just a black woman on screen. Do you honestly think that if he really had a problem with that, he wouldn't fucking say something?
That
Wait,
woman could have been in. Okay, if you just swapped Jason Momoa and her, and put them in different places, he'd probably say exactly the same thing. It's what
Yeah.
the fuck are you doing with this movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really hate this conflation. Well, I don't use the word woke, but people who defend woke stuff, quote unquote, will defend it by saying, "Oh, there's just a woman or a minority," and that's never what anyone anti-woke means, except for the Nick Fuenteses of the world.
Or the
It's just so
synthetic man.
dishonest. Yeah, exactly.
And we already, for the most part, ignore the Nick Fuentes of the world, or at least we should.
I mean, I just like to mock synthetic man because he thinks he knows things and it's adorable.
It just drives me
What-
crazy, the dishonesty, that the implication is that he's mad because there's a minority or a woman. When
Yeah.
Drinker, I would say 95% of his stuff is bitching about writing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
This person does is not honest critique. He looks for ways he can jimmy in alt-right political talking points under the
No, he doesn't.
Alt-right political talking points. Oh man, what was the alt-right political talking points in the Mask of Zorro review?
None. Because, in fact, he points out in his Mask of Zorro review that he watched it with the EFAP guys, and they just watched the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because the Mask of Zorro is really fucking good.
Yes, it is.
It's so good.
It's probably my favorite Antonio Banderas movie.
eyes of being a movie reviewer. And I know his fan base doesn't want to believe that he is prejudiced against minority groups, but after everything you've seen here, if you're an honest person, you're at the very least asking questions. Why would he?
What do you mean? What you just presented a bunch of a bunch of shit that's like weird. Like the weirdest interpretation is the fucking Godzilla versus Kong trailer clip review that he did. And then, which by the way, casual, Birdman presented Drinker's review of the Godzilla vs. Kong trailer as the review of the actual movie.
I do remember that from Adam and Stitches. And that
Yeah.
whole statement he just made was so contradictory. Like, I know his audience doesn't want to think that he's racist. Well, is he pandering to racist or not? And also, just the manipulative language of, if you're an honest person, then you'll agree with me.
If you're an honest person, you'll agree with all of this information that I've presented, a lot of which was cherry picked, taken out of context, or is just shit, or is just things that are just horrendous, almost horrendously dishonest misinterpretations.
You mean like zooming in on the black lady and calling him alt-right?
Oh, well, there's that, but then there's also the fact that he took him criticizing Gina Carano's acting in Mandalorian season 1 as Drinker not liking Gina Carano the person and thinking Gina Carano the person should not be an actor.
Yeah, I do remember that too.
Which was fucking retarded.
Bring up conversations about race in films where that isn't the focus? Why would he lie and manipulate
Because he
footage
was
of a film
addressing
made by a
arguments.
person that he politically disagrees with? Why is he spreading misinformation about a
disagree with
woman
Ryan Johnson
and attributing
politically.
political positions to her? What does any of this have to do with film? This is because he's not a film reviewer. He's a political
He is,
ideologue that complains almost exclusively about mainstream media to push rhetoric. In
Projection
fact,
off
you'll
the
never
charts.
see him
This is the same fucking argument as the YMS thing. He's not a critic. He just uses his platform to just talk about mainstream movies and why they're shit.
except not all of them were fucking mainstream. He talked about everything, everywhere, all at once. RRR, which by the way, RRR is just Indian. It's just Indian JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It has an all Indian cast, and he absolutely loved it.
He's also been praising Attack on Titan recently too.
Oh, this show.
Yeah.
Nice,
No,
nice.
no, the Broadway play.
Oh, that is. But well, the thing to be fair with Attack on Titan, in like the first 3 seasons, there's only one Asian. To be fair, let's be fair. The rest of them are all European.
This
Did
is true.
did he cover the Batman drinker video in here? Because he showed some clips from it.
Yeah, that one
Little
where it's like
bit.
where they're not just discussing
A
if it's
tiny
woke.
bit.
And he.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
he
that's
thi-
right. Okay.
Yeah, and he thinks that Drinker trying to present the argument of is the Batman woke? Well, there are some decent lines of evidence that may suggest that. If I were a cynical man, and then goes on to present
That's right.
to present it, and then his conclusion is, but despite all of that, I don't think it is. Just given from the majority from what we see from the entirety of the movie, it just feels like a comic book movie aside from a couple things here and there.
You know what's funny is the Batman was one of the first videos I ever made. The Matrix Resurrections was the first, and the Batman came out shortly after. And I think even I mentioned that I thought it was pretty obvious that they race swapped Gordon and Catwoman and then made them moral while all of the bad people were white men. Like, it did seem deliberate to me, but
yeah,
whatever.
but like, but I guess, but in all fairness, aside from that and maybe some other things, the majority of the movie doesn't have that feeling. Does not have that feeling to it.
It's not overt now.
Yeah. And that was
Other than that one line, yeah.
Yeah,
That
was
yeah,
the
then
conclusion
out
that
of
he
nowhere
reached.
line from Catwoman.
Yeah, that line from Catwoman was fucking stupid. But other than that, yeah, no, like Drinker was just like, here's the argument that I've heard, here's the evidence that's pretty decent. However, it's not enough to convince me personally.
Yeah.
Ever see
Yeah, I mean,
him talking?
Sorry, I'll be brief. I mean, to
No,
me, he
no,
just
you're
seems
fine.
like a normal guy who, if the politics bring him out of whatever he's watching, he finds it annoying.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know if he has some kind of metric. I think that's just like, do I notice it, and like, does the story get sacrificed for it? Kind of seems to be it for him.
And often
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
Heck, he gave
About-
he gave Kingdom and that one Korean zombie show a praise as well.
Oh, Train to Busan.
No, the Korean zombie
Oh,
show.
oh, Kingdom. Oh, yeah. Kingdom was okay.
There's another one too. I forget what it was called.
Oh, All of Us Are Dead. That one's really good.
I remember watching it with some of our other friends, and we were just laughing at it because we didn't think it was very good.
What you might poop then?
I have not seen it.
It's been like 2 years since we watched it, so I can't remember dick all about it. I just remember laughing at how dumb it was.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. I don't care. I liked it. I'm looking forward to season 2.
I mean, that is fair. It has merits to it. I will give it that.
Or promoting anything that's not mainstream unless it's an attempt at a narrative push. So yeah, he'll talk about Squid Game or Kingdom because they're mainstream, but do any of you believe he cares about Korean media at all? You know, because Korean women are probably some of the most feminist on earth, to the point that it heavily
Quick note: he reviewed The Lighthouse, and no one fucking.
You cut
contributes
out
to
at
their
such
birth
a
rate
perfect
decline
moment.
and the
Did I cut out?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
you did.
one. Yeah, you said he covered the lighthouse and no one fucked.
Ah, okay.
And no
He
one
covered
cared,
The
I guess.
Lighthouse, and no one fucking saw it. That's
Yeah.
why it got a little bit more popular. But he does lots of movies and shit that no one wants to watch.
Again, like RRR, I mean, in terms of like Bollywood movies, it probably caught the Western eye more than a lot of others. But like, you didn't really hear much about RRR. But Drinker loved RRR.
He also reviewed Sisu, which is one of the best movies of that year.
I need to see it still.
I hated
It's
it.
so fucking good. I loved it. It's so simple and it's so stupid at times, but I love it.
And also Lighthouse, I did not like either. I thought it was way too abstract and artsy.
Mm-hmm.
It did have some good qualities, but it just wasn't for me.
Which is
There
always
was-
fair.
And I wouldn't consider The Whale to be mainstream.
Still
Didn't that
haven't
win Best
seen The
Picture?
Whale.
It won.
I don't want to see it.
Brandon Fraser won Best Actor.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I knew it won something.
Yeah, The Whale is a very uncomfortable movie to watch.
Yeah, I
In a
really
good-
don't
in a
want to
good
see
way.
it.
In a good way, but if someone doesn't want to see it, I don't blame them. But oh man,
Also, I'm more annoyed by that previous statement. It's like he liked this one thing, and yet he doesn't support like Korean culture. It's like what?
Yeah, I'd love a number. How many Korean shows do I need to watch before I'm allowed to discuss them?
so like I love The Raid.
Yeah, it's a great
But-
movie.
Yeah, and The Raid 2, while too long and can drag at times, I still love The Raid 2. Like, does that mean like, do I need to watch more Indonesian films to appreciate Indonesian cinema, or can I look at The Raid and The Raid 2 and appreciate them as Indonesian cinema?
You actually need dual citizenship.
Damn,
And you need to devote your love to Allah.
Max, you're in a recording.
Yeah, I know. I didn't realize you guys were still flip flopping going.
Almost 5 hours, my friend.
I can't believe it. I hope you guys haven't been repeating the same things over and over again.
No, just the person we're covering is.
Yeah, we're almost done.
Fair enough.
Swath of strong protagonists that permeate Korean media properties? He has no idea because he can only regurgitate talking points against what's in the mainstream because you can't grift on things people don't
Except
know
the
about.
things that aren't in
This-
the mainstream, but go ahead.
I would argue he is the mainstream at the moment.
I mean, for movie critics, he's certainly getting there.
Yeah.
Is why his review for season 4 of The Boys is what it is. He admits he hasn't even watched it, yet claims it has destroyed its audience, his source being the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes.
So it was off to Rotten Tomatoes for me to check out the reviews. Not the critic reviews, of course, because nobody in their right mind gives a shit what those fucking shills have got to say about anything anymore. I'm talking about the audience reviews, which is the only semi-reliable barometer for quality these days, and oh.
Besides the fact that TV show reviews on Rotten
Wait, didn't he like watch the first couple episodes of The Boys season 4? Was like, yeah, no, I'm good. Time to go see what the audience thinks of it. And then his video is about what the audience thinks of The Boys at this point.
I
Not
think he
their
stopped.
quality.
I think he stopped after season 2, and then said that he just didn't have any interest.
Does he elaborate any more past just the Rotten Tomato score, or is this the bulk of the criticism?
No,
Well,
he
it's-
pretty much just says that after the direction the show is going, he became apathetic. And then he wanted to see if the audience got back into it because then he might pick it back up. But then I don't know if he mentions this or not on the video, but in the live streams, he's talked about how, Mahler and the other people he talks to have all said, like, don't bother.
Would you recommend
well-
season 4 of The Boys, Max?
I've seen it all, and I honestly, outside of
fun
the
with it.
very last few minutes of the last episode, I would say no.
I had fun with what it was, but like, yeah, I don't think it's of quality. Like,
It's literally just shock factor now. There's not really anything more to it.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I watched episode 1 of season 4 and made a video about how the show sucks in season 2. So season 2 is kind of it for me. We don't have to go off about that, but it's
Has it gotten as bad as the comic in terms of its edginess though?
no, the comic is fucking
Okay.
rejected. The comic is awful. Like, just be honest with yourself, Jake.
Oh no, I never said it was good. I'm just saying, has the show reached its level of
No.
pure quality, quote unquote? Okay.
aren't verified, meaning they are subject to review bombs, why doesn't he keep this same energy with, I don't know, The Marvels, Black Widow, or Quantumania, movies that have pretty good audience scores? Seems like Drinker is the
That's not the point of the video.
Yeah.
That wasn't
One, not the point of the
he was
video,
making.
and secondly, he's already got his own opinions on those individual movies.
He also said semi-reliable,
Yes,
Mhm.
as in not the fucking end all be all.
exactly.
The connotation there is that it's morbid interest as far as anything.
And here's something interesting to look at with at least the first two or the middle two, is that like what causes such a disparity from the reviewers and the audience?
Well, other
this
than the
point,
fact that it's proven that the reviewers have been paid to give good scores.
Well, maybe, but that's why I feel like because we talk about this a lot when we're like looking through media. It's like I have a couple of people that when I want to look at media, I basically trust their opinion, and I get basically all of theirs and kind of compile it for myself. I don't really trust Metacritics or anything like this.
Yep.
Yeah, neither do I.
It's
These are so ambiguous and like don't really tell you anything.
I'll give it a glance and then figure it out for myself.
I think Rise of Skywalker's critic score is still at 86%, or is the audience score that's at 86%? 1 and 2 is still, I believe, at 86%. Like 5 years later.
Yeah, I mean, Rotten Tomatoes, I think it's really contextual. Like, if you know it's some kind of artsy indie thing that pushes a certain message and the critics love it and the audience doesn't, I think it's obvious why.
Yeah. Or if it's something as utterly retarded as like Godzilla versus Kong.
Yeah.
Like those yes, the thing, the big monkey hit the big lizard and I clapped, and I'm the weirdo that's like, stop clapping, set it on fire, burn it, kill it, let it die.
Yeah, the Godzilla Kong fan base or the Monsterverse fan base is fucking crazy. That's like one of my most insulted comment sections was when I shit on that movie.
Bro, like
Why?
I don't know.
I've
I don't know. It's in our group. I or at least like our kind of close group. I'm the biggest Godzilla versus Kong hater.
I call it the worst movie of the year, and people
You don't
were
like
super pissed.
you don't like Godzilla versus Kong, Jake?
No, it's unironically one of the worst films I've seen in my life.
You prefer,
And it's like it's like up there with like Man of Steel and The Predator as like a movie that I despise with every fiber of my being.
So you don't
I
like
know.
it when you don't like it when they versus, but do you like it when they're shipped together?
I mean, like you do you. I prefer the Chuck Tingle version where Godzilla and Kong double team some random dude. So you know.
Yeah, Godzilla,
That
Godzilla X Kong.
Yeah,
That's what I was talking about.
Dongzilla versus King Dong.
Oh God, sorry, Godzilla X Kong was the one that I shit on.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm working on the Godzilla X Kong right. Well, I'm like recording right now for it. But yeah. Hey, Filthy.
Yeah.
What did you think of all the stuff involving Gia?
Crazy.
It made me so fucking angry. I actually busted out laughing in the theater because the whole movie is like, oh, we've got a giant gauntlet for King Kong, but also you should take this human stuff really seriously, guys.
No, that's not the problem. That's not the problem with Gia.
Why? No, I mean, I'd have to like rewatch it and go into the details, but I just meant my issue overall was that just like it was so fucking stupid that it wanted you to be dumb, but also to be emotional. I fucking hated it. And also, it's just lame to make the villain like homeless King Kong.
King Kong outside of a kangaroo at 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah. I call him Clown King because he's a fucking clown. It's like, oh, I'm out of the subterranean realm. I can do this because he destroys the outpost based in Hollow Earth. And it's like, oh, so you're gonna like bring all your slaves and stuff to look for a way out. Now he just chills in Mordor, just watching his slaves move rocks around and kicking them into lava and some shit. Like an absolute fucking bungus.
Ugh.
I
Fuck
hated
that movie.
it. It's
Anyway,
so right.
We were talking about
Yeah.
Critical Drinker being a grifter.
Yes. Yes.
Being embodiment of this meme, doesn't it? Of course he'll never come out and say, I don't want to see black people in lead roles, or I'm tired of female protagonists, like the Quartering stupidly did. It's because being that he's selling something, he has something to lose, so he has to communicate in dog whistles to maintain the facade of plausible deniability. And Will, I know you're watching, so let me finally address you directly.
So
No, you're
first off,
you're not doing it directly. You're just making a video about him. So shut the fuck up.
well, also, like, bold of you to assume Drinker has anything to do with his time to watch
shit,
your
Drinker's name's
fucking
Will?
videos.
Sorry.
Yes, Will
That
Jordan.
threw me off guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Will Jordan is his
No,
actual
his name is Critical, and his last name is Drinker.
So what's Mahler's name? Mahler?
No, his is Mahler McBungles. Anyway.
Mahler McLongman.
Someone made a joke on Friday Night Sites where they called him Carlton Drinker.
Carlton Drinker.
Carlton Drinker.
Carlton.
That's awful.
Fuck Carlton.
Views are not your personal soapbox to air out your grievances with minority groups and those that advocate for them. It's irresponsible to your, my, and every other audience that consumes film and teaches them nothing about the art form. You create a hostile environment for neutral people that may stumble across your slop, where they may assume that film criticism is full of people like you.
Real quick, why is Blanca on screen? I know I'm late, but...
Oh, Blanca's his avatar.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. It's like, the thing is, it's not even like Blanca, but like, you know, the Birdman version of Blanca, because like Blanca is literally me, FR.
Okay.
It's just Blanca.
Alright, well, you know what they say about Blanca fans.
You do
Yeah, I
a
know.
disservice to
They're
the craft
Brazilian.
and give the rest of film YouTube a bad name. I think I speak on behalf of every reasonable film reviewer out there. Go away now.
Oh my god.
Oh, he said the thing!
Yeah, you said the thing, but in
thing.
reverse.
Yeah.
Again with the manipulative language.
In fact, he didn't even do it right.
Every reasonable filmmaker would agree with me.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'd say we're reasonable film reviewers.
You're we're
Technically,
filmmakers.
question mark.
Yes, I think I'm reasonable.
I don't.
But also, he got the quote wrong, and he'd only done half of it. He says, "And that's all I got for today. Go away."
Yeah, this
Like,
video
anyway,
was...
that's all I got.
I think it was supposed to be mocking Mayo.
I know, but I just if he's gonna mock him, just do it.
Yeah, like,
yeah,
I don't know.
So,
oh boy, that was absolute gobshite.
Yeah, it was not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really didn't like the part in the middle.
that's why we were like, you know what? I'm gonna show up late.
I didn't like the way
Yeah,
the video started.
Max, I'm sure you absolutely don't like the bit at the start.
Like the part where he just gets into like, you know, a 30-minute rant about no, I'm not gonna go there.
What about the...
I'm not gonna do that.
What about the part when he, talks about the drink?
Talks about the drink.
The drink.
Yeah, the drink. What if his handle was just the critical drink, and it's just a bottle of whiskey being or it's a bottle of whiskey drinking a person?
Yeah, works for me. I'm a jar of mayo.
It's just a constant, like, all he ever posts is just a gif of whiskey being drunk.
No, it's just an inverse. It's like the fucking bottle of Jack Daniels drinking a Scottish man.
Yeah. It's like a shipping and bottle, but it's got the drinker in there instead.
So, yeah.
Any final thoughts?
Other than the
Birdman's
stuff,
a hack.
Yeah, we've been pretty much saying what we needed to as this video was progressing. This was not a good dissection of Drinker, and it's pretty bad faith, to say the least.
Yeah, making arguments against things that wasn't even said, and even the arguments he was making against things was said wasn't even making sense. So, bad review.
As we also found out through things like
too much water.
Like Jake found out, he's completely dishonest, and like basically, Max, he was talking about Drinker's reaction to the Godzilla vs. Kong trailer, and he was treating it like it was a review of the actual movie.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it was. I watched that video. It was like 15 hours long.
That's right.
It's completely dishonest, and honestly, try again. I give you 0 points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I would say you are the weakest link. Good.
God, that's old.
So
You're old.
This isn't over. Bears.
is. So
Fuck up, I'm
go
recording.
ahead and everybody shill your stuff. Good talk.
I'm Saint Maxi, and I represent Yet Another Response podcast and my entirety of the appearance in this episode. And no one else here represents them.
Well, as the producer of Yet Another Response podcast, I demand more Latinas.
Both of you,
love
shut your
Latinas,
fucking mouths. Casual and Mayo, shill yourselves.
I am part of YARP. I'm yet another. I'm yet another retarded person. No, I'm
we knew that.
unbridled. I'm unbridled Mayo. I do actually have a different avatar, not the superhero mayonnaise jar that you see for you. I am just a spoon with some mayo on it. But I'm a movie reviewer. I'm also working on a video that is actually praising another YouTuberist, Mauler, which apparently is unheard of. I'm possibly going to be the first doing it, but see what happens. Might start a movement or something. But yeah, I do movies and stuff like.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm filthy casual. Real quick final thoughts on this because I came in late. I was torn between dishonest or retarded, and I think he's a dishonest retard.
Oh, man.
So
It's like both of those things.
Filthy centrist.
You fucking grifter. I can't believe you said that thing about that group of people, dude.
I don't know. I kind of just do whatever I want on my channel. It's all movie and TV related, but sometimes I'll just randomly talk about the numbers of stuff like Star Wars and why I think it going to Disney Plus was fucking stupid. I mostly do shows, movies, and anime, sometimes books. And right now I'm covering the Penguin Weekly. It's really good. You should go check it out. And then beyond that, it's just kind of whatever I feel like talking about.
What's the Penguin Weekly?
Oh, sorry, the Penguin every week. I've been making a video about it.
Oh, yeah, right. The show,
Yeah, the
okay.
TV show.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, the Penguin Weekly? What is that? Is that like a magazine?
It's a magazine.
And
Yeah,
just open it up and it's like all Emperor Penguins. It's like, yes!
Yes! This is what I want!
It's a penguin newsletter.
So, thank you.
Yeah, it takes a while to get there.
Thank you all so much for joining us. Keep watching our Space Marine playthrough. It's been fun. Go away now.
No.
Really?